All right. What's up, everybody? How you doing out there? Welcome back to the show. This is last week's fights. My name is Thinker St. James, and tonight is the 2025 year-end spectacular where we are going over all of our best ofs of the year. And to do all of that with me, as always, you know him, you love him. He's a man, he's a myth, he's a legend, he's a Chase Parton. How you doing, brother?
Dude, I am good. I am so excited. They're really not like current fights to talk about, but to wrap up the entirety of this year of fights, I am just so pumped. Like, this is going to be one of the better times that I've had on this stream.
We have both put a good amount of work in bringing you people out there the best lists that we possibly could have. And we also have listened to your feedback. So, throughout all of this, we're going to be going through a number of different categories. If you are a member of the Discord, you're probably aware of some of the stuff that we're going to be talking about here. And we're going to also be representing your opinions in these as well. So, we have a lot to go through here. So, do want to say at the top of this thing that super chats will be read. So, if you are feeling generous on this, you're more than welcome to donate via super chats. We will read those, but we got a lot to go through here. So, just keep that in mind as we go along.
And to start it off, not to jump into anything too quickly, but I want to go ahead and tell you guys that the first category comes off the best chat of the year. I don't know if you guys knew this is what we were going into first, but best chat of the year obviously goes to everybody in the chat right now. You guys are truly the most supportive. You guys are just you stick by us. Listen, I have my own bad takes that you guys are going to hear plenty more of. And the fact that you guys come back for more, man, I just love it. And then you come here for obviously the genius thinker over here when he comes in and he knows obviously a lot more than me when it comes to a lot of things. And he's going to show me up. I'm telling you, I think tonight he's going to show me up. And I'm not saying for once, but for maybe the second or third time he's going to show me up. So I'm excited for this.
Yeah, well, I think that that's a good point to say. First of all, you're absolutely correct. Best chat, hands down. Obviously, the last week's fights audience, most definitely. Yama showed support always. You know that you're always appreciated. Second of all, that's a good segue to the fact that these lists, of course, are subjective. These are the lists that we have both decided upon based on our personal opinions. Of course, as I said, we've taken some of your feedback into consideration, and that will be referenced and mentioned as well. But if you don't agree with anything on these lists, if the winners or whatever, just know that you are right. We are all right. You know what I
True.
mean?
Yeah, 100%. Even, Beeb over here is right when he says Rick Allen has one testicle. Everybody seems to be right. Hydra, you're right because we are letting go and shouting out the chat. Love it. And Meat Rocket, of course, best chatter of the year. Absolutely. Everybody who's here, once again, best chat out there. This is the number one chat of 2025 for
You
sure.
make it possible. You make it all possible by being here and supporting the show. So we really do appreciate it, as this is the last show of 2025, in addition to being the year-end spectacular. So it works out perfectly.
Yeah, 100%. And then, obviously, we got to jump into the second category of tonight because I know there was a lot of talk. There was a lot of talk in the Discord very, very early on about the number one drink for watching UFC. And,
Okay.
and a lot of people were questioning what mine was, but I'm
Sure.
here to break it down to you. It is the Barefoot Australian wine. And shout out the chat one more time because we're taking the foot all the way to the mouth.
Hey, get it
Mm.
down. Indeed. Yes. Well, when it comes to the drinks, you know me, I usually am doing either water or the sparkling ice lemonade, but I have come to find that I actually prefer just straight water when I'm doing the streams. The lemonade gets a little, you get a little throaty, whatever, that kind of
Mm.
thing. I'm rocking the old school water today out of the chalice as you know it. And of course, as we continue to grow Yama, the Yama Chalice is coming around the corner. So keep an eye out for that.
Absolutely. These are just obviously the first two categories that we had to break down for you guys before the show actually commences. All of the festivities, get them out, get the jitters out, everybody, because we are going to break down the best categories and, things of the year, the fight things
Of
of this year,
course.
whatever you want to
Of
say.
course.
I'm excited.
Yeah, same here. Well, given a little bit of time to let people sort of trickle on in, we got a great group already, and appreciate you guys always being here early. The real ones generally are, but yeah, I don't know how much longer we can contain this, Chase. I think we got to start breaking into some of this stuff. Because again, we got a lot to go over. Each one of these has a different number of entries for us. Because really, it's like you don't want like okay, so let's say that you have a certain category that's got like one or two or whatever things. It goes based on like what you feel about whatever it is. Like if we had 800 amazing submissions this year, then you'd get 800 possible contenders.
Hmm.
Some are going to have more than others, but I guarantee you that between the two of us, we have a lot to go over for each of them. So
Absolutely. So if you're ready, I'm ready. Do you want me to start this off?
I think that you should, and Chase, you'll be leading the way as to where we go category wise, and I will be following your lead. And I guess you said we're going to be alternating
Yes.
our takes and then crowning a winner thereafter.
Yes, absolutely. So, for everybody in the chat to understand how it's going to work, I'm going to go ahead and read off my first option for this first category before we get into it, and then Thinker is going to read off his next op or his first option, and then I will go back to me, and we'll snake through, and then we get to the crowning champ of what the general consensus has become. So,
All
we're
right.
going to get into the first category. I know I've said a category so many times already, but what we're getting into right now is the number one knockout of 2025.
Oh, good one.
This one is gonna listen. There's some brutal ones in here, guys, and we're gonna get into it really quick. And this one right here, this one I'm gonna start you off with. Obviously, you guys are gonna remember it, and it started the downfall of something that we knew was inevitable. But this fight right here put a lot of people on the radar when they should have already known. So the first one I have on my list right here. RoboCop versus Jack Hermanson.
Oh,
And yeah, this one was brutal. Obviously, it wasn't really the shot itself, that knocked him out because fairly it was just a very light, hook shot, a real close range hook shot. Dropped him, of course, chinned him easily. But then, of course, RoboCop is the Hulk, so he comes in here and smashes him one last time before because I think it was Herb Dean or something like. Where are you even at in the picture? This is a tree falling and you can't get to the ground before the second punch comes? It was brutal.
oh,
Oof.
nail in the coffin on that one. Remember it well, absolutely. And yeah, Herb Dean having to do the 50-yard dash to get in there. Yeah, absolutely. Great selection. All right, my first one is this. I would consider more of an honorable mention. This is from early
Yes.
in the year, but this is Cesar Almeida versus Abdul Razak Al Hassan. This is a KO for Almeida. This was a really solid knockout, lights out kind of situation. And Al Hassan, I don't think has been the same since. I mean, where's that guy been?
It's actually true because that knockout. It was so early on in the year that I kind of forgot that it happened in 2025. So
Mm.
it is definitely a valuable moment, and I do remember it. But I think I specifically left it off my list because it was, I guess recency bias. I was feeling other ones took the place of that.
Well, that's why it's an honorable mention because really, I mean, like again, it was early in the year. This is
Mhm.
probably the first like one that I thought was like contender of it, but like solid enough for me to still want to include. But again, that's why it comes very early, and there are some other really banger ones coming up here.
Correct me if I'm wrong. This might have been one of the knockouts that happened after we got rid of the new gloves, if I'm not mistaken, or it
I think
happened
so.
before we got the gloves, something like that.
I think it was right after because I believe that the gloves, because I remember you was talking about it because it was like a talking point from the Friday show, and I think that the gloves actually may have been fully gone by the end of last year, if I'm not mistaken. So we
Hmm.
might have gone into this year with the new the gloves having been reverted already. So yes, so this would be, I mean, there and that in and of itself a notable point of all of this. Obviously, we went through this long period of time with the new gloves, quote unquote, and then we're back to the old gloves. So this ushering in the return to prominence.
Yes. Well, that one is a very good one. But this next one, I think, just the way that the visuals, we often talk about the visual on the show. This next one, it came from somebody who has had bad visuals the last couple bouts, and he's been losing, and he stepped up to a new weight, and he fought a very decent opponent. Let me, whatever. But there was a decent competition here. So the knockout actually came later in the fight. I think it was in the third round, if I'm not mistaken. But Vitor Petrino on Thomas the Train Peterson, and the way that it looked, because it was so goofy, the way that his body flopped, like he did a scorpion move kind of deal. If you guys resonate with that, whereas his feet almost touch his fucking head kind of deal. Like, how do you even look that cartoonish in getting knocked out? There's some people who just have that effect. Johnny Walker may or may not end up on this list. He potentially is, not potentially, but he's one of those people that cartoonishly gets knocked out. And this one right here just made me think like, wow, you couldn't have got knocked out in a worse way. Some people get knocked out and it's like, oof, and then you forget about it because like, you don't want to be rude, but like when you look at a fight like that, it's like he was exhausted, he was walking forward, he got clipped, and then he just went, like, oh,
Yeah, that was that early in the third round one. I remember that one as well.
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Good choice. I like it. I like it a lot.
That one actually courtesy of the Hive. I believe Toby, if I'm not mistaken, is the one who gave that pick. I was not out here too hip to this one because it happened and was goofy, but I'm glad to get the memory of it. So I did include it because it was worth.
I like it. Yes, worth indeed. All right, my next up here is when he was on the tear. This has changed since this time, but this is Jean Silva versus Melsik Bogdasarian. Knockout for Silva. Bogdasarian obviously way in over his head, coming back after a long time away. This we had on the show had said this was already at the point when Silva should have been fighting ranked competition. He was way leagues above, still needing the push of being kind of hot shotted off of lesser talent. But Melsik Bogdasarian, unfortunately, coming back into a hailstorm early, round one, Dunzo.
Dude, I can tell how fun this is going to be for me because you are a lot of mine most likely. It feels like they're so recent compared to what you're about to pull out the bag because
Oh,
dude,
I went deep, brother.
that is a great one. I will say it was a great knockout and John Silva was definitely on a tear. I don't know if I probably would have included it because it wasn't a good knockout, but I would have been a little judgmental because I knew he should have done that. I was not a believer in Mr. Bagdasarian. I was like, come on, you're a
Well, see,
kickboxer, like
and that goes into the to like what is your criteria? And again, this is why these are subjective lists,
yes.
because it's like because the quality of the competition can factor in for sure. A lot of times, to me, it's the impressiveness of how it all goes down, the power involved, and all that kind of stuff. But it's to each his own on what you end up choosing that way.
Okay, so speaking of exactly what you're talking about, and this one I'm going to tell you right now, it should be higher up on the list because of the difficulty, the level of opponent, the skill set that you have to be able to do a certain thing, whatever you want to say. This next one should be, if not the winner, of course, but higher up. If we were to rank these, of course, this would be a very high up one. But I'm very glad to throw it out there right now. So this is a true American hero, of course. This is somebody who had the haters. Everybody was doubting him, including myself. After he took a big loss, he had a lot of hype, and he was skyrocketed to an opponent that was way out of his league, and we know now. But when he came back into this fight, Mister Bo Nickel was able to head kick the Brazilian guy. I even forget his name because that's how crazy of a head kick it was. Like Bo Nickel is a wrestler, grappler, and for him to just start somebody with a Leon Edwards setup head kick, like Bingo right there. I mean, that's, you know,
It's a hit off of Vera, I believe, right?
there you go. That's
Okay.
his name. Yes. So
Yeah.
shout out Bo Nickel. One more barefoot for him. The American hero. He might as well be Chris Kyle. Like,
And really, and if you factor in like the narrative to any of these, that's a great one for it because obviously Bo coming off of a pretty bad upset in his previous fight, one that I mean, upsetting to people who were
I
thinking
was
that he was
definitely
like,
upset. I was
yeah,
upset.
the hype was there, of course, and a little bit of that taken away, perhaps, and then Bo really coming back into full form with that one to show that he's about his shit. That was like kind of a turning point moment for Bo, and in a broad sense for this year. I mean, because going off of something different into coming back with a vengeance. I thought it was, and then of course his post fight was very memorable because of that too. So
Yes,
good, I like it.
absolutely.
All right, well, my next up here, also earlier in the year, and this is one that I know that resonates with you, Chase. This is Ju Sang Yu knocking out Jekka Sergey. And again, if we're going off of the impressiveness of the knockouts, Jekka Sergey, unfortunately, one of those dudes that when he gets knocked out, he gets knocked the fuck out. And this was definitely one of those because, I mean, this dude went down and it was like a stiff as the board kind of situation, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, I hate you. I can't believe that happened in 2025. Dude, that one was really bad. I have an Indonesian flag for Jeka Sarage. And this is crazy to me because you are not wrong. He gets knocked out. And it dude, you ever seen Ed and Eddie, right? Plank? That was literally him. That was literally him in that fight. He got chinned and went face down. Like, you ever feel bad when people land right on their nose? Like, that's how I feel. I was like, dude, he landed square on his nose. He probably broke his nose on the fall. Like, it wasn't even a punch, dude. Like,
Oh, so painful. It's one of those ones that it's painful to like to see. You're like you
no,
look at it and you're like, oh man,
yeah.
golly, boy.
It makes it worse because Ju Sung Yu got fraud. He got fraud checked, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, he went on to have kind of mixed results thereafter, I believe. But that was a really like it was one of those ones that it's like when it's that level, what we always talk about with contender series and early fights in the career. It's like you're getting good impressions, but how long will that be the impression? And that certainly made a good one early for Ju Sang Yu.
And to this next point, this is what I think is going to be great about this because I just thought of one on the fly. Obviously, this is a little more recent, so I'm still not digging deep in the bag, but I wanted to mention this one. It is not on my list of notable choices, so this is what I will refer to as an honorable mention.
Sure.
So here we go. The one that I want to say is an honorable mention right now. Muslim Salikov knocking out Carlos Leal with the
Ooh.
one punch and just a one hitter quitter in like 30 seconds or whatever it was. This one wasn't one that I would say sprung to mind that I gotta have on the list. But when I'm sitting here thinking about an honorable mention to something that Thinker just pulled out the bag, I'm like, dude, who got fucking stuck and stiff like a board? Carlos fucking Leal when he went face down, ass up after one shot to the temple. I mean, and
Old man Muslim doing the damn thing.
and you got to put into context too. This is after Carlos Leal put on an amazing debut performance. People were questioning if this dude was on EPOs at one time, if he still was coming off them. And then he comes in, maybe off a cycle. And then Muslim just drops him face down and just in the dirt. So that's going to
Effortless.
be my honorable mention. I'll leave it back to you. Go
I
ahead.
love it. All right. Well, we're coming into the last two that I have, and we'll keep going back and forth, of course, if you got more. But
Whew.
yeah. But the next one here, this was a tough one to not have as the winner. But this is Elijah Smith versus Toshiomi Kazama with the Rampage power bomb slam through the mat. Took this man's soul and sent it down through the earth. It was something to behold, man. I mean, we have not seen an old school slam like that in quite a while. And we've seen slams and we've seen slam knockouts even, but not the way that the setup was because Toshiomi was going for the submission. He was trying to go, fish up the arms and get himself into some type of lock there. And Smith picks him up off of the ground, up high into the air and right down. And it was just a swift motion of destruction.
All right, facts. Yeah, no, that one is definitely on my list. It is a little higher up. If you're coming down to the last of your notable choices, dude, I think I'm really gonna have to, fill you in with some of these
Sure.
recent ones because you dug deep in the bag. I'll give you that. But there's a few on here that I think you're leaving out. Some people, notable mentions for the Hive, of course, and the Discords. They don't all have to make the list, but I think some are worth mentioning as being, there's some context to them. Okay, so the next one on my list, and there's a few more, so I apologize. Do you want me to send you some? I'll get you some on the list.
No,
But
I got more.
okay. So what I would say is one to also behold. Randy Brown on Nicholas Dalby is one
Oh,
that people were telling me it needs to be on the list. And when you go into the context, Dalby, dude, that guy's in shape for how old he is. Never been finished on the feet like that. It was something to behold for Randy Brown to be able to do it. Now, if you want my opinion, nose break in the first, it was a good shot. But I think that had Nicholas Dalby knowing that the fight was not going to finish, by decision, so he had to just go for it. And to be fair, to his credit, he dropped Randy Brown at the end of the first round, took control in the top mount. The round ended with Randy Brown not saying a word, and then second round started, and then yeah, he tried. I don't think it was the worst for Nicholas Dalby, but in the context of Randy Brown putting on a show, I mean, that was one of the knockouts of the year. I see that gif everywhere. When I represent Nicholas Dalby, man, they are quick to remind me that Randy Brown was the one who did it. So that one is good to mention. And
yeah.
yeah,
No,
Dalby is my boy.
absolutely, man. I mean, it's. I think that I probably left it off the list out of sadness that it had to happen to the Danish legend Nicholas Dalby. But you're not wrong. It was a solid knockout, and really, like you said it all. I mean, the nose break beforehand had Dalby's face all kind of rearranged. It was amazing that he got it reset, in fight, and basically looks back to normal now. That corner really deserves a lot of credit on that one. But yeah, setting it up to be a solid win for Brown thereafter, and Dalby fighting his way to the end. I mean, there's a lot of respect gained for Dalby in the way that he conducted himself up to that point. So solid knockout and a solid fight overall.
100%. Now, this next one, I'm not going to go ahead and give two separate spots here. I'm going to go ahead and, I'm sorry, I didn't know what that was about. See, I'm going to give this spot two fights right here, two knockouts, same person. I'm going to go ahead and give it because these are both against people who have never been finished. We have never seen somebody make them look so pitiful, these two individuals, and Carlos Prates is going to be the one that takes the cake. He was able to starch Leon Edwards on the feet. And if you even go back one fight earlier, uh, Jeff Neal is, that guy is tough as they come. We have never seen him just lifeless. And Carlos Prates with one spinning elbow was able to just shut him completely down with it. So I think those are a good package. We'll obviously talk about fighters who have made an impression, throughout the year, but those ones right there, those are knockout of the year, notable mentions, of course, notable choices, I would say.
Well,
Now,
Neil, and what was the other one?
oh, Leon, Prates
Oh,
and
sorry,
Leon.
the Pratis and Leon. Okay, yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
and Prates and Jeff Neal.
Right, yeah.
Those, yes, finishing those
Leon
two
and
guys
Neil.
who have never been finished like that. I
Perfect.
mean,
Yep.
love to see it. This next one,
Well, okay.
oh,
I still got though. I
oh,
mean,
oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said you were done. I'm
no,
sorry.
no,
I'm
no,
sorry.
no. As I say, I'm coming the last here, but yeah,
Oh,
I've
okay.
got
I'm
at
sorry.
least
I'm
got
sorry.
one more before I'm
Yes.
like
Okay.
completely tapped here,
Gotcha.
and I'm sure that this one probably is one that you might have coming
Yes.
up.
My
I would think.
apologies. Go
No,
ahead.
you're good. My next one was one that very solid knockout. I think that this one really kind of put this person on the map, but also I think that judging the quality level of the person who was knocked out is very important in
Hmm.
this one. This is Nasrat Haqparast being knocked out by Quillan Salkeld. The head kick heard round the world on that one. I mean, this was it was early, but it's Nasrat Haqparast, who is such a high level fighter and a dude who generally can go to war. I mean, we've seen him in such amazing striking battles that this one almost came out of nowhere, but such a shin to chin kind of situation that sent him into the shadow realm. I mean, this was a sack of bricks drop on Nasrat that really was very unexpected, considering this Quillen Salkeld. He was up until that point someone that I was kind of like, I don't really know. I mean, like you can see the makings of potentially someone there, but not necessarily the aura that he gained from it. But then that aura raise immediately off of that knockout was evident.
I think for sure that was underneath the pick of Elijah Smith. That one's right below it on here, so we're right on track. I mean, these are the top ones that we have for the contention. But you are completely right with Sal Kid. I think Sal killed. I think what's important to note about the matchup with Hackbrass is it did not seem like it was going right for him. And then it did. And I think what's important to note is there's somebody else on my list who has that exact same experience and got a notable choice for a knockout of the year. So for the next one, I think this is really important with all the context surrounding it. Knockout of the year, notable choice, Waldo Cortez Acosta on Tom Aspinall's friend. I forget his name already because
Ante Jalea.
there we go. The fact that the fight was stopped, we got to see Waldo go to the stool. He gets looked at. The doctor says he can continue. The context for the champion the week before not continuing the fight. A lot of pressure was on Waldo. He could make a name for himself. There's a lot of meme potential at this point, and it seemed like he kind of understood what he was. He understood the assignment after the eye poke kind of deal. If the fight was going to go on, I got to be better than Tom. I got to at least show the people that I'll do what the champ won't, whatever.
And
And
really
then,
made a statement with it.
yes,
I mean, that was the big. I think because he was on the verge himself of being knocked out at that point, and then the eye poke was in that sequence. Stop ends up happening, which was really well warranted. This was actually where I think that I mean, there were things within the sequence that I think were mishandled a little bit, but I do think in a general sense the refereeing was correct. I mean, they recognized that there was a foul that was committed. Shouldn't have brought the stools in and all of that, but again, it was minor things in the big picture. But after it was all adjudicated correctly, Waldo came back with a point to prove.
yeah, 100%. And did you want to go ahead and read your winner? I
Well,
have
no,
a few more.
I had
Okay, okay,
another
go ahead.
honorable mention based on I just wanted to double check that I
Okay.
had it correct, because you sparked a memory in me, and this is again this is a very much an honorable mention. But with the Randy Brown and Nicholas Dalby, you reminded me of Gabriel Bonfim and Randy Brown. Now, this fight was not great, but the ending sequence was funny, and I only say it as an honorable mention because Randy Brown not only getting dropped and knocked out, but also getting kicked in the nuts on the way down. This is the important thing to note. I mean, you want to talk about insult to injury, people. You got a dude getting knocked out and on the way down also kicked in the nuts. I mean, I don't know if you can slap a slapped dude, but that's basically what happened.
Yeah, no, that one, golly, that is so funny. The reason that is also funny is because it goes back to the Thomas Peterson one, where it's like it's kind of cartoonish. It's like how they both ended up on their back. When you're watching it, you're like, who actually got hurt for a second? Like, what's going on? And then you see Bonfim get up, and you don't see Randy Brown get up, and you're like, oh, okay. And then you watch the replay, and you're like, okay, that was funky. And then yes, he did get kicked in the nuts, And I again, chat, you can be the one to answer this. If there's anybody out there who's in medical school, did he wake up feeling the impact on his nuts? Because when he's unconscious, if he went unconscious first, what do the pain receptors do?
It's a
Especially
good point.
in a very sensitive area. It's not like getting pinched or something, but like that's
Sure.
a lot of impact. Did he wake up wanting to vomit? Is kind of where I'm leading. But either way,
Yeah.
that one's a very good honorable mention. The one that I think is another honorable mention coming up on the list, and this is because there was a lot of questions once this person vacated their title, what they were going to be able to do in the next division up against people that are bigger than them, and well, after what he was able to do in flyweight, he went up to lightweight and had no issues disposing of Charles Oliveira with a clean knockout. I mean, shout out to Charles for not being scared of the power, but there's clearly reason to be scared because this dude packs a punch. Ilia Taporia on Charles Oliveira. I mean, it was brutal. I mean, seeing Charles lifeless like that, it's like, Jesus Christ. And then obviously the context with him wanting to fight very recently, very soon after that, that was some context too. It's like, Jesus, Ilia really scrambled this dude's brains. Like he's ready to fight. So like in Rio, after he just took the most vicious knockout ever, like props to him. He did it, but it was definitely, there was a lot of stories surrounding the situation. But I think seeing Charles unconscious from Ilya was devastating after already seeing Max go down and Volkanovski. It's like, how many fandoms is this dude gonna take? He's just
It's so true. Yeah, I mean, just a legacy denier in Ilya Taporia for sure. Yeah, no, that's a good one. Absolutely. I mean, and like really talking about like how it continues the aura of Taporia just time over time. Like you said, I mean, consistently ending fandoms and doing it so effortlessly, it would seem. I mean, granted, really that was also a fight where we saw a little bit of his ground game too, which was kind of what my note from that was, is like he was able to negate everything that Charles did to get to the knockout. So I mean, as far as like the big picture of it goes, it's like even more impressive that like he had to go through a little bit of adversity, which he generally does not, to actually get himself to the same position that he was always inevitably going to get to.
Yeah, no, that one was definitely, that was definitely something to behold. And then I have one more that would be on my list, and then obviously I have the two that you named, Sal killed, and then Elijah Smith, and then I have my winner. But so the last one that I will go and name as a notable choice. This is obviously a very big moment for this person's career, because they are undefeated. They stepped up on short notice to save a co-main event from another undefeated fighter who pulled out. And they did not win this fight up until the moment. They were losing very convincingly for this first round, and then Lerone Murphy was able to land a spinning elbow that knocks Aaron Pico unconscious. Things that Aljamain Sterling dreams at night that he could do to Brian Ortega, but he was not able to. This one right here, Lerone Murphy. The fact that I think what adds to this being one of my knockouts of the year, because this is all subjective, again, personal opinion. I was so confident that Lerone had the power, the technique, the creativity, anything that you could say that is the leading contributor to the knockout. I believed Lerone possessed that, and now we have not seen him knock people out, but I have definitely seen him with Dan Ige. He was able to land shots that were powerful enough to make Dan Ige think like, okay, I need to, not do that again. There was so many times where he was willing to stand his ground and throw back. There's a lot of people that are compared to him with his style, Zalal, some other fucking rangy strikers. But either way, that play the outside and they play this game where they're just too evasive. Lerone has always stuck out to me as different, because he will stand and throw with all of his power on, I've always said that is what stands out between him and them. And then in this fight, for him to be convincingly losing, it was unfortunate, but it shows how magical he can be in the cage, when he's able to just pull it off. Same thing with Sal Kid. Like I was saying, he was losing the fight. He wasn't doing things great, but the way that he was able to just make it happen, that's a special fighter. You don't always have to have the answers, but you can come to the conclusion, So Lerone Murphy spinning back elbow that left Aaron Pico unconscious for a good amount of time was definitely one of my knockouts of the year.
I love it. All right, fair enough. Well, that will bring me to my
Yes.
knockout of the year if we're ready to go for it. If you're ready, okay. So all of the ones that we just said, this is my winner for knockout of the year. It had to be Mauricio Hufi, wheel kicking King Green. I don't think that you are going to find a cleaner, more picturesque knockout. This was one where, if you go back to the watch along, the reaction on both myself and the Vitz King was just of stunned amazement at just the fluidity. Really, that's to me why this is like the most amazing knockout of the year. It's obviously that it got the knockout, of course, that it was successful, but also just the motion was like, it was like action movie. It was like, martial arts kung fu movie style, where it was one swift kick across and down goes Green. I mean, it just so perfect. I really don't think that you can find that setup with that payoff as perfect as that.
It's absolutely a beautiful setup. The setup is actually, obviously, the kick is what it is, but the way he set it up, and the way you watch it in slow motion, Green is looking straight ahead. There's no way he would see the kick like coming across. Like obviously he sees him spinning around, but like the shot that actually hits Bobby Green, there's no way he'd be able to see it coming. Like his peripheral probably caught it, but like, I mean, it was a beautiful setup, a beautiful wheel kick, and yeah, absolutely, that is obviously the general consensus. The Hive winner, of course, was Mauricio Hufi and Bobby Green, but the general consensus amongst everybody is this is the knockout of the year, and I would tend to agree. I mean, it was flashy, it was effective, it was a one shot dead, and then he posed after it. There was a lot of hype that was built after this moment right here. We'll obviously talk about some things later, but Mauricio Hufi had a lot of hype after this moment, and earning knockout of the year is not unfitting. I think that is very, very valid. For somebody there, the Brazilian Connor. There you go.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
It
So
is
all right.
his name is Robert
Yeah,
Green. Yes.
right, exactly. Well, we have come to find that out. But yeah, so I mean, without further ado then, Chase, yeah, you're up.
Okay. So yes, that was my knockout of the year as well.
Oh, okay. Oh, there you
Yes,
okay. So we're
yeah,
all okay.
yes,
So
we are
you, me,
squared
and
away. Yes.
gotcha. Okay, so you, me, and the Hive, and I guess also by extension the Thinkerland as
Yeah,
well. So
yep,
all right.
everybody picked this one, and I don't
It,
mind it. I don't mind
Yeah,
it.
I mean, I don't. It's like, how could it really not be? Like, if we're talking about like the picturesque nature of it, or like all of the things that you want out of like a highlight reel knockout, it was that, right? So
Absolutely. Yeah, I
it's got
think
to be.
picking something else as your official knockout of the year, I mean, you're just hating. Like that's a crazy take,
Yeah, or
dude.
just trying to be like the guy who is different,
Right.
contrarian. But
Yeah,
I don't think
if
you
I
can
said
be.
Josh Fan and Bruno Silva, oh, that was a knockout of the year, you'd be like, okay, did you
Yeah.
not see Roofy and Green?
Well, to that point, I'm surprised that that we didn't get an honorable mention, and I'm sure that he's coming up somewhere later. I actually can guarantee it. But I'm sure I was surprised we didn't get the recent knockout Melchizedek Costa just got that where he went off of his feet. That was one that I was going to throw on there. I forgot who's he fighting in that. Oh, Morgan Charrier.
Oh yeah, no, that one actually was pretty crazy. That's a good honorable mention to bring up. I think the next honorable mention, if we're throwing them out there at the end, because you just made me think of it, as I was talking about Josh Fan, I don't know if anybody has forgot, but Josh Fan got this killer TKO KO over the champion Alexandre Pantoja. I don't know if you guys didn't check it out, but he's the champ now. He did it.
Oh, keep that name in mind. All right, cool. Well, good. So there you go. The last week's fights, 2025 knockout of the year, Mauricio Hufi versus King Green, had to be.
Absolutely.
All right, Chase, where are we to next?
All right, we are off to the number one submission of 2025. Now, this is where we get a little spicy because I wouldn't say that I remember some of the craziest submissions that really meant something to me. There's obviously some that we'll talk about that mean a little bit, but when it comes to submissions of the year, I don't know if last year we had better ones, but I'm really hoping next year I look for it more. Like, man, that's the submission of the year right there.
Yeah, this is one that I don't have a ton for this one, and for that exact same reason. Like, I mean, when it comes to submissions, it's like you can definitely pick out like ones that are well executed and this and that, but like, because like, I mean, think about it in these terms, right? We saw Patty Pimblett triangle armbar King Green last year, right? That's an impressive submission.
Yeah.
Like, you know the difference between that and your standard rear naked choke, and I think that that's the problem for a submission of the year, is that like there needs to be a certain like factor. You need to have the chef's kiss of it, and I think that maybe we were a little bit light on that this year, but we got a couple of them. So, you want me to start, or would you like to start?
You know what? You go ahead and start this one. I
All
like it.
right. Well, a name that's coming back around, the obviously better of the brothers. Of course, we talk about the siblings element of the sport and how one is generally better than the other. Gabriel Bonfim back again, and his Darce choke of Chaos Williams. This was one that, if you recall, Chaos Williams was gurgling and gone. This was not super quick, actually. I mean, it took a little to get Chaos fully out of there, but once he was.
Okay, okay. You know what? You're actually cooking with this one, and I think I'm gonna try to make sense what I mean here. So I figured back then that Bomb Theme was potentially good. Obviously, he's just coming off of a knockout, so validity sure, but I'm not necessarily thinking he's great. Now at the time, I'm thinking, oh yeah, he's got 15 subs. He should submit Chaos Williams. That dude is not good. Like he's just some your average guy who takes fights. He's some jobber, literally. And when he subbed him, I'm like, boom, there you go. That makes sense. So I would agree with you. Fight of the year, right? Or submission of the year, right there. Like that adds up, you know. But now that I know that he's, you know, not really that good, I mean, if he wasn't really that good, he probably would have went to decision to him. You know, I mean, all in all, submission of the year, fine, notable choice. I'll give it to him. Bomb theme, good deal, nice.
Sure. All right. Well, then that you're up.
Okay, now I'll s- I'm gonna flip flop one that I have last year, but this one is obviously in the notable choices just towards the bottom. So this one we're gonna talk about first, and this is specifically to the discussion that you were just having. Like, where does the line, you know, what's a common submission versus, you know, something that's very, you know, if Chase Hooper would have got the fucking the inverted triangle fucking toe hold on Borishev or whatever, you'd be like, that's submission of the year, like that's great. You know, even with Mario Batista, if he would have got the fucking toe hold on Umar, like you'd be like, that's submission of the year right there. That's insane.
Yeah.
But this one, in the context that this person is not a submission artist who is in, you know, maybe Brazilian, but it has appeared he has never once done a Brazilian jiu-jitsu class up until this point. I think a notable mention is Bruno Ferreira on this whatever that random white guy's name is, the Brendan
Jackson
Allen.
McVeigh.
There you go. That one is definitely on the list because Bruno is not a submission guy at that time. He's still not. Obviously, he just went against Marvin Vittori and decided to strike with him for 3 rounds again. You know, so this was a good one because he did actually do some really good jujitsu here. He climbed over him into an armbar, and like the way that he had to, he could have broke his arm like really fucking bad the way that he had him. So it was a really good submission. You know, locked it in, and you know it was the confidence that he could do it while being a very strike heavy, you know, fighter. You know, I think it was very good.
Yeah, I mean, you're stealing a little of the thunder on that one for me because that was like my second. That was almost my pick, honestly. Because if you go back, now you know, granted, again, if you're taking the level of competition into the equation, then you know perhaps there's a little bit more of a debatability as to you know where you put it. But if you go back and look at what it took to set that up, like you said, it's the cross body movement and adjustment of Fajeda in that motion that got him into the position for the armbar that really sells that as a very high level move. And like you said, not coming from a guy that you would generally associate with high level jujitsu until maybe now we're starting to maybe come around to that. So yeah, I think that this was a very solid choice. And like I said, I had it pretty high on my list actually. So I really like that
Oh,
choice.
oh, nice. Okay, I didn't mean to
No,
steal your story.
you're good, man. I mean, again, there's not that all that many for me, so you might be ended up picking up some of the slack here later on. But let me go to my next one here because
Gotcha.
this was one that I mean, again, where the competition it's a short list, but it's a fierce competition because of that. My next one is Jean Silva guillotining Bryce Mitchell. And the reason that this is on this list, you know, a guillotine, yeah, why, you know, what's so great about that? It's the fact that Bryce Mitchell is supposedly, and I know that you would say very much supposedly is important on that. Bryce is a wrestling grappling specialist. I mean, John Silva, up until that point, not known for, I don't, had he even gotten a submission at all in the UFC? I don't think so, right?
No.
So yeah, so I mean, like this was Jean Silva beating Bryce at his own game after a lot of outside of the cage activities when it came to Bryce and a lot of conversation, chit chatting and over here. Bryce had a lot of heat on him at the time. So Jean Silva coming in and not only defeating Bryce, but at his own game, I think that is very noteworthy for this year.
And when it comes to, again, when you talk about the effectiveness and like the creativeness and or the uniqueness of the submission, I mean, ninja chokes are they're a dime a dozen. They're not blue moons, but they're definitely, to get one flush set up and to see somebody go out from it. I mean, you rarely see it these days. So John Silva pulled one out the bag, and to their credit, you know, we talked about Hoofy. I mean, he did his part in building the fighting nerds hype. I'm foreshadowing. So, yeah,
Fair
yeah.
enough.
And yeah, so I think that was a very good one. No, you actually really cooked. This one is obviously on my list as well. This is yeah, about third up on my notable choices. So it was one of the earlier ones that I thought of for sure. But yeah, so going into my next one, this one this one goes into your. Now that I see it on paper, and now that I'm about to say it out loud, I think I'm going to debunk my own notable choice here. So I have on here, this is somebody who was going to be tested at the championship weight. it was going to be tough for her to be able to make the weight, and she eventually did end up making weight. We got into the fight, and she was able to submit her opponent in the first round, Kayla Harrison versus Juliana Pena.
Love
And
it.
it is a good option when you think of the stakes. You know, this is somebody who walks into a championship fight and submits the champion in one round. Supposedly a very tough, versatile test for her, because Juliana Pena is a very, all around kind of skill set. Some would question that, but she's a veteran of the sport. She was the champion. Kayla Harrison walked in, submitted her. Actually, I think it was the round two.
Second round, I believe.
Yes,
Yeah.
because the first round Juliana Pena lost a fucking point. Yes, and they were definitely giving Kayla the fight after that. So whatever you want to say, but as I think about Pena and subbing Pena, I mean sure, but yeah, notable mention. I guess
Oh, I know. I mean, I think it's solid, man. I thought it was a really well executed. 'Cause it ended up being a Kimura. I mean, like that. At this stage of the game, if you are getting Kimuras, like you have to be skilled to get an opponent to that position, because it is it's a setup that, if you are at the highest level of this sport, you have the adjustments generally like down so second nature that you're not allowing yourself to be put into the position to make it to accomplish it. So I think that it's perfectly valid for this. Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah, and I kind of agree with Hydra. Like Pena, yeah, she's all around not great. But the point is like her skill set is leaning like her pie chart, like it's a little bit of everything. It's just low 20% kind of deal, whatever you want to say. But I, I
Sure.
think I think that was a really good option. And then yeah, so back to you.
Well, I mean, I'm at my winner here. So if you have
Oh,
other
okay.
ones that you
Oh,
want to go for it.
there are definitely some notable choices here. So the first one, this one is when it comes to notable choices, this one specifically has to fall under that because it is not necessarily in the UFC, but it is under a UFC promotional brand in the Contender Series.
Yes.
Now, the fight. The stakes were funny enough. This is the one of the episodes that I decided to watch the Contender Series with my dad and not stream it. And thankfully, because there would have been about 30 to 35 minutes of me talking about how Wes Schultz is one of the worst fighters that I've ever seen in my life. Like, and this is how you win fans, to be fair, because we have some 19-year-old Albanian, and he comes into the Contender Series with, probably zero hype for anybody outside of, Albania. But like, I thought about it, like, okay, he's 19, he's here, he's got to be here for a reason, he's got to be some stud. No, nope. He gets banana splitzed. He gets the most not amateur submission, but it makes you look the most amateur. Like it looks like you are his little brother. Like you are like I don't know, dude. It was just one. It looks very painful, yeah. But like it's the fact that you when you're in it, they look like they're fighting so hard to get out of it, and it's like, dude, you just got to tap. Like you're done. Your legs are by your head, dude. Like
Yeah,
just
no, you make a good point with this. Yeah, Wes Schultz getting the Sulayev stretch, very impressive, and it is somewhat of a demoralizing loss, in that way, because it's like it's not necessarily about like all of the skill that goes into it as much as it's the visual presentation for the watchers, and the fact that you are splayed the way that you end up like that. And also the great part about the Sulayev stretch in that regard too is that when again, from the outsider's perspective, when you see the setup of it and you're like, oh shit, he's going for it, and then he actually is able to put it like together, it's like, oh my god, I can't believe that you actually went for it and got it too. So yeah, I think that is a really, really solid mention there.
yeah, no, I love that one. Unfortunately, I think it is, and social media is a big thing, right? Whenever you type in UFC Albanian, this is what you're going to see. This moment right here might hold Albania back from the UFC for another 5 to 10 years. Like there's only a few of them, and this guy is not making him look very good at 19 years old. You're telling me that they didn't teach him not to get folded like a pretzel? Like like I don't know,
It
just
was Sopai before that, was it not?
yeah, but he didn't. Yeah, he did get knocked out pretty bad too. Actually, now that I
He
think about it,
redeemed.
like
He
finish,
redeemed.
he did redeem. But Albanians, you're like 1 for 3 right now. Like that's okay.
We got
Either
to
way,
we got to pick it up. We got to get Albania back on track.
maybe if he's 24 next time and he comes on Contender Series, give him some good. Anyway. So
Mhm.
next notable mention. This one I feel like is a sleeper. I don't think people are going to understand why why I should pick this, because this person also redeemed themselves, and people are going to act like they didn't shit on this guy for months. They were doubting. And I don't know if I was, to be fair. I want to say I was one of the only people that said that he was capable of winning this fight. I think he might end up later in this tier list, you know? But this fight right here that ended in submission was between Benoit Saint Denis and Mauricio Hufi. He ended the hype of this dude who came in and got the knockout of the year. There was no way that he was supposed to win this fight. Vegas wrote him off. The fans wrote him off. He's coming off so many losses. What can he even do? He could take him down, take his back, and make him tap. And that's what he did. And it may not have been perfect. It may not have been the most impressive. I mean, it was impressive, but when it comes to the severity of skill level, whatever you want to say, Benoit Saint Denis did that shit. This was a submission of the fucking year right here. This meant something. This meant something to me.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And we have well, yeah, I don't want to. I want to say something. But I don't want to. I don't want to ruin the surprise of some of these. So I got to keep it to myself. But yes, no, that was absolutely, and really, if you're coming off of the previous year for Benoit Saint Denis, which had a couple of little skids. This was a big feather in the cap amongst several in what had been a very comeback, a solid bounce back year for Benoit Saint Denis in general. So I really appreciate the addition of this one on this list.
Dude, I really love this pick, but I think this next one coming up kind of has the same-ish stakes kind of deal. Like, this is somebody who was not necessarily doubted in this fight, but I even brought it up earlier. This person was doubted because they had just gotten knocked out and they were really ready to jump back in the fire. They were about to go against Rafael Fiziev is what it was, set in Rio de Janeiro, but then they ended up switching this fight to Charles Oliveira versus Gamrot, whatever the fuck his first name is.
Mateusz.
That's right. And Charles Oliveira submitting him as easy as he did was impressive because Gamrot has never been submitted for all that I know of. And this was the first time that he has, got his back taken, arm locked in, choke sunk, and he tapped. It was easy as butter. It was actually quite a funny performance because Charles Oliveira being the notable choice for him getting the submission, I think is very fitting for what Charles Oliveira is. A UFC Hall of Famer, the most submissions in the UFC history. Is this right? Is this something like that? The way that he was able to trick Gamrot, he had Gamrot like working his leg like a water hose, and like he was fishing for other things to make the scrambles, dangerous. It wasn't just that he was, trying to tangle the legs. It's like when you got down to the ground, he was getting the omoplata. He was looking for things that were putting you in position to get submitted. It wasn't just like, okay, he's looking for the next grappling sequence. No, he was looking for this finish. And Charles Oliveira getting the finish on somebody who's not been finished is so fitting to the Hall of Fame career that Charles Oliveira leads. And like, this dude is a fucking savage for it.
Absolutely. No, I agree entirely. I mean, it was, that's definitely one where the level of competition plays a big part in it when it comes to Gamrot. Gamrot, one of those guys that is regarded as like a talent that like is really a hill to get over. You know what I mean? Like you have to beat Gamrot if you want to be in the upper echelons. Oliveira obviously already there, almost a little bit of a step back in competition for him, understandably under the circumstances, but that is what you do when you step back in competition. You go and you dominate it. So I think that's a completely appropriate one. Also, actually, that reminds me of an honorable mention that I'd like to throw on real quick. This is a minor one, but I do think that it's worth noting. We have not had a ton of women's submissions aside from the Kayla that you mentioned here. So I do want to at least throw out just one that was impressive enough based on the circumstances. Erin Blanchfield against Tracy Cortez. This is one now, Grant, not necessarily a crazy submission in and of itself, but Cortez, a little bit of hype around her. She's obviously a name that people know. There's reasons for it, this and that. But I think that it was the angle that she got it from, really, that was impressive to me.
She made Tracy look so goofy, bro.
That's what I'm saying. It's like if you want to talk about like because like you when you get a submission from an angle that you shouldn't be able to get it from, you can call it a modified angle or a modified positioning or whatever. But this was really just, I'm going to bulldog you essentially, and she did.
Yeah, and you know, obviously we got to give some notable mentions. This one is very vicious. I'm surprised that I didn't actually put it in the list, but the chat has said it earlier, and I'm glad that they keep bringing it up because for some reason I left it off the list. But this is one of the very, very close notable choices. So we have Anthony Fluffy Hernandez against Roman Dolidze. That talk about what you were just saying with Aaron and Tracy, like she said, I'm just gonna take this with me, kind of deal. Like that's exactly what Fluffy did to Roman after he just, you know, made him look pitiful for fucking however many rounds, 4 rounds. He finally just ripped his fucking head off. Like it was more like a Mortal Kombat fatality. Like I almost figured he was gonna hold his spine up after. Like it was it was brutal, I tell you that. So
Oh
that
yeah,
was
no,
good.
absolutely, yeah, and trust that that there's going to be more discussion about that fight, I'm sure.
So I think there's one more honorable mention that I think this fight specifically is going to be left off of a lot of our choices. And I think I have it in one of our categories, but this one specifically deserves more praise because of the context surrounding, you know, the situational events of the fight. You know, we had two women. There's another women's one.
Mhm.
We had two women who were fighting, and one of them got the upper hand very very early. You know, I think actually it might have been the second round, but either way, they got the upper hand and put this person in a position where they had to defend themselves with submissions. It was not just, you know, get the back and look for offensive submissions. This was a defensive submission off your back. She might as well be Hoist Gracie. Shauna Bannon versus Pooja Tomir. Armbar right off the back, sunk it in, and Pooja was working for it. You know, she almost, listen, to her credit, it wasn't just she got caught and tapped. You know, she was trying to get out of there. You know, if she was more experienced, obviously it would be a different story, I would say. But Shauna Bannon locking in the sub, getting the little triangle choke armbar, whatever you want to say it was, off her back,
Yeah,
loved it.
after, nearly getting
Yes.
putting, yeah, taken out altogether. I mean, very, yeah, really, a nice turnaround on that one in a great way. So I agree. I think that that's definitely worth noting.
Yeah, absolutely. No, that one was really, really good. But now we have the. Did you say you're winner of the submission of the year yet? Is
No,
that
this
okay?
is where
Yes.
we're at
Go
right
ahead.
now then. So, if without further ado, my winner of submission of the year, Miktabek Orlabai versus Tafik Musayev with the Kimura has to be. This was a just after another manhandling situation for Orlabai. Now, granted, Orlabai weight bullying at the weight he was at the time, perhaps, but this was one that I thought was such a solid setup of the Kimura. As I had already said, if you are at the level of the sport that you are at, to be able to set up and execute the Kimura like so many people are seeing it from a mile away, Orlabai able to pull it off and hurt this man in a real way with it.
See, and this is why I'm glad we did this because just like we were talking about before, you're gonna like blow my mind with some of these fucking choices that you have for the number one because I went with the obvious choice here because I listen, you know, I listen to the community. You know, I obviously am taking a lot of opinion. You know, I'm biased to what people are saying. You know, I listen to opinions. The UFC also had the same opinion as me, but I would love to praise you for bringing this back up. This is an amazing submission that you went with. Mick Tebek getting this Kimura and the look of Tofik, you know, screaming in agony. Like it was a brutal submission. And for me personally, who have watched a UFC replay where Frank Mir snapped Big Nog's arm, I know that a Kimura, I've seen it snap. Like I know that eventually it does. So Tofik, you know, he was trying. But I mean, once you get to that point, there's just no way you're getting it out of there. You know, some people actually, I think some people have been able to roll out of it more recently somehow. I'm not sure if that's going to catch on, but the image of this one, yeah, no, I'm so mad. I'm gonna write a letter tonight, right? And I'm gonna tie it to the nearest pigeon's legs, and hopefully it makes it all the way to this dude's cave. Because I'm sorry, McDebeck, I should have known that you got the submission of the year, but I'm sorry, I didn't. I went with the UFC's option. You know, I listened to their little advent calendar when they said that they were going to do 25 days of stupid moments in the UFC. So anyway, submission of the year came to the most common choice because and when I say most common choice, you know, it's not really that I would agree that this should be my the context that I would assume builds the submission of the year. I would say this is not it. But I would also say we haven't really had that many submissions of the year that have been, you know, Kayla Harrison and Juliana Pena. That was for a championship, yes. But Same thing with this one. I'm going to go with Marab and Sugar Sean. You know, Marab getting his first submission in the UFC for somebody who just doesn't finish people. Him finally pulling off a choke, and it was like a north south, you know, whatever you want to say, a Bravo choke. I don't know what the fuck they call these things, but it was an impressive thing to do against somebody who has fabled grappling skills in Sugar Sean. You know, people would always tell me, "Oh my God, he went against Horiguchi in a grappling tournament and he won." You know, I don't care. What has he done in the UFC? Got submitted by Marab. Like that's the level that we're at right now. I know he beat Aljo, but I'm just saying, if Marab was able to do it, it was an early stop with Mark Goddard. Who knows? Either
No,
way.
yeah, I mean, you're definitely right. I mean, again, this is one that I think context matters. You know, Marab not known as a finisher. This was the submission that put him into a different category, and having also the fact that this was the rematch. This was Sugar Sean's opportunity to right the wrongs of the first fight and to be handled so effectively by Marab and finished by Marab. I completely understand it. As far as the actual impressiveness of the choke itself, coming from a Rob, I can definitely see it. Yeah, you know, I think that there's definite value to it, and I'm completely okay with that choice.
Yeah, no, that one was I think that's the only valid one that I would say people went with on social media. But for me personally, I honestly, out of all the ones that I've said, it's got to be BSD and Hoofy, man. I think that genuinely, he not only impressed me, but he proved the world wrong. He shocked the world, really. Like that was the first instance. He made the fighting nerds fucking cry, bro. Like he had John Silva, he had Kaio, he had Prates smoking a cigarette in the rain, crying over this submission. Like that's how devastating this was. I think this polarized the fighting nerds. Like I think that is why this right here, Benoit Saint Denis, is my submission of the year.
I like it. I like it. I think yeah, that works completely. And you know, for reasons again further on down this discussion, you know, that will play a factor as well. So I'm completely with it. Benoit Saint Denis, you know, really quite a year for that guy.
Yeah, absolutely. But either way, we got to go into this next category.
Yes,
We got
sir.
to get into the comeback of the year. This is the UFC's biggest, best comeback that you've seen. You know, when you have two guys that are slugging it out, one gets the upper hand for an extended amount of time, and you have one guy who's the underdog in that fight, not by Vegas account, but by what you're seeing with your eyes. And they come back and they win, and they show you that it may not be going well at the moment, but anything is possible. And I'm one of those people that can make something happen. And I think these fights are going to go ahead and showcase just that. So the first one, we talked about this one already for knockout of the year, but I think this, of course, is a good representation of a comeback of the year too, because Waldo again versus Tom Aspinall's best friend. Like this is great because when you talk about a comeback, how much more of a comeback does it get than the fight being stopped for a TKO for about 2 minutes and then started back up, and then you get the knock. Like that's the most. And something similar happens to this on the list as well. Like we'll get into it in a minute, but the most comeback that you can get is losing the fight before, like, you know, like you've lost in the first round, but then it gets started back up. Like okay, now and then you win by knockout. Like that's the most comeback that it gets. You avenge your loss, right? Okay, he came back and won, but like you lose, you went 1-1 basically in the night kind of deal. So you ended on a good note, you know. I don't know.
Yeah, no, I'm with it. I absolutely. I mean, we talked it through. You know, all of the details of that, and yeah, very very fitting. I agree entirely with that being on here. One that we also talked about that I have on my comeback of the year list is Shauna Bannon defeating Puja Tomar. I mean, you know, look, it's I think it's completely warranted. Tomar was on the verge of victory, and for Shauna Bannon to turn the tables on her, I thought was definitely noteworthy.
You know what? I'm actually so mad. I'm so mad that the chat did it. The chat has done it once again. They have made me pull out an honorable mention. Sarah Toby with the shout. Honorable mention Dana White Contender Series. Tommy McMillan, Tommy Gunn, getting put in the most brutal choke that we've ever seen somebody go through, broke his freaking neck like he's Kurt Angle, finished the fight on top, won the contract, and then had his hose in fucking Miami, whatever you want to say. You know,
Yes, sir.
dude, he's a fucking Chad. Like, what can you say more? I mean, Tommy McMillan, listen, he don't have a Scarface tattoo for nothing. That's all what I'm
It's
saying.
true. It's true. He tapped into that Grand Theft Auto cheat code that he's got on the back of his arm for that one in a real way. So yes, good call on the McMillan pick. I agree.
Yeah, absolutely. That one is definitely an honorable mention on the list, of course. So, go back to you, of course. I'll let you continue your list.
All right. Well, next up on my list is Mason Jones defeating Balaji Oki by TKO after going through hell from Balaji Oki earlier on in that fight. Oki, obviously a tough striker, very powerful in the hands. Mason Jones on his second stint in the UFC after going to war with Jeremy Stevens earlier in the year has, through the fire and the flames, gets himself back into a position to win this fight and ends up actually doing it. I thought it was fantastic.
Yeah, no, I definitely, dude, you're fucking cooking right now. Like, I don't know why I seemingly am just forgetting a lot of these good performances, dude, because that one was definitely a war. Like, that was, this is after Mason Jones came in on his debut against Jeremy Stevens. You know, it wasn't his debut. I think he was a second stint kind of deal, but he came back
Right.
and he showcased, that he had something. Jeremy Stevens is the hardest hitter at 145. Who the fuck is that guy? And then he came in and showcased that he would stand and strike with an elite level striker like that who's just been dominating in BKFC or whatever. And then we get up against Balaji Oki, and you could tell from a mile away this is a striker's affair. These are two dudes who are going to strike with each other. Now, I will argue the point that I don't necessarily remember it being a 2-0 dominant performance from Balaji Oki. It was maybe closer if I recall, but I'm not too necessarily sure.
It was the round. Well, it was the first round, and then the second. I think he finished in the second.
Okay, fair. But I will definitely agree with you. All the context surrounding a comeback of the year, this could be it. I do like this. That's good
Certainly on the list.
for sure. I really do. I like that one, but I think another one that is this is on the notable choices. No honorable mentions anymore. Chat, shout out you, but this one right here, straight off the noggin. This happened a little more recently, and this once again goes to the conclusion that the fight was stopped. The fight was stopped. The fight gets continued. We get a dominant performance from one person, and then we get an elite level comeback from the other. This fight right here is Neil Magny versus Jake Matthews. Once again, we get a fight stopped with 1 second left. It's not again with 1 second, but this case, it was 1 second left. Dan Mergliotta's hearing aid started beeping, and he thought it was the round clapper, and he broke him up with 1 second left when Neil Magny clearly was still in the choke. And it's just I don't know. It's crazy to think. And then
Well,
we
it
end up
wasn't
getting a
Mergliotta. It was that it was in Australia, I believe. It was one of those Australian referees who is like you don't know what's going through the minds of these other guys. Now, Dan, we do definitely know that the hearing aid is on the fritz often, but yes, this high on my list. Magny and Matthews. It's submission for Magny with ref's assist is how I have it listed.
yeah, definitely something to behold. That performance and of course the one I said earlier with Waldo, like these were two fights. The ref stops the fight, and then we come back to them winning the fight. So it is with context like that. I mean, that doesn't get more comeback than it is. And of course, Neil Magny being the comeback king, it's only fitting that he holds the record of being finished in a fight and then coming back and finishing somebody in a fight. So love it.
Absolutely, yes, and that's you never count out Neil Magny unless it's somebody who actually is that dude, and that's always what you got to. He's the gatekeeper for a reason, and he keeps that gate well. So I
100%.
love it. All right, next up for me is Jared Cannonier coming back against RoboCop Gregory Rodriguez with the knockout after RoboCop laying it all out on the line in a 5-rounder. If you're not remembering correctly here, my dude Jared Cannonier. This is why when we go back to the Nasruddin Imavov stoppage, this is so criminal of Jason Herzog back in the day. No implications beyond just kind of a metaphor with that or a colorful language, but what I'm saying here is that Jared Cannonier is a guy that you never count out early, and it doesn't matter how much damage he is taking. It is not over until his lights are out or that bell is rung. Same with his performance against Caio Bahayo. I mean, he did, that was one that probably should have been stopped at several times, but ended up going way, way long as he's getting ridiculously pummeled because Jared Cannonier is an unstoppable beast until he's actually finally extinguished altogether together. And RoboCop going in there doing his thing until he could not do it no more. Jared Cannonier gets the upper hand in the end. I love it.
Dude, fuck, that's a good one. Wow, I am so mad I did not bring that one up because dude, that was one of the most crazy things. RoboCop, I mean, you look at him and he's got to gas out. Like there's just no way that that dude is able to make 185 and not gas out. And then you watch him dominate for like what 3 rounds and then you're like, "Holy shit, he's really going to do it." Like no way can Jared do this. And then in the 4th round just gets clipped with an elbow and just drops him. Like it was talk about I mean, emphatic comeback is what you could say about this one. It was not just he came back and won the fight. I mean, he came back, he finished him. Dude, Jesus Christ, that's a great fucking pull. It makes me mad about the one that I'm gonna bring up after because I just took this from the fucking people in the Discord and it's not even one that I really like, but I mean they wanted it, so I threw it in here. But going into the next one. The last one on my list, of course, I have Shauna Bannon and Tomir, of course. But the last one that I have up here, and I don't even think this is one of them, but people were convinced that Cody Brundage versus Julian Marquez is one of the best comebacks of this year. And I just don't know if I believe it, guys. I don't know. Let me know.
Look, I mean, Brundage being Mr. Meme over here, meme fight. That's actually funny that you mentioned Cody Brundage because, as I was doing research for this episode, I was listening back to a lot of our episodes, a lot of our talks. We go through every fight of the year on this show. So it's a great resource to go back and pull our thoughts and I get the information I needed. And I remember distinctly one of the discussions being, why can Cody Brundage never just have a normal fight? And it just always rings true. But I can see it in that. I mean, like the Marquez victory is like that's there's legitimacy to it. I like just because it's meme worthy doesn't devalue what actually happened.
But it wasn't like Marquez was dominating him for 2 rounds, like
But
it
they
was just
actually threw down in that fight, though. That was the thing. It's like that. I think that's a part of the meme element of Brundage is that often it's these like weird situations, but it's never like a firefight. He finally actually got into a legitimate firefight with Marquez, which was kind of unexpected from both of them, really.
no, that is definitely funny. I'm glad that you can corroborate the discords and everybody that has been deciding that Julian Marquez and Cody Brundage deserve the Yama and Chase award, but I'm not sold on it. I
Yeah.
have I have my last one. So if we have if we have our winner, of course, or if you have
Okay,
another one
well,
before that.
I do have another one
Okay.
before that, and I want to tell you something here. Okay, this is more for anybody out there listening, all of our wonderful listeners here. This is the level of depth that this show goes to. Okay, because I guarantee you that there's not another program that is going to be giving this fight the props that it deserves. But this was one that impressed me so much it had to be on this list because these are two fighters that I guarantee you that you probably wouldn't even remember these names if I'm not going to tell you to you right now. This is Gabe Green's comeback victory by submission on Mateus Camilo. Okay. Again, I know what you're saying. Who are these guys? Gabe Green's comeback. If you do not remember this, Gabe Green was in such a deep submission position of his own. He was on the verge of being submitted. The way I described it on the broadcast was that Gabe Green is a bald guy. You could see the bunches of his skin on the back of his head forming into the hot dog package, the ripples going there. This guy was on the verge of destruction. For him to come back and turn this thing around into a submission of his own, it was so impressive at the time. And that is why I absolutely have to give it its flowers on the year-end wrap-up because nobody else is going to remember this. Who even knows if Gabe Green's going to come back and fight again? I don't know. I wish that he would, and I hope that he does. But this was a ridiculously table-turning performance that no one else is going to remember, but last week's fight remembers.
The way that you described it instantly brought me flashbacks to what you were talking about. His head being squeezed, so, like you could see the sweat and the ripples. Like you could see the sweat like beating down the ripples. Like that's how it was crazy. You were absolutely right. I love that. Now, honorable no more honorable mentions. I think that is just honestly one of that is a good one. I don't remember it necessarily being a vicious comeback, but I do remember that submission. And if he didn't lose to that and he came back and won by submission, I'll take it. shout out to Comeback.
Absolutely. So that's yeah, that's that is the last of mine before what I would assume I think we're probably going
Yes.
to be in the same boat with. So go ahead, Chase.
I will open us up to the number one comeback of 2025. It's the obvious choice. It's everybody's choice. If you pick something else, you're just being weird. I saw it in the chat earlier from my boy Wheelchair, Yuri Prohashka and Khalil Roundtree. It was absolutely it was a beautiful fight because you're watching Yuri, and every time you watch Yuri fight, it's the same thing. You know, the first 3 seconds, you're like, "Holy shit, he's putting his hands up, he's doing it, he's learned," and then he goes back to fighting like Yuri, and then loses 2 rounds, and then comes back and wins in the third. It's like it's clockwork. You know, he has you right where he wants you in the third round after you've whooped on him for 3 rounds. And it's not even like he gets whooped. He just like gets clipped and then he gets mad at himself and then punch himself in the chest. And it's like that doesn't really score for Khalil. But you know, he was doing really good stuff to Yuri. And then the way that he was able to finish him, I mean, he's a fan favorite for a reason. There's reasons that people love Yuri, and it's because he gives it all. He goes all the way out until the bell. He doesn't even want to see the bell. He does not want to see judges because Mike Bell and Sal D'Amato are the people that are at the fucking table for him. You know, I think it is very important to know that Yuri holds this award, and I hope that one day down the line, we will get awards, and I'll mail one to Yuri because he deserves the 2025 Comeback of the Year award because he truly is the epitome of a winner and a comeback artist. This guy is a Chad. I love it.
The image of Yuri when he was watching Alex get the victory back, and he's has that exactly that look of just like overwhelmed pride in his
Yeah,
voice. That I feel is how all of us watch Yuri.
right.
You look at it, it's like you love the guy, the fight style makes no sense, but it works for him
Hmm.
in the end, exactly like what you just described. It's not something that is going to be coming out the gate the way that you think that it should or could, but the way that he turns it around in the end. And just because it's like such a guy that you connect with on the level of a human level with when it comes to Prohashka, I don't think that you can really deny the greatness there. And it's just such a joy to watch him fight at all times against Khalil, who really, I mean, if you go back to 2024, a completely different Khalil. I mean, like this is an
Yeah, he was
elevated.
on a tainted substance. Sorry.
Well, I mean, that's yeah, so slightly different story there, perhaps. Also, coming getting the huge hot shotting into the title fight and all of that. I had a much different opinion about Khalil Roundtree not too long ago. Again, this is also the same guy who hit the oblique kick on
With Modestus.
Modestus. Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, like a lot of different perceptions of Khalil Roundtree, but now we've seen him get himself into a position where he is a dude who will go to war if that's what's in the cards. Yeah, and I know that there's probably some.
You just ruined. I was about to go on a really good rant about Khalil, but I'll let you finish and then I'll go on it. Go ahead.
That's just to say that this is a guy that like he will get himself into those positions and he'll go there. He'll make the fight that you want it to be if that's what's in the cards. Yuri Prohashka always has those kinds of fights, so this is what you got. You got a definitive, fantastic fight in general where Prohashka was so against the ropes for 2 rounds plus, if not, I mean, and then swinging it in the end, making it his fight, getting the win. You gotta love it.
I can't agree with Thinker here. I'm serious. I cannot because I will not. I was going to give Khalil his props. I said, after his last fight, he did not show me that he was willing to put himself in the fire, towards the end of the fight. He was going to solidify a boring victory to keep his rank after against Jamal Hill. And that is what lost my because like against Alex, he went all out. He was ready to lose. Like he was willing to risk it for the biscuit. When it came to Jamal, he knew if he lost to Jamal, I mean, there's no coming back. Like he clearly had to. Like you even said, he's chess master Khalil. Whatever you want to say, I'm not going to forget that just one fight ago he was not willing to risk it, and then in this fight he took his ass whooping, and that's what I respect about it. He finally was willing to go out on his shield. If you're not going to make it to the bell, brother, you better Listen, don't have a boring fight for 5 rounds because you know that if it goes to a war, you're going to gas out and you're not going to make it to the bell, or whatever you want to say. He was up 2 rounds. This is what you get for coasting. You tried to coast and it caught up to you, and I think you took your ass whooping, and that's respectable. So, but I'm not going to forget that just one fight ago, you weren't doing that. So I'm not going to be surprised if he comes out here and doesn't engage in a fight against fucking Johnny Walker, a
Well,
rematch or
that's
something.
what I'm saying, though. It's the fight that you make it with Khalil, I would say,
Mhm.
and that's why I specifically tried to word it that way, is because it's if you allow that fight, which is what Jamal ended up doing based on his lack of checking kicks, then that's what you get out of Khalil. But if you put Khalil in the position to have to work for it and fight his heart out, then he'll do that too. So that's what Prochazka ended up doing in the end. And really even before that, I mean, Khalil was putting it all out there early on and then thinking that he was going to be able to, continue that through and get himself a little bit gassed. I mean, the gas tank might be a little bit of an issue there, but yeah, Prochazka going through all of that insane beating with the power that Khalil has and then turning it around is why it is the comeback of the year.
Absolutely. So you heard it here first. When we finally do awards, we will backtrack, and Yuri Prohaska will get a box full of his awards because I'm sure it's not going to be the only one that he receives. Clearly, I have something big in store for him on this
That's
episode.
right.
Foreshadowing again.
Yuri getting a Lasty award.
Absolutely. I love it. I love it. So either way, Lasty Award. That's really good. I love it. This is great. So next category. Did you want to introduce the next one?
Well, which no, what
Okay,
is
okay,
it?
okay. We're gonna go into the biggest upset of the year. Now, this is where
Ah,
we're gonna get a little spicy because this is where subjectiveness is it's gonna come into play very very much because Vegas has their own interpretation of what an upset is. The biggest upset is obviously the biggest deficit in the odds on the book, and the dog wins. But subjectively, I think there are more things that were upsetting or were an upset. So I think there are key to make subjective differences here. And I think this is going to be a very good list. And I'm very excited. So if you would like to start us off, Thinker, now, there you go.
sure. Yeah, well, I mean, keeping it at light heavyweight, I think you gotta give the nod to Magomed Ankalaev defeating Alex Pereira. I mean, this was Alex Pereira on top of the world for for as long as he was. I don't think that anybody really thought that Magomed Ankalaev was going to do it the way that he did. I think that if we're talking about upset as far as the perception of these fighters, then that it certainly tracks, and then also just the upset of the audience watching Alex Pereira not throw his hands was probably pretty high there too. So it depends on how you want to define it there, but I think that it tracks. Maybe an honorable mention.
That one's a very good one. I think that one is very good. And then I think I have some that'll hopefully shock you as well. But I think with knowledge like that, you're pulling out some gems that I'm going to be really impressed with. So that's a good one. But the first one, I'll bring up something very recent. One of the bigger upsets of the year, and maybe people aren't even thinking about it like this, but I think it's very valid. You have Peter Yan versus Marab. I think that is one of now. It's not Vegas telling you that the odds are so close, but when it comes to the greatness of Marab, he already beat Peter Yan once. Then for Pieter to just style on him, presumably for it was close in the judging, but I mean, if we're all being serious, he hurt him in 4 different rounds to the body. So Peter Yan really came out in rare form, and he was ready to get his belt back. And I think that is it, when you talk about upsets. I mean, Marab getting knocked off the throne, like that is an upset. Like Peter Yan came with a vengeance, and now he's the champ. That he did it. So.
Well, I mean, really, I think the context is also very important for that one too. Just the year that Marab had. I mean, it's just, to have it go down that way, with a style that had been unfigure outable by every other person that it was up against for as long as it was. Yeah, I think that it's absolutely valid. So, yeah, I think a great addition.
No, absolutely. So back to you.
All right, next up for me, this is I think that one that makes sense. Again, depending on how you're defining these things, we've got a couple of them that maybe are a little bit different levels of definition. But I think you got to give the nod to Ethan Ewing coming in on short notice, defeating the hot surging prospect in Malcolm Wellmaker by decision in an emphatic fashion. I mean, really, Ethan Ewing came to play in this fight. I mean, like this was Malcolm Wellmaker, maybe not doing exactly everything that he normally does early on, but also not having the opportunity to land the hands the way that he normally does because Ethan Ewan, he came in immediately wanting to engage. There was no fear in Ethan Ewing, this rando dude that even remember Malcolm Wellmaker himself put out the reel before the fight saying, I know as much about this guy as you do. Well, now you know a whole hell of a lot more.
Yeah, no, this one is definitely important to note. I do have this one. This is like second up on my list of notable
Mhm.
choices. This one came early in the week. It was right off the dome. I didn't have to do too much research. I know Malcolm Wellmaker got upset. It's unfortunate. It happened. It wasn't necessarily what you would say a fraud checking because we learned a lot about him. We learned that he's not just going to fucking lose. Like he's not just going to get finished, if it's not going his way. The skills were still there. He just, you can see that he's somebody that would thrive off of a good game plan. That's just what it looks like. Better coaching, more time to develop. You had an opponent that switched 2 days out. They were making you fight somebody. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
you could have been mentally clocked out, like, oh, okay, well, they're not going to find somebody. But no, they're finding you an opponent. So it wasn't, when you break down the context, I want to give Malcolm a little more leeway, but it was definitely one of the bigger upsets. This was on the record, on the Vegas books, and in our hearts. I mean, this was an upset, truly.
Yeah, and I agree with you entirely. I don't think that this is something that's necessarily going to be a career defining setback for Wellmaker, but in the moment, in the fight, it was impressive to see you and do what he did. And Wellmaker, this is the time for those kinds of fights for him. So I think it was perfectly fine in the big picture, but in the moment, in the fight, definitely deserving.
100%. Now, this next one I want to get into from my side of it.
Mhm.
This is definitely one of the listen, this person had a lot of hype, and you could tell the level of hype he had because of the opponent that he had. And they skyrocketed this guy against one of the greatest, and I've said this before, he's the greatest at what the people in his division do, which is heavyweights and knock people out. This is Derek Lewis versus Taliesin Teixeira. This is, if not one of the bigger upsets, this is not the one of the bigger ones. Like Derek Lewis, yeah, everybody clowns him because obviously he's a one trick pony, but he's so good at that trick doing ponies. Whatever you say it, he's got it, dude. He knows what he's doing. He knows how to bait somebody into a slug fight with him, and whether or not he got poked or whether or not he was faking it, he was able to bait Taliesin into a slug fight, and he was able to put him down, and the ref ended up stopping it. Whether or not it was a little scandalous, I mean, bro was climbing the cage, looked like Halle Berry in the movie, whatever we watched already. We have a video
Bruised,
about it,
yeah.
Bruised. But yeah, shout out the channel. You guys should check that out. We have a whole podcast about it. But
Hell yeah.
Taliesin Teixeira upsetting or getting upset by Derek Lewis is definitely a notable choice on the list.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Taliesin Teixeira coming in with a lot of hype around him based on really, I think the eye test for a lot of people. I mean, like
He's some big 7'6'7" guy. He's Tom's fucking future opponent.
exactly. Huge guy, he comes in, he gets a nice knockout of one of the Tafas with the elbows. It was a solid knockout there. It was understandable why people were thinking that things would go the way that they would ultimately not go. I mean, or the thought process was correct, or understandable, I guess I should say. But yeah, Derek Lewis proving why he is Mr. fucking Black Beast. I mean, this dude is he's the final boss of a lot of these heavyweight fighters' careers. It seems like.
And what's funny to note about this one, and there's a couple of them on this list where I was on the winning side of the upset, but I know how big of an upset it was because I was hearing shit about it for picking Derek Lewis on this. Like, Derek Lewis, I was confident. Like, this is the guy who does what heavyweights do best, and he does this the best of them. It's like Charles Oliveira with submissions. Why would you not think he's going to submit? He does that the best. Derek Lewis, he's just, you don't want to get into a slugfest with him. One punch generally has changed every one of his fights, most of them, and it was just crazy for people to assume that Taliesin would come in here and beat him after beating a Tafa brother. Are we fucking serious, bro? Like, it's Justin Tafa. Like, we got to be for real with ourselves. It's Justin Tafa, and then it's Derek Lewis. One is a bona fide veteran. The other one's 5-2 and cut from the UFC. Like, so I don't know. It's just crazy to think that people had so much belief in somebody who was not proven themselves at the top of this game. Derek Lewis, 100% proven. May not like it, but you will love the results. He is a Hall of Famer. So that's just how it is.
Yeah, absolutely. No, and proving it time and time again, even after the skids that he's been on. I mean,
Mhm.
because you got to remember, I mean, that he went through a pretty down period for a little while there. It's just now turning it around in a major way, and this is a real deal thing for him. So yeah, big deal. I
Yeah,
like it.
he's in the position where he doesn't have to fight as a he at one time, there's a reason that he has so many knockouts and so many fights is because he used to be very, very active. He's at the point where he doesn't have to take all these money fights and it does you grow out of things. Now he's at the point where he waits for the UFC to call him for what they want him to do. And what they want him to do particularly is test their prospects. They wanted to see him against Jonathan Deniz. And we know why it was pulled because it was the dude went 3 rounds with Guzzi. I mean, Derek Lewis would have killed that guy. So it's just unfortunate, but like Derek Lewis is at the point where you call him when it's time to go, and he knows what he has to do is walk in there and punch a guy once, and it changes the fight. So I think this is a perfect upset of the year. Talos and Teixeira with all that hype, 1 round down against the Black Beast. I mean, and then gets on the phone and talks to Donald Trump about being on the White House. We seem to forget Derek Lewis will be on the White House card.
Oh,
Just saying.
absolutely. Most definitely. Yes. Yeah. Good personal friends with the president for
Mhm.
sure. All right. Well, in along these same lines, not necessarily the exact same, of course, because of the positions that these people are in, but I think that it shares couple of similarities. Maybe you'll agree or disagree. But my next upset, a little bit of a deeper cut for you, but with the hype that this guy had, I think that this makes sense. This is Carlos Vera's defeat of Josias Musasa. I am having been a dude who watched Carlos Vera on The Ultimate Fighter, a guy who I have a lot of respect for. A dude who's been around for a long time, never really achieved the highest of the highs. Another guy who came back on the second stint season here, trying to make another run in the UFC. Musasa, a dude who I was always very skeptical of, even off the Contender series. I think a lot of people saw the physique. I think they saw, maybe a diamond in the rough kind of situation with this guy, emerging market guy, and all of those type of things. Carlos Vera comes in and not only defeats this man Musasa, but submits this man Musasa. Carlos Vera doing the damn thing.
I do remember this, and what's funny is that I couldn't find a GIF about it, so I typed it, but when I went back to look, I was looking at the GIFs. I'm looking at oh yeah, I remember that, and I do remember typing this one out, but I never found a GIF of it, so it did fall off of my list. But this is a deep cut. You are right. That is a great pick. Seemingly, people want to forget that Africans, the African prospect that they have in Musasa, he he's gone, buddy. He lost to the 5'4" bantamweight. Like, I mean, there's not really much you can say. I mean, Frankie Edgar is not reincarnated. This dude is not very good. He's the guy that Connor was, acting so fucking goofy with, when he's trying to fight. He's locked in, sure, but like, listen, Carlos Vera is not somebody that is should be out here finishing your prospects. Is all that I'm saying.
Sure.
So it was kind of a layup, and we see. With some other people that we're going to name later, these African prospects, sometimes they get these hammy performances because we want to see them knock people out. That did not happen in this one, and then he gets submitted. So, will we see him soon? I don't know, but definitely a very good pick on your end. I really like this. I like this one a lot.
Good deal.
Now, my next one is by far one of the biggest upsets again because I was on the winning side of this. So I got to hear about how I got to hear it. And I'm glad because this one made me so fucking smart. I tell you, when it comes to knowing ball, this is what it's about because you can like people, they can be in your heart, but then sometimes you got to use your brain, right? I have not always liked this fighter, but they have proven to me time and time again that they work hard, they are dedicated to the sport, they will take fights whenever they appear, and they will perform.
Uh-huh.
Brendan Allen versus RDR. I think this is one of the biggest upsets of the year because nobody in their right mind, other than me, said Brendan Allen was gonna fucking whoop him. And he didn't whoop him for that first round, but the other rounds he certainly fucking did. And then made dude quit on the stool. The we don't even see refs throwing the towel. The last time we saw it, the dude was literally getting finished as he was throwing in the towel. But the fact that RDR refused to get off the stool, I mean, listen, I once again will bring it up. I saw him. I've seen people who look very labored on the stool. If the coach said that that was it, I'll believe him. But in my opinion, he did not look like he was on the brink of exhaustion. He just did not want another round under Brendan Allen, is what it looked like to me. And Brendan Allen, this is as close to one of the biggest upsets of the year as it gets. Like, this is my biggest upset, probably. I mean, we're gonna go down the list, but this right here is an absolute beautiful, and I would say damn near masterclass when it came to ass whoopings.
Yeah, no, I mean it's another one where the circumstances matter. I mean, Rainier de Ritter, a dude who was on such a surge, coming off of victory after victory,
Finishes, dude.
exact finishes. I mean, the guy was, title contention was going around rampantly with this name. Brendan Allen, a guy who a lot of people's minds, a dude who, is like right at that cusp of being elite, but never really truly achieved it. Like, what's going to happen with somebody who is surging past everybody? And Brendan Allen handled his business so thoroughly that, I mean, now granted, what I, only found out after the fact is that this is not a new situation for Rainier de Ritter. He had had a previous fight where he retired, quote unquote.
Hmm.
Now, again, news to me after the fact, but in the moment, the reason that this is a prime candidate for upset of the year, we don't. It is almost unheard of to at the level that these fighters are at, for someone to quit between rounds. That is, it's. When can you think of another time in recent memory that was these circumstances exactly? I'm hard pressed to do so. So, I mean, I think that this really does fit the bill as biggest upset, again, based on all of those dynamics there, and Brendan Allen putting on for himself in a way that like really was very impressive. Made a lot of fans that night, I would think.
It's actually really funny because sometimes you hear nicknames and you really, all in Allen, you really, it's just like, what does that even mean? But then like you really, after you watch for a little bit, like he truly is one of those guys, they bet on themselves, and I think Brendan Allen is one of those guys who truly believes that he could be the top of the division. I think I've said this before. I think he lacks the confidence in some fights where he could be doing better. He'll start going to the ground where his striking's working, or he'll start striking when his ground game's working. He has these mental lapses. Maybe it's a fucking coaching thing. I don't know. But this fight right here, one of the biggest upsets of the year. I fucking loved it because I truly, in my heart, I believed Brendan Allen had the skill set to just beat RDR at everything he did. And after the first round, I maybe lost a little confidence because RDR laid on him and held him in that position, didn't do anything. But Brendan Allen being all in, business as usual, another day at the office is every time he gets in the cage. This dude is a professional. He shows up, he makes weight, he fights to his hardest, and it doesn't matter who it is, what skill set, what size they are. He's never really backed down. Like, this dude is one of the he's earned my respect. And you can go back to older clips. I have not generally liked Brendan Allen, and I never had a reason to not like him. It's just part of the game. He was against somebody that I truly wanted to like. Chris Curtis, of course. I've replaced him. Brendan Allen's my friend now. It's me and Brendan Allen until the end.
There you
But
go. New BFFs for sure.
yeah,
No, I
so
like it. I think it's very, very valid. All right, the last one that I have on my list, and then I guess we'll, at least you can go back and read off the rest of yours, and we'll crown our winners here. But the last one on my list is Johnny Walker's defeat of Zhang Min Yang. Zhang Min Yang, again, this is one, how soon we forget the surge of these people. I mean, Zhang Min Yang was Mr. Round One. This guy was the great Chinese hope over here. I mean, this dude was coming in, knocking heads off, and riding off into the sunset. Round one and done. And then Johnny Walker, the goofball on the wrong end of some of the most meme-worthy knockouts that you've ever seen in your life, comes in and takes this dude into deeper water than you guess he was ever ready to anticipate. Does the damn thing on his side, and silences the haters in a big way. I mean, people thinking that Johnny Walker was down and out for so long. I think that a lot of people did. I mean, I think it was understandable why. Again, you see this guy go into cartoon character mode after he's getting touched up. It changes your perception against a killer who's only seen, maybe late round one at best. Zhang Minyang gets completely annihilated by Johnny Walker. Big upset here.
finished by like leg kicks too. Like, the sequence, dude. Like, Jesus Christ,
Brother.
that fight was goofy. And yes, that is on my list. It is towards the top. And God, I love that performance because yeah, Johnny Walker walks in, shoots a double leg like he's Hamzat immediately from the jump. Then we wrestle for the whole first round. Second round starts, we try to strike, and then Zhang Minyang's legs just don't work anymore. Like if you remember, it was so funny that he got kicked in the leg, but then felt like he was holding his head on the way down. Like, dude, you weren't punched in the face. You like very funny reaction.
Yeah,
So interesting fight, but not necessarily my biggest upset because I think there's two more that I have to talk about, and then we'll
sure.
talk about the win. Actually, we'll get into it. This next one that I want to talk about the biggest upsets. I mean, we talked about RDR for the longest time. People were saying this is the dark horse champion. This is the guy that's going to beat Hamzat. Go to a division lower. You have somebody who is the dark horse. This is somebody that I even said I truly believe that we're on to something, guys. I think we all have collectively found the dark horse of 170, and he's getting a tailor made. Set path to the belt. We all can see that. He's got something similar to like a Patty, where he's fighting all these older, out of peak, superstars. Joaquin Buckley went up against Kamara Usman
Ooh,
and got completely halted. And this was absolutely one of the biggest upsets because nobody expected Kamara Usman one to look as good as he did. And we should have been wrong because it was it was going to be a wrestling game. We knew this. And in this performance, not only did he keep his name at the top of the division, by halting off a younger prospect, he was able to give us hope that Islam is not going to hold the belt forever at 170. I think it is possible we get the matchup, and Kamaru Usman, as of right now, has the wrestling that can back up whatever Islam has. This is a problem because a lot of people don't want Kamaru to have the belt, but the problem is if Kamaru doesn't get the opportunity to take it away from Islam, Islam's going to beat Gary, Morales, Prates, anybody else that you think down the line. And that's unfortunate. But Usman upsetting Buckley was one of the biggest moments because the GOAT kept his name at the top. Great fighters are done like once a blue moon, and Kamaru Usman is that great fighter, and he showed us why. When time calls, doesn't matter if Father Time is knocking at the door. We got a party in the backyard that we got to go finish real quick. So I just love this, man.
I love this call from you, Chase, so much. This was such a good one. I'm kicking myself for not having it on my list. Yes, I mean, for the conversation that was going on surrounding Kamaru Usman for so long leading into this fight, the guy hadn't fought in so long.
He's got no knees.
That was going to be the big one, of course. That's the biggest one of them. The knees are gone. Kamaru himself came into his post fight saying, "Oh, what about the knees now, everybody?" I mean, and it was so perfect. And I mean, it's one of those things where it's like it's one thing for it to be a war. It's like a guy at his stage. I often will talk about the hero's journey in this sport. You've reached the highest of the high, and don't get it twisted. Kamaru Usman, one of the most dominant champions in this sport's history. I really think that for the longest time, Kamaru was not. I think he's finally now getting the respect that he deserves. But for the longest time, he was being disrespected as the champion by a lot of people because they weren't realizing what they had in him as the champion. After the fact, you go to the other side of the hero's journey there, he's completed his arc. There's no reason for him to still be this good. So it would have been perfectly fine if he had gone in there and had a decent competitive fight and lost that fight. But he
Yes.
went in there and dominated Joaquin Buckley. I mean, this was such a one-sided affair for Kamaru Usman at the stage that he is at with all of the conversations surrounding him. I love this pick. I think this is an excellent one, Chase.
The reason you can tell that it's bad when you have a personality like Joaquin Buckley, and these are people who have fun in their fights. They're very talkative. They have a good time. When you can tell that they shut the fuck up and try to, when they are not saying anything and they are trying their hardest, like you could see it. They know like, all right, I gotta lock in, and it clearly didn't even fucking work, bro. Like Buckley, sometimes you have these fighters who they leave fights and it's as if they were so unprepared for how good their opponent could be. MVP versus Kevin Holland is a prime example I bring up. They went to the corner after the first round and he said, "Fuck, he is a lot faster than we thought." Like that's how you know it's going to be a long night. I think Buckley, I think he thought what we all thought. This is an old man with no knees. I'm going to walk in here. I'm going to kick him a couple times, and he ain't going to be able to shoot. Well, brother, he had your back the entirety of the fight. So and It was a good upset. I tell you, this is one of the. I was on the Buckley side, but I can tell you, if you were a diehard Kamaru Usman fan, this felt fucking good.
Oh
You
yeah,
fucking felt this one. Like,
for sure.
man, King is back in town. Yeah, I love this one. I have one more before I get to a specific note that we have to make before the actual winners, of course.
Okay.
So the one that I think is going to be, the not the common answer, not based on Vegas, not this other option, but I think personally what I would say tops the cake right here. This is unfortunately the biggest upset of the year in my opinion, and Vegas did not catch on to this. Neither did I. I thought that my person was a slight underdog, and I thought they were going to win this very convincingly. But when it comes to women's MMA, there's not too many different opportunities for champions to fight other people below them because they've already beat them or they're just not very good. So what somebody has to do is then vacate their belt and then move up a class and try to take on the champion in that. And unfortunately, in this case, it wasn't a big upset in the sense that one person was supposed to be so much more dominant than the other one, but this was a very closely estimated matchup between Zhang Weilei and Valentina Shevchenko, and the upset part comes for how dominant Valentina looked against Weili. I mean, it's not an upset per se, but she dominated her and beat her in every which way that she could. I mean, if she didn't upset her, well, she gave us very clear indication that she's very a lot better than her or a lot bigger than her. When it comes to the game itself, what I saw, Whaley had nothing, but she had a good time. That's all that I can say. I mean, she was okay with it, but that's how you know how bad it was. You just accept defeat, like accept that there was nothing you could have done. Sometimes a loss is inevitable. Like you go up against the greatest of all time. Wei Li is somebody who seems to understand that the opportunity ahead of her was bigger than just winning a fight. I am putting on a generational fight. Like this is two women champions who are going to try to, solidify one as their victorious, uh, champion, whatever you want to say. And I think Whaley having a good time is great, but I think at the end of the day, she realized it's out of my hands. God knows something, and it's that I'm not as good as Valentina tonight. And maybe I'll come back later, maybe I won't, but I got the experience. I put on the show for the fans that I thought I could. I showed up. It just unfortunately went a different way, and that's why I think this being one of the bigger upsets. Because to me personally, I thought Whaley was going to do so much more and have such more of an opportunity, and Valentina said no in every single way. I mean,
Yeah.
this was a masterclass for sure.
That's really what it comes down to is it's the champ versus champ aspect of it and the dominance that Wei Li had shown in so many other of her fights. I mean, like to make Zhang Wei Li seem as insignificant in that fight as she would ultimately look is really where the upset does lie. So I can see the inclusion. It wouldn't be very high on my personal list, but I understand the context. Again, context really matters when it comes to this category a lot, and I get that when it comes to that fight because yeah, I mean you have a champion who goes through and everything that's put in front of her is almost a cakewalk. Like imagine her on the other side of that for all of her other fights, and then for her to be on the reverse of it in that fight, I think that the upset it sticks. I get it.
Absolutely. Is there any other ones that you would like to add before we get into the winners, of course, here?
No, I think that it's time to crown him, man. What are
Go
you
ahead.
thinking?
Go
Well,
ahead.
mine has to be. I'm going with Brendan Allen over Rainier de Ritter. I think I am. I think that I mean because again, context. What I just said, context matters, and the fact that Brandon Allen made Rainier de Ritter quit on the stool. You can say neurovirus. You can say anything that you want about it. Whatever. Again, chalk it up to the context, perhaps. But you had a rocket ship attached to the back of Rainier de Ritter that was extinguished so thoroughly in Brendan Allen to the point that he said no mas. That to me, it trumps almost everything else. Now, I mean, I would say that if I had to pick a close second, I would put Piotr Jan over Merab again for the context. Merab having one of the best years of recent memory. I mean, a dude who has, had been so dominant with a game plan that was so unfigure-outable to so many people for all of that time. Piotr Jan came through, and again, similar to what we were just talking about with Zhang Weilei and Valentina, he had answers for everything. I think that was unexpected, so it would be right there neck and neck. But I got to go with Brendan Allen on this one.
I truly love that you gave respect to Brendan Allen. I think it is only right that he also gets an award. When we finally get some awards, I want Brendan Allen's name etched in something because he deserves the respect for that upset. And I truly believe that. Now, when you come to my end of it, I will say that based on Vegas, and listen, I'm not surprised that the chat has not brought this up yet. They're over here having their own spiel, but guys, the biggest upset of the year, clearly according to Vegas, was your guy's favorite fucking boy, Peyton Talbot versus Ronnie Barcelos. And nobody wants to bring that up, but that did happen. That did happen. Vegas had that as the largest deficit for a dog to win for this year. And statistically, I'm not going to say that this was the biggest upset in my opinion. I could throw it on a list because, I mean, it is on the list, but I could throw it on my own list because he won for 3 rounds against somebody who was touted to be very, very good. The context would lie on a very memorable upset. Vegas, obviously the lines, but I'm not surprised that it was not brought up because Peyton Talbot, he's gonna listen, foreshadow, he'll be on the list later, guys. But
Oh yeah.
biggest upset of the year, it may land to Hani Barcelos versus Peyton Talbot, but I would like to interject and let you know, guys, that if you didn't know, last year we had the biggest upset. But if you don't recall, Chase doesn't understand how that works, so it's basically the biggest what made me upset. So we're gonna go ahead and read off what that was for this year because it's very crucial to note the biggest made me upset for this year was obviously Yusuf Zalal versus Josh Emmett. Jesus Christ, this dude tapped in fucking not the armbar wasn't even in. I've seen this dude defend so many different. I mean, he got submitted by Yair Rodriguez by an armbar, I'm pretty sure. So I guess I really shouldn't be surprised that he just like threw it out the window on this one. But Josh Emmett is somebody that everybody can agree is not a dude to phone it in or throw in an easy performance or to look amateur. But for all of those things to exist in this one performance, this was the biggest made me upset of the 2025. I think that is very key to note, guys.
I mean, I'm with it. I'm on the exact opposite side. That frown is upside down over here. So I'm with it. Okay, fair enough then.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that one was again just a very funny note to bring up because that
Sure.
one it had to be mentioned, guys. At the end of the year, Yusuf Zalal did have to appear. I have to keep this dude's name relevant because none of his performances are gonna. So Chase is out here putting him on. He should give me a thanks when I give him his fucking Razzie Award next year or whatever.
Should have
So
thrown him on submission of the year. Darn, that's a missed opportunity for me.
either way,
All right. Well, I like it. So, what was your final on that though?
I actually didn't even have one. I had the Vegas one. I had the biggest made me upset, but I'm gonna go ahead and also agree with you, Brendan Allen. You are getting 2 awards and one from each of us, dude. Jesus
Love it.
Christ, I'll just give them out. I'm the Oprah at this point. You get an award.
I
You
love
get an
it.
award. All right.
Good deal. All right. Well, next up.
All right, the next category. Now, I know you guys have been really excited to get into this one because there's going to be a lot of choices. Everybody has their own regional bias when it comes to what this next category is. Everybody thinks that their guy is the next guy. And I hate to break it to you, but only some of them are actually the guy and or the gal. So this next category, of course, the hottest prospect of the year. And no, I don't mean attractiveness because there are some that could be on this list, guys, but we are not going to talk about that. We are going to talk about the in-ring ability and how spectacular that these athletes have been over the past year. 2025 only. Who are your hottest prospects? Go ahead, thinkers, start us off.
So many. All right. I'm sure that this is going to be a lot of discussion in a couple of these categories coming up here. This is definitely one of them. I'm starting off out the gate swinging for the fences. Hottest prospect, Fatima Klein, 3 wins, 2 TKOs, 1 decision. She is on fire right now. I'm telling you, man, I'm so glad to be able to come out with a lady to start things off. And there is nothing like Fatima Klein out there right now. We've talked her over on the show. We've now have talked over every single one of her fights in the UFC. And I also, E Money J, my shout out to E Money J. Gotta love the guy, but he's always yelling at me, "Oh, you gotta watch the tape." I have watched the tape on Fatima Klein. I saw her Invicta fight before she got into the organization. I knew that this was going to be what it is becoming in Fatima Klein. And you are seeing it time and time again here, coming off another nice victory with a knockout to boot on it. You got what? Tell me what's better than Fatima Klein in these fights. I don't think you can.
Okay, well, I think I don't know if I can tell you who's been better, but I think I can give you a close second if we're gonna
All
go
right.
off women's prospects so far. I'm gonna try to one up you because this is somebody, and then this is where the context is key. Because the hottest prospect of the year didn't really get an early start into the year. I mean, actually, I think she did because she got an early knockout. But anyway, the performance that I'm going to specifically talk about, it happened the immediate week, maybe even the day after Decheva fought in Africa and did not fight for a belt in a 3 round fight for some random reason. She went 3 rounds with this random lady. And then everybody was supposed to be telling me this is like the GOAT woman right here, blah blah blah. Decheva's so good. I just watched her go to decision, and then the Saturday after, I watched the real Decheva, the American Decheva, the real killer, the crispy Carly Judice
Oh
is
yeah.
one of my hottest prospects because she not only is a fucking dog. I've seen so many people come in here with these low pro records and you could see how green they are. They only have 3 attributes to their name. Carly Judice is somebody who genuinely joined the sport at, they joined the highest level of the sport at 4-0, lost 2 straight, and has looked like a fucking animal since. And you could see it in the 2 losses. Like it was a split decision loss, I'm pretty sure, to Ernesta Kadetske in the fucking Contender Series or something like that. She and then gets a finish in the first half of this year, and then she comes out here and gets another finish. I'm pretty sure she got 2 of them this year. Or maybe
Yep.
it was, yeah, she Nicole Cagliari maybe was the other one. I'm trying to think off the top of my head, but man, does crispy Carly Judice spring out as somebody that I know I've seen in the Contender Series, I've watched come up and has proved me right that I know what a fucking dog looks like. And it is her. She has so many skills for somebody with such a low pro record. She has to be related to somebody fucking great. That's all that I'm saying.
Yeah, she is on my list as well. Absolutely. Yeah, 2 wins, 2 KOs this year. Carly Judice, stock instantly rising, fight over fight, it would seem. So yeah, definitely also on my list too.
No, I love
Cool.
that one. Go ahead. Next.
All right, next, this is a one that I think you're going to appreciate. A little bit of a deeper cut, and maybe not necessarily the accolades that you'd think would deserve this, but I think that this is a sleeper fire pick. Rongju. Rongju has 2 wins. They are both decisions, but this guy's boxing is next level. Granted, he is the decision. I think one of them was Bashi. I think so. It was like, yeah, maybe not exactly the highest level of competition, perhaps. But I'm telling you, this guy, I was so surprised. I thought he was older than he is. He's only 25. So I mean, Rongju right now still coming in as a dude who I think has a lot more to offer in this sport. And we were talking earlier. Of course, he got the elbow to the eye from Chris Padilla. That was last year.
That was very
Um,
scary, by the way. He
it
could have
was.
lost this fucking vision. Talk about Tom Aspinall, dude. An
It's
elbow straight to it. Either way, go ahead.
Yes, still to this day, the most I've never seen an elbow land so flushly in an eye socket than that. It's
Yeah.
always going to stand out as a crazy happening in this sport. But since then, he has been on the tear. He has been winning his fights. I think that he is fast. He is accurate. Again, boxing wise, ground game. But you think that ground game would be the issue. However, Austin Bashi he's a wrestler. So I mean,
Mhm.
this dude obviously able to hold his own against these guys. Granted, going up in competition, we'll have to see how that turns out. But as far as prospects specifically go, I think Rongju is a good one.
I don't think that I would necessarily put him in the prospect category because I've seen him fight a fuck ton. But like you were making a good point. 25 years old. I was expecting 28, 29, but Fair point. Fair play. I like it. I actually like the diversity because I'm going to go ahead and say some that you probably wouldn't have agreed with right off the bat. This next one that I'm going to get into, I'm going to throw this out there because I saw one person post it. I don't remember who it was, but I'm going to say that you were seen, and I wanted to bring you up because in theory, yeah, this is a hot prospect. He co-mained his debut, I'm pretty sure. Like in Mexico. So if your next prospect that you want to talk about comes up as the hottest, David Martinez is somebody out here going against Rob Font, I believe is what the matchup was, which if that was his debut, if I'm not mistaken, might have been his second fight.
It
But
was a second fight.
that's a tough matchup. That is somebody who, and I believe it was kind of on short-ish notice. I think
It was, yeah.
they found Rob Font to fight, and then they moved him up to the co-main because something else fell out. Um, Very good performance. Very good performance. David Martinez, now that I think about it, Rob Font, that's a hard matchup. That is a hard guy to go ahead and win against. Co-main event in Mexico. I mean, that's listen, kind of on. It's not like he went into the week knowing like, oh, I'm headlining, I'm co-main in Mexico. He was like thrown into that. Like you're headlining now. You're up and whatever you want to say. So for him to be able to be that young, coming from a family of fighters, Melissa Martinez, his sister, he's like a fucking doctor, isn't this dude a fucking
He is. Yes, he is. Dr. Martinez.
so love to see it. Hottest prospect, clearly a decent future, I would say, ahead of him. I mean, the promotion seems to think so. If they can give him a co-main spot and they're willing to let the Mexican crowd decide if they're going for him or not. He came out here, put a good performance, and I think he'll put on some more. I think that's good.
He is certainly on my list as well. Yes, David Martinez, 2 wins, 1 knockout, 1 decision this year. Yeah, absolutely valid. Definitely worth being on the list. Rob Font, in a lot of ways, another getting to that point of kind of being slightly gatekeeper-esque to an extent when it comes to some of these prospects. He closed the gate on a number of those prospects earlier in the year and late last year as well. David Martinez, not one of those people. So I think a very valid choice.
Hell yeah. And
Yeah.
and then yeah, back to you.
All right. My next up is Mansoor Abdul Malik. 2 wins this year, 1 KO, 1 sub, 1 no contest, but that was also formerly a knockout. Of course, we mentioned Cody Brundage earlier in this in this breakdown. Obviously, a little bit wonky there. I think Abdul Malik has a little bit of he's still rough around the edges to an extent, but this guy has all of the makings of a high level fighter as he goes on through his career.
I'm a little upset I didn't put that on here, but I can tell you why I didn't put this one, and you're gonna see why. I'll specifically bring it back up when we get to this person. But I think you're actually cooking. I think the knockout ability is there, of course, the willingness to go in and strike, the wrestling background, and then of course now he has submission ability. I mean, he just got a submission against Antonio Tricoli, didn't he?
Uh,
The
yeah,
uh,
it's a standing guillotine.
exactly same thing. There we go. So I'm very actually, I like that pick. That might even overthrow the person that I have in front of him in a sense. And I'll explain that here in a few. But no, that's a really good one. I think going into my next one, it goes back to the gatekeeper talk with Rob Font. There's some people in this sport who are gatekeepers, and they are held to a standard that not many people just walk into their debut and face these guys, these gatekeepers. It's a special talent that they have to see, that they know that they can get through most people, but the real test is that veteran who never stops. And when you get to this performance, this is one I forget his name, and I'm so sorry because it's hard for me to say. But either way, the hottest prospect of the year walked into the Apex on the last fight card of the year and submitted a bona fide gatekeeper in Neil Magny in the first round. Our Ukrainian fella,
Yaroslav Amasov.
the Samagbav guy. I love it. Love it, dude. My Ukrainian guy is a beast, and it was really fate because when Black Friday came around, I have all these flags in my Amazon cart, right? And it tells me when there's a deal on it. Black Friday came, one flag went on sale, and it was the Ukraine. And it was for a reason because they knew when he came out here in the Apex, the last Apex of the UFC pay-per-view model sphere, whatever we want to talk about, Amasov got the submission on a fucking great, not just a great veteran, not somebody who has a good skill set all around. He's kind of got that Juliana Pena effect that the chat was talking about, little all around, everything not so great. but to submit Neil Magny. It's not like knocking him out because we know his striking is terrible. Carlos Prates and Michael Morales knocking him out is that's what they should be doing. They're great strikers. To submit Neil Magny, to go into Neil Magny's wheelhouse and submit him is very, very impressive on your debut after being, 29-1 or whatever it is, 28-1. This is impressive. This guy is somebody to behold. It's the same thing, with RDR and Gerald Mearshart. He walked in and submitted Gerald Mearshart. Like, that's impressive. So
Sure.
this one right here, hottest prospect.
Yeah, yeah, it's like one of those things. It's like, how do you consider the prospect aspect? Because he was a champ in Bellator, but coming into the UFC, if you want to consider it a fresh slate, then I think it absolutely applies. And you're right. I mean, Neil Magny, as we've said, you have to be the man to beat Neil Magny. I'm very firm in my belief of this, and he went in there and made it look easy. So I like it. I think it's a great choice.
Hell yeah.
Similar to it, this is an honorable mention and maybe a little bit debatable, but I was very adamant about including this. One of the prospects that needed to be on this list for me, Uran Satabaldiev. This is the dude who came in on short notice. He did not win his first fight in the organization, but he took
Martin Boudet.
Martin Boudet, correct. He took Martin Boudet to decision, a weight class up on short notice. This guy was so game. If you recall, going back, listening to our old episodes, our discussion about this was so much on the Satabaldiev side, giving him the praise that he deserved for coming in and doing the damn thing off of all of the circumstances that I just mentioned. Then in his next fight, comes in, wins the fight by submission in his actual weight class, doing what he needs to do. I think that this guy is being overlooked in a major way. Champion outside the organization again, somewhere else, whatever. Comes in, makes a name for himself. A dude who is like, for a while, I was like, I had to go back and like remember his name. It's one of those kind of guys.
It's hard to say. Not gonna lie.
And whole lot of letters jumbled in there, but definitely one to keep an eye on because I think that he was very impressive.
You are cooking so hard. I think this is one of the better like sleeper picks that anybody out there. I hope the chat realizes how good of a pick this was because I'm mad when I think of Miktabek. This is one of my favorite fighters. I love this guy, and when Saudi Baliev, God, that name, whenever he stepped up on short notice at a weight deficit of like 40 fucking pounds,
Yes.
he made the minimum limit against the dude making the maximum limit. Like, that's how bad it was. And it went to a 3-round decision. Like, he definitely has confidence in himself. Like, that's what you can see right there. He's willing to do what it takes to make money in this game. But also to note, before his last fight, you find out he's like best friends with Miktabek. And I said instantly, there ain't no way he can't submit this guy. If he's best friends with Miktabek, what do you think they're doing? They don't have shit to do other than wrestle. Like, he's going to grapple with Miktabek. I guarantee he's been shown the sauce. And what happens in his next fight? Tries to rip the dude's head off his feet.
Yep.
I love that pick, Salty Baldiev. Wow, that is a dude. I knew you were gonna blow my mind with some of these. Like, and I truly love it. But either way, love that one. Now this next one, people are going to question why I have him on my list because I have recently been a little the way that I talked about him, some people get an impression, but I truly am believing in this prospect. I think there are great things for him. I believed he was able to do what he did in this last performance, even though I was highly critical of what I was seeing. So what is key to know is that I am rooting for this fighter. So chat, before you get all up in a bunch, I want you to know Kevin Vallejos is on the fucking list. He is one of the hotter prospects. I mean, if I was to deny him, I would hope that you guys, and I truly believe this, if I were to sit here and ignore the fact that Kevin Vallejos was a hot prospect or one of the hottest prospects in the organization right now, I would hope you guys would call me out for it and say, you are not using your brain. Because like, I pride myself on putting the bias aside. Even Zalal, he's got to make the list. When it comes to people that I don't necessarily love, they make the list. If it's somebody that I decently like, but I'm highly critical of, they're going to make the list. Kevin Vallejos, I was highly critical of how you handled your fight, but nonetheless, you made magic happen and you ended the fight like I knew you could. You are going to keep proving me right, and I think you have a lot in store for you at the young age. You are going to be very, very good if you continue to do the right things and listen to coaches. I think that is what is key here.
Absolutely. He's on my list as well. Kevin Vallejos, 3 wins, 3 knockouts. How do you deny that? I mean, the guy coming in here, taking heads off, going through in his last fight, a fight that, we were a little bit skeptical of some of the decision making. You can definitely tell that there are some things that I would say stand to improve. But if you are coming in with your baseline being 3 knockouts and there is still improvement that can be made, then I think that you're in a category that is very high on the list. I mean, improving upon the guy that's already getting all of the jobs done. I mean, granted, there are some things that I think that like in the Giga Chikadze fight shows that like there are elements that can make him even that much better. But you are already starting from such a high watermark with that. To improve upon that, I think that there's just bigger things coming in the future for this guy. I definitely think he's got to be on the list.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep,
Yeah.
good.
Well, I have well, I mean, all right. I mean, I'll include this guy. It's hard for me again to call him a prospect because he has been around for a little while, but I think it's he's still early enough. Sue me, whatever. It's our list. I'm putting him on. Fares I am. Got to put him on the list. Again, I know he's been around for a little while, but still to me a little bit formative perhaps. He's putting on for France 2 wins, 1 decision, 1 knockout. The knockout being against Nazim Sadikov, who looked very terrible in that fight for sure, made Sadikov look amateur in comparison. But this guy has gone through some pretty crazy fights and able to pull out the victories in some emphatic ways. So again, he might be on the borderline of what you'd consider a prospect, but I still got to shout him out.
I'll give you one that's an honorable mention. That's maybe too early to call somebody a prospect, but I think when you look at the context of who they are training with, who they have, where they have come from, which was Gloria, if I'm not mistaken, and they have ties to a certain champion that's relevant right now. I think this is not necessarily a hot prospect. This is a warm prospect, if you will. This is somebody who walked in on their debut after losing the Contender Series matchup they had. Actually, they may not have lost, but they may have won and did not get the contract. I think that's actually how it went. But they came in on their debut to the UFC against somebody who I thought was a very scary opponent, and they made them look absolutely amateur. And the person that I'm going to name, this is Rawan's favorite, Yusri Belgari. I think that's how his name was. Maybe I'm
Yeah.
wrong, but either way, yes, that is somebody who I would say is he's going to start sizzling here soon because while I will say his Contender Series performance, I did not think he deserved a contract. I think there was eye pokes and stuff that going on with that performance, if I'm not mistaken. But for him to dispose of Asmat Bekaev as easy as he did, 3 rounds whooping him was easy, and Bekaev is somebody who walked in and was mauling people. I had belief that that was a sort of dark horse in the making. But Yusri Belgari as a hot prospect, I kind of like it because he's got ties to Alex Pereira. He's in the gym. He's kind of in their circle. He's long. He's tall. He's rangy. He's a very unique build for the class, and he's a glory kickboxer or some shit like that. So I would like to believe this is a very decent prospect. Just off the top of my head, it's not even on the list, but when I thought about these are making impressions.
Yeah, no, I like it. I like it a lot, actually. He's a guy that, yeah, I remember his Contender Series fight, and I remember not being very impressed by him. He had some fouls on there. It was, the performance was less than stellar. Comes into the organization, after, like you said, did not get the contract off of it. And then Bekoev is a dude who I had thought, there were some potential there. There was definitely something to like about the guy. And he just came in and made it look easy. So I think it's a good choice. Yeah, it probably did not make my list, but I'm okay with it being on the list in general.
I like it. But either way, we'll swing back to you since we gave our honorable mentions here.
I mean, that's I'm up to my
Oh,
winner. So if you got more than that, then go for it, my friend.
okay. Well, obviously, I'm glad that you brought up Fatima Climb, and then Carly Judice, of course, is another one on the list at the top that we talked about. But the last two, I think you were, before we get to the real answer, is actually how I have it listed. The real answer for the hottest prospect. We're going to get to that in just a second, everybody. There's two more that you guys need to understand, and they were both born in the same region. That's what's interesting to note about them. They're both born in Chechnya. One
Ah,
is Chechnyan, like he's just a full Chechnyan. And the other one is a Turkish Chechnyan. And we will talk about him first because I don't remember his name, but his last name I believe is Yakiayev, the guy who looks like Mr. Beast. Very.
yes.
Now, I saw the chat earlier talking about the worst fighter that they have ever seen, and somebody said, no, it's got to be Cicada. Well, valid. But the way that Yakiayev was able to set up the sequence that put him down, it's not just walking in there and doing a 1-2. We talk about the differences in skill level between something very common or something unique or very something unheard of kind of deal. This combination that he put on, he walked in here, threw 5 punches, stalled him with a jab, and then threw a head kick. Whatever you want to say, there was so much that he was doing, and he had a set plan on how he was. This is a guy that everybody knows is not good. He knows is not good. I'm levels above him. I need to make an impression. I walk out there, I put him on his ass, and then choke him out. I mean, if that doesn't make you a hot prospect out the gate, coming from the region that you are, having ties to probably Hamza, whatever you want to say, I think our boy Mr. Beast Yakiayev is if not the hotter prospect, or the lesser hot prospect than the next one that we're going to go to from Chechnya, and
Yeah.
that is our Bysanger Sursakayev.
Sursakayev, sure. Well, yeah, before we get to Sursakayev, I have to say
Sure.
Yakiayev is galaxy brained to be putting on this list, Chase. It reminds me when we used to talk about Malcolm Wellmaker before, like, he had gotten to kind of where he is now, we said this was a guy who was getting knockouts and finishes so quickly that we like couldn't remember his name.
Yes.
It was like one of those things that, like, he was just doing the damn thing so effectively that he wasn't making an indelible impression because the fights were just boom, boom, boom. I think that Yakiayev almost falls into that same category for me right now because that is such a great, great addition to this list. Granted, he only had the one fight in the organization, so it's hard to, like, I think that's part of the problem with some of the very early prospects. If they only have the one fight, it's like, you want to like see a little bit more to like solidify it. But like, I do think that is a diamond in the rough pick right there because this dude has such the potential, and the killer instinct that you were mentioning in him is so defined with how he approached that fight. Really, really solid choice.
Yeah, true. So, and I really love that pick. I think Chechnya definitely has the prospects coming up, and the UFC clearly knows what they're wanting to do with these prospects because they seem to just be appeasing to him. Because you have somebody like Sursakayev, who is our next guy, our
Mm.
next hottest prospect. He comes in on the Contender Series and he lets you guys know, I want 4 days notice. I want to go and fight with my boy Hamzat. He makes the trip. He makes it. He wins the fight. Wasn't the best. He did win the fight and he did get a finish, but it leads some concern with his level of confidence, his frame, his size for the division. He's not a very muscular man. He's not somebody who walks in and you're like, Jesus Christ, like, how does he make weight? He probably is just walking around at that weight. It shows the level of confidence as he has in his skill set. He's not somebody that needs to have the advantages. He knows that the skill sets that I have can win against whatever opponent. We even saw a lot of different things in the Eric McConaughey fight, that he had to use before he even got the finish. But I think this is going to be a harder route for him based on what I'm seeing, the level of confidence, which leads into cockiness kind of deal. And
Yeah.
then the skill levels that I've already put up a competition against him. Eric McConaughey sucks, but he got to the second round and then you had to finish him, so there's levels to it, I think, and I think Sursakayev is a hot prospect, can be a name, and obviously has the image of people that the UFC want. Like, he wears the glasses and he's got his rich watches, things like that. The UFC loves that kind of shit because people will click on the videos with him, But when it comes to the hottest prospects, I would say he's not necessarily my hottest prospect.
Yeah, I honorable mention at best for me. I'm gonna need to see some actual like grit out of that guy. I understand him being included, but he would not have made my list. But I don't. I'm not mad at it. Another one that I did want to mention that just sprung to mind. I'm forgetting the name, but the German dude,
Oh, Islam Dulatov.
Dulatov. Yes, there you go. Thank you. Very, very good. Yeah. I think that, he's another one that needs to fight a little bit more. He needs to be a little bit more active. But I would say that in a similar way to, I mean, not exactly the same because Susurkayev, yeah, the cockiness, I think, is going to bite him in the ass eventually. But Dulatov, a dude another one who went in there and did the damn thing the way he was supposed to. So, again, at least an honorable mention should be made, I think.
I think an honorable mention is fine. I think if I were to give a reason why I wouldn't put him on my list for hottest prospect, now granted he is the German Chechnyan, I'm pretty sure, by the way.
Right.
So he is good and he's got this, this backstory that, oh, he left modeling because he wants to be a fighter. Well, how about you actually fucking get active and fight? If
Right.
you want to have that impression, if you don't just want it for the fucking clout, out. Like, be the fucking fighter. You fought once and like disposed of that guy easily in the beginning of the year. Where are you right now? Are if you want to be a fighter, that's fine. I don't have a problem with it because you genuinely look like you're a good fighter. It's clearly something that you are good at. Let's get you back in the cage, brother, because you're only just going to be you're going to be battling. It's not ring rust, but like, you got to get in a rhythm for like being in the environment and going through actual skilled competition. You can't just be on the sidelines and expect you to understand the common things that the judges are going to score. We've always go through this. The judges and the reffing, all these things shift during times of the year. Whatever's happening, you got to just ride the momentum. You can't just jump in at the end of the year when you fought at the beginning and expect the same things to apply. So I think that's a great pick, but I would love to see him be more active. Serge Zakayev makes the list because he'll be active as fuck. 4 days notice, he'll show up. That's a hot prospect. He's ready to jump in and get going to the top.
True.
That seems very hot prospect to me. But I do agree with you. Dulatov has the image, has the story. They can throw that on a promo. Like he used to walk down the runway. Now he's a fucking fight. Whatever you want to
Right.
say, it adds to that element. I do like that pick. That's a very good one. I think Mank in the Discord, he would be very upset that I did not bring up Dulatov because I know he really likes Dulatov. So
Sure.
love
Yeah.
that.
So there you go. Like I said, honorable mention. I think you nailed all the points of exactly why that's the right way to do it. So I'm up to my winner. If you want me to go for it, I will.
I think we're gonna have the same winner. I'm not gonna lie. And let me explain. I think this winner, I have him as the winner, and I didn't put Mansoor on the list because I I equivalate them to the same person. Not that sounds bad, but they have the same skill set in a sense. But Mansoor obviously showed the submission level, so that levels him up past this person. But you cannot deny that this is the hottest prospect. Go ahead, Thinker.
Well, okay, then actually, yeah, because I'm looking back over the list and I think I did leave one off. So I think that we're okay. I think this is going to be perfect though. Trust. My winner, and I think this will work out. My winner, Ateba Gautier. 3 wins, 3 knockouts, starching the competition, scariest dude right now on that level. I think that he like this is another one that could be setting up for a major downfall at some point, but until I see anything that gives me the impression that he is going to have that, I think Teba Gautier gets it, but I know who you're going to pick, and it's also a fantastic choice as well.
You don't know who I'm going to pick, and I want to know who you think I'm going to pick because now I'm really confused. How did you not know I was talking about Ateba Gautier? Like
Oh, okay.
that is the reason I didn't pick Mansoor on the list because it's like, well, they do the same thing, but Ateba does it better, Like, and now
True.
Mansoor gets the submission. That does add a different level to it. But when it comes to hottest prospects, I mean, this dude knocks somebody out with a crossface. Like, it's crazy to me that Gautier, he's one of these guys that the fandom is seething to watch him fight. That it doesn't matter how many days it is that his opponent says that he's not going to fight him for as many months as they believe that they're going to fight him. When the week comes that they pull out for some stupid injury that they're in a boot for, quote unquote, when they find that 4 day notice opponent that wants to step up from 170 to fight this dude and not cut weight, it's going to happen and Ataba's going to knock them out. Like, I mean, that's just what happened every single time. So until we actually get people, see, he's actually in an interesting spot, which I think is a good discussion real quick. He's in a spot where the top people are not fighting him. Therefore, he cannot rise the ranks. But he's
Right.
also fighting people that are too easy for him. So he's just going to continue to obliterate them. When the only logical outcome is he goes against Marvin Vittori or something, because that's the only person who's like, not fearful of like getting obliterated because he's never been. There's so many people in the rankings that I feel like they would navigate around a knockout like this because it would be detrimental to their career.
And you might be cooking in an amazingly hard way with that because Marvin Vittori coming off of the loss now would be the perfect fight for him. So, yeah, I think that's a great one. No, yeah. So, okay, cool. Then we are in lockstep on the winner. Then the one who we were leaving off, I think definitely deserves the mention, Elijah Smith.
Ooh.
Two wins, 1 decision, 1 knockout after the slam. That was one of the knockouts of the year. Definitely deserves to be on there. Of course, the son of Gilbert Smith, great cornering, great team behind him. Still a young dude, still has some ways to improve himself. Maybe I think he needs to maybe settle in just a little bit, but he is extremely coachable and has all of the attributes of a guy who's going to be doing great things in this sport. So
I'll give you 2 honorable mentions real quick because I think they're valid, of course, and it's of course, when it comes to hottest prospects, this person is no longer a prospect because they've leaped so far in the amount of time. It's the same thing with Alex Pereira. It's like, yeah, he's only been he's only had 5 fights in the organization, but he's fighting for a belt. Like, he's not really a prospect anymore. So,
Mhm.
of course, a notable hottest prospect, you have to give Josh Fan a nod on there. I mean, he less
I
than 2 years in the organization, he comes in and he gets the belt. Whatever you want to say. I think an honorable note that he is still a prospect. He's 24 years old. He's
Yeah,
only
it's
been in the
insane.
organization for less than 2 years. So he has to be on the list. I think that is a very valid one. I think the Elijah Smith one is obviously very, very good as well. There was one more that I was thinking about, but now it's definitely slipping my head. So I love that pick. That's a
Both
good
a
one.
champion and prospect. How about that, you know?
I
Um,
it's unfortunate, but I think that's really the reality behind it. I mean, just because you become a champion, does that make you not only have, four professional years of mixed martial arts? Like, I don't know. Like, it's kind of weird.
yeah, no, I'm with it. Cool. Yeah, no, I mean, well, if we are both good with the Teba Gautier, then he is our prospect of the year. I mean,
Oh,
keep
I
yeah.
remember what I was gonna say. Speaking of hottest prospects, I think it's finally it feels right because I was thinking about it when you said Elijah Smith, and I thought back to the Vince Morales fight. Like, I'm thinking like, hottest prospects. Vince Morales did give him a run, but that's a really good veteran. Then I thought about Vince Morales against Rosas Jr., and then I thought to myself, thank God it's 2025. And we are no longer calling Raul Rosas a fucking prospect because this guy has been around too fucking long, not active at all. Like, where are you? How many Mexican events are going to go on before you actually fucking fight there? I know you were at the Sphere, but like, it's the White House thing for they got to be on the Sphere because it's Mexican Independence Day at the Sphere. He clearly ain't fucking here for it. Like, I don't care how young you are, how green he's had the skill to be the hottest prospect for so many years. He's not anymore, and he's just not even active. So honestly, good riddance.
Yeah, no, I'm glad that you mentioned that. Actually, one of our other categories here is going to be, people whose stock dropped, the most this year. I was going to put, I didn't end up doing it, but I was going to put him on that list for that exact reason. I mean, a dude who, comes in at the age that he does, has the entire world eaten out of the palm of his hand, even in defeat in his debut. Comes in, has the trajectory that he has the ability to overcome that loss and then continue on skyrocketing himself depending on how active he wants to be, and seems to have been squandering it right now, at least through this year. One time he fought this year.
Yeah,
So
literally.
yeah, so I mean, definitely I agree with the the sentiment there.
Yeah, 100%. So, speaking, you were alluding to who lost the most stock. We are going to get to that here in a little bit, but I think the next category that is best that we get into is who gained the most stock.
Sure thing.
Who out there is making you guys a believer now? Who was not, somebody that you would say is going to have title implications or any sort of career in the division that they're in? Who is somebody that really changed your mind? They maybe not even changed your mind, but you realize like there is so much more to them than what I assumed. I don't know. Whatever you want to make the most stock be to you, again, subjectiveness, it's all in an opinion. And I think there's some really good options here. And of course, we're going to go over some same people that are deserving of multiple awards. So I think it's very key that we get into this real quick. Did you want to start us off, Thinker?
Sure. I mean, I'll get it out of the way because we already talked about it. But I mean, I think that one of the most dramatic stock increases, potentially of all time, it would seem, is Joshua Van. I mean, look, the guy goes from unranked to champion in 2025. I mean, this is a ridiculously large jump in stock. I mean, granted, you can feel how you want to feel about what happened in the Pantoja fight, and I'm sure that there are a lot of different opinions about it. Doesn't matter at the end of the day. The man is the champion, and the dude did it after a career of such a short one, like you said, 24 years old, to do this all in this short amount of time and do it as emphatically as he did. I mean, now granted, there it's sometimes we were at least questioning a little bit of the finishing ability at certain points, but has the finishes too. The Pantoja fight, a little bit of an anomaly, but Joshua Van stock has rose dramatically, even though he was already a surging stock to begin with. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think the stock, even if the Pantoja thing, even if it didn't happen, and or if the fight was even not even in 2025 and they fought in 2026, and all you had to gauge was what Josh Van did up until Brandon Royval, I think everybody realized that's the stock right there. Like, the stock was given in the Josh Fan and Brandon Royval fight. Like that was the moment that people realized, like, damn, this dude is as good as some people have been saying. I've been reluctantly not paying attention to flyweights because I always never pay attention to them. But when I do, they put on bangers like this. And Josh Fan and Brandon Royval put legendary numbers up. If you've seen the significant strike numbers for flyweight fights, they're like 3 and 4 for that fight right there. Actually, I'm lying. I think Brandon Royval's one and Josh Van's two, but Josh Van has like three other fights with him being 3 and 4 with 250 more strikes in a fight. But either way, you are cooking so hard. Josh Van being somebody who would gain the most stock is absolutely correct. It's not who I would say is the real answer for this category, but it is somebody that you have the case to say Josh Van. He's got the most stock right now in the UFC. He gained the most over 2025, where he started, where he ended. He now has a name for himself. So I think that's really, really good. I love
Yeah,
that.
absolutely. No, most definitely. Well deserving, I would say. And yeah, not my winner either, but
Yes.
definitely be on the list for sure. So go ahead.
Well, so the last one on my list, and now that it's on here, this is what the discords have let me know that needs to be said. Who gained the most stock this year? I don't necessarily agree with this, but I can maybe make a case for it. So Marab Dvalishvili. I don't know how he gained the most stock. I'm not going to lie. Maybe there was a typo here, but he
Hmm.
did defend his belt a couple different times. He has risen to GOAT status. People have assumably given him the title of the best bantamweight as of right now. Peter Yan just beat him, but with injury talks and a rematch, obviously a trilogy is going to set up. We really have to find out who's going to be on the winning end of a trilogy here because Marab up until the Peter Yan fight, which was again this was only a couple weeks ago. So if we would have done the show at the beginning of December and just said fuck it, like he could have been gained the most stock, but. I'm not necessarily believing this. I'm gonna go ahead and say that might have been a typo, but I'm glad we got to talk about it. So
Sure. Yeah. I mean, I guess if you want to say that Marab, the stock rising from being being champion to being in the conversation for potentially in the GOAT list,
mhm.
that is a stock raise. I'll give you that. Did not make my list for, the reasons that I think they will become more clear as we talk about some of these other people. But yeah, I can see it too with that reasoning, at least, to an extent, if that's how you want to look at it. So I'm not mad at it.
Yeah, shout out to Marab Mafia. Obviously, you guys got your grubby little fingers on my document here, so that's what that one's about.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. Well, next up for me, huge stock raise this year into becoming one of my favorite current fighters, Anthony Fluffy Hernandez. 2 wins, 1 decision, 1 submission. I mean, granted, this guy was a little inactive earlier on, so I think that maybe he might have flown under my radar a little bit beforehand. But now, I mean, after the Delitze fight, I mean, I was trying to find places to give Hernandez his credit this year. And I got to say that at least with me personally, the stock has rose tremendously to being possibly the dude who I think has the best chance of winning the belt in 2026.
That one is definitely. I don't hate it. I don't hate it. I'm hearing you, and there's definitely some other options that I'm going to go with, and these two
We got a
people.
bunch of them on this one. So,
Oh, we got a bunch. Okay, I actually don't. I
Oh,
actually don't
okay.
have a
All right.
bunch. So this is going to be the one where you take
Sure.
control here. So the next person on my list that I think gained the most stock, and this is, eh, a lot of people are saying that this dude is guaranteed, like he should be fighting for the belt next, and I don't necessarily believe that because of the path that he's gotten. He is the number one ranked welterweight in the world right now. He just come off of a knockout win against Sean Brady. But Michael Morales is giving or having the most gained stock this year. I can see it from the fans' perspective. The casuals out there, they see the guy who gets knockouts and he's now the number one ranked guy. But me personally, I don't know if I would say he's my guy that I would say Islam is going to fight next. Like this guy gains stock out there, but to me, I still think there's more to gain. He's not at the highest level of what he's still got a lot to show me, guys. I mean, 16-0, and he's been knocking people out, but like Sean Brady as the guy you knock out to get number one ranked. I mean, again, Wheelchair said it earlier. This is Bilal, the guy Bilal Muhammad finished. So is this really something we should take into account? Yeah, he should fight Islam after he knocked out the guy Bilal did. Like hottest gained the most stock, hottest prospect, whatever you want to say. I think Morales his value is definitely on the list. Me personally, I'm not putting all of my stock into him yet. That's
Yeah, I mean, again, this is how you define a stock rise, because I mean he did gain rank. I mean he
yeah, I
did.
mean, he was unranked and now he is the first, so I guess it's
So
valid.
yeah, so I mean, a pretty high jump in that regard. Did not make my list either for, like basically what we're talking about here. I mean, I think that his stock was already on the rise, and that's another thing that I factor in as well, is like, where you like what trajectory you were already on versus like what you made happen
Mhm.
for yourself through the years, kind of where my list sort of falls with that. So I like that. I'm okay with that being on the list for that reason. Along those similar lines, then I'll jump around a little bit here, but another one I got on here, Ayman Zahabi. 2 wins, 2 decisions. I know, and there's a lot of controversy with Zahabi with some people because they don't think that he's that great, whatever. He was very inactive for early on in his career. I certainly will admit that. I think that now this active Zahabi is really what is making the difference in the stock raise. He wouldn't necessarily be like, not the winner for me, but I think that he deserves to be on this list, dethroning the once king, the once and future king of Rio. It's an accomplishment. I mean, whether you like that the way that fight went down or not, he still got the nod. So Ayman Zahabi makes the list for me.
Okay, I like that one, and subtle foreshadowing. I do like that pick, and we'll
Mhm.
talk about some more later. And this one, my last couple choices here, who gained the most stock? I think this person had stock. This person had stock, and they get a lot of stock from the team that they're a part of. But I think what this person was able to do to the to two people, again, we packaged them at the beginning of the show. If you remember what I packaged a knockout of the year of, we have two separate performances from Carlos Prates where he is able to unconscious people who don't go unconscious and make it look relatively easy for somebody. Again, he is a striker. He's got the skills and the equipment in his back pocket to defend takedowns and to keep it standing. But if he's able to do that, he has the skill set on the feet to make it a very it's a rough fight on the feet. I mean, he's able to set traps very early, very easily, and very effectively. And I think that's what makes Carlos Prates dangerous. Now, again, when it comes to the welterweight division and the dude that's the champ right now, it's hard for me to say that anybody can beat that guy. But Carlos Prates knocking out two dudes that have never been finished like that makes me believe that it's even possible he can do that to somebody else. I mean, it's the same thing with Alex, man. Most people just die to his left hand. Malcolm Wellmaker was the same way. They just die to his left hand for some reason, or right hand, whatever it was. But I think Carlos Prates is in that state right now where he's just his hand, he is untouchable when it comes to stand up offense, especially in the welterweight division. I mean, Ian Gary beat him, yes. Ian Gary is the only person, obviously, who can stand to him. But either way, he was able to knock out Leon, and Leon's one of the best counter strikers that we've seen. He's very good defensively on his feet. Prates was able to set the trap and knock him on his ass. So I think it's just when it comes to gain the most stock, Prates, I mean, in comparison to the Fighting Nerds losing a lot of stock, he was able to then rise above all of them. He's the only Fighting Nerd that matters at this point. Like,
Kind of crazy to say, but yeah, I understand it. Again, it's how you define this most stock element of things, because Prates, even with the Gary defeat, I think was a guy who I always saw like on the upswing. So it's like, again, the definition, I'm like, depending on how you define it, I'm completely fine with that. And yeah, Prates, I mean, he's a problem for anybody. The nightmare is legitimate. And also making it look effortless. He's got a cool factor to him. You can't deny
yeah,
it. I mean, bro walks in with the sunglasses and the cigarette. It's like old school. I'm looking at 1990s action film with this guy every time he's in the building.
yeah,
So
no, for sure.
I'm completely cool with that. All right, so going next on my list, Walter Walker, 3 wins, 3 submissions, 3 heel hooks. The heel hook legend, Walter Walker, making the list for me. I mean, a guy who really, was pretty much before this year. I mean, if you thought of him at all, you just thought of him as Johnny's little brother. And now he is completely overtaking, I would say. I mean, Johnny Walker obviously got the nod earlier on the list for the upset, but Walter Walker in a class of his own with these submissions that he's doing, and at heavyweight, no less. This is the evolution of heavyweight that the UFC has wanted for so long. well-rounded, versatile heavyweights who don't just go in there, slug for a round, and then gas out and flop around. I think Walter Walker represents something with this. I think the stock rose tremendously this year.
I think you're actually really cooking him. I'm upset I left him off the list because that is somebody who definitely is adding value to the division, is gaining more and more stock on his name as time goes on. Obviously, we just got the news that he'll be competing in karate combat against our Zion no-legged friend. So
The funniest matchup that could ever have been put together: Walter Walker, the heel hook legend, against Zion with no legs.
So we will definitely see just how much stock that he has, because people should be tuning in for that if that's a real thing that's happening. So
Oh yeah, if that goes down, we're definitely going to be watching that.
nice.
Cool. So did you me keep going?
Continue. Yes, I am
All right.
out of mine. I have my winner last. So when you are ready to announce our winners, I am ready. Go
Perfect.
ahead.
Okay. All right. Well, next up for me, also sticking with heavyweight, I think that Waldo Cortez Acosta rose his stock tremendously this year. 4 wins, 3 knockouts, 1 decision, 1 loss in there. Okay. So you can, kind of temper it a little bit. But I think that the activity plus what he was able to accomplish this year went from being the guy who laid on top of Robellis for, 3 rounds to being a legitimate title contender. That's a stock raise in my book.
I definitely agree. I do like a Waldo Cortez Acosta, and listen, there's no denying Big Waldo. I'll tell you that. That's
Yeah, I think that, and again, with how you define the category, right? I mean, and also just the activity at heavyweight. You got to keep this in mind. This is where you go to get knocked out. This is where you go to have significant head trauma that takes you out of commission for months and years at a time, depending on how bad it is. Waldo's in here trying to set records for activity. I think that there's something to that.
absolutely, yeah.
All
I love
right.
it.
Next up on my list, I'll give an honorable mention for this one just because, it's still a little early on in his return, but I got to give another nod to Mason Jones, man. 2 wins, 1 decision in a very tough fought fight with Jeremy Stevens, and 1 TKO and a comeback victory. Again, just honorable mention, but I think it deserves a mention for it being his second stint in the UFC. Guy did exactly what you're supposed to do if you get cut. He went out there, he got better, he came back better. I think that he deserves at least a shout.
Okay. Actually, now that since you gave a good honorable mention, I'm going to give one. We've talked about this person before, but I think uh, actually we left him off the last category, which is pretty crazy. But gained the most stock honorable mention right off the top of my head. How do we miss out Quillen Salkill? Come
Oh,
on,
yeah,
dude.
that's a great
He
one.
he has taken. I mean, the UFC by storm. I mean, he's on social media. You obviously can find plenty of people pointing out the fact that he's been fighting a lot of minority region guys. So whatever the case may be, he keeps finishing them. A lot of people, can latch on to that, like, oh, he's beating these regions that I don't really like, whatever you want to say. He's still gaining a lot of fans in that regard. It may not be the people that you would want rooting for your people, but they're rooting for him, and they're not necessarily the Australian fan base, which we already know they're rooting for him. But then the remainder of the people who like him just because he's beating the minority group that they don't like, they have fans. So
Yeah, I mean, and definitely, like, if there was a category for most instant stock raise, I would think that he would definitely get that off of that knockout. It was certainly, kind of a flip of the switch,
well,
I
you
would
got
say.
Anshul as well before that,
Oh,
with
for
Julia.
sure. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Again, level of competition maybe plays into that a little bit, but you're not wrong. Yeah, I think that. Yeah, no, that definitely solid addition. I like it. If we're going honorable mention there.
Yeah.
All right. Next up on my list is Chris Duncan, Scottish Chris Duncan, with 3 wins, 2 submissions, and 1 decision. And a guy again who might have been sort of under the radar. The early Belagioki submission was kind of one that you didn't know if he was going to be able to continue that forward. But now, after seeing this guy go to war with Mateusz Rambecki, and then now, of course, with Terrence McKinney, I think this guy is vetting himself. I think that in character and in action, he has raised his stock.
Yeah, absolutely. I do like that pick. I definitely like for the gaining most stock. That is a really good sleeper pick. I'm glad you brought that up, actually.
And my true appreciate that. And then my last of before I crown the victor here, last major stock raise for me, most gained in the year, Bruno Ferreira. 3 wins, 2 submissions, and 1 decision. I mean, again, from the guy who was not necessarily known as Mr. Submission, coming out here and proving that he has got a well-rounded skill set. You do have to caveat that he missed weight in his last fight pretty badly, but aside from that, taking Marvin Vettori and making it look not easy, but making Marvin look very human, even though again you can debate whether that's already been made by other people. Either way, going from a guy who is just another Fajeda to being Bruno Fajeda now in ranked position, I think that that's a stock raise.
No, I actually think you're cooking because, a striker getting 2 submissions in the year, it's already, his first submission ever and then the second one ever, in the same calendar year is already insane for a striker. Missing weight in this regard, I don't think it matters too much because at the end of the day, what he did to Marvin, he beat Marvin over 3 rounds, which is what I was criticizing he was not going to be able to do. He was not looking great, but obviously there was some complications going on with the weight and the performance. He just did not look great. So he was still able to win despite all that. And I think you are painting a good picture of somebody who gained a lot of stock this year. Unfortunately, when it comes to I think we'll talk about the underrated year for fighters. I think that's where a lot of these are landing for me because when I think of stock raisers, these are people that are going to be like, these are social media headliners now. But when I think of somebody like that, I'm not thinking like, oh, Bruno's really going to take the league by storm because he doesn't have that star power,
Yeah, no, it's fair enough, and he still might not. But as far
Hmm.
as just defining by the category, I think it fits.
Hell yeah.
All right, well, that brings us to the winner then. For I guess for both of us, you want to go ahead and say yours first?
I will say mine first. Unfortunately, you spoiled it for me. And
Ah,
yes, so my real answer for who gained the most stock this year, you obviously didn't paint the picture that I'm going to because this is the much needed context for what the most stock gained should look like. You have a fighter who comes in a week after the champion has put down, his opportunity to continue fighting in the cage because of eye pokes. You have somebody who comes in who gets eye poked in his next fight and has the choice. Do I want to do what the champion did and get everybody to say I'm just like him, or do I want to be different and actually make some shit happen? Waldo Cortez Acosta got off that stool, stood up, knocked out Tom's boy, and listen, it was the open and shut case, guys. I mean, that's how you gain stock. The fandom is all over Waldo Cortez Acosta, and it's not because the activity. The casuals really don't even understand what an active fighter can be, or what they should be, or what's less active. They know knockouts, they know finishes, they know Tom Aspinall did not continue after an eye poke. They watched Waldo get poked in the eye. The refs looked at it, doctors looked at it. He got back in there and he won by knockout. That is the most stock right there. He's still on social media, runs to calling out Big Tom with his eye patch profile picture. Like that is the most stock gained for 2025. That story right there is polarizing to the sport. Like that is Waldo Cortez stole that moment from Tom because like Tom is in the limelight of getting shit on, but the shitting limelight got shifted to Waldo because they're praising him for not doing what Tom did. So the people that evidently hated Tom, they love Waldo now, So it's just only making his stock rise more because he had his own fans. People were obviously catching along because he's on a nice little win streak. He's getting more and more, but then he siphons everybody that was once a Tom hater or is a Tom hater or jumped ship on Tom. They are they are all on Waldo's side now because that's what a real champ would do. He wouldn't back down. He would get back up. That's what they're expecting. That is the most stock that someone can gain in one calendar year. Waldo Cortez Acosta. That's my pick.
I love it. I think it was very well said. I think that that is a great, great choice and probably would be my winner if it wasn't for who my actual winner is. And I'm surprised that this did not come up for you, but I think you're going to be happy with this one. Melchizel Costa is my person who gained the most stock this year. 4 wins, 1 knockout, 2 decisions, 1 submission. He goes the entire gamut of ways that you can win a fight. Melchizel Costa has done it. And the reason that I picked Melchizel Costa for this category specifically is because he was a person who I was always very skeptical of. If you go back in our conversations, it took a while for me to come around to this guy, but he has done everything that it takes to make me a believer. And that we talk about this constantly, time and time again, is that if you really are that person that is going to be in the upper echelons, if you are the thing that you claim to be, that you portray yourself to be or want to portray yourself to be, then you go out there and make fans out of the people who are skeptical of you. Melquizael Costa did that in a big way this year. A guy who for a while there, I was like, this dude, he's doing okay, but this is going to be short lived. Proven me wrong. I think Melquizael Costa again, and also activity on top of that as well. You talk about Waldo's activity, the exact same reason. You're out there doing it time and time again. It shows you want it. You want to be in there. You're changing narratives about yourself over the course of that. Waldo certainly doing that with what he accomplished this year. I think Melquizael Costa doing that for me personally as well.
I really love that pick because I've been on the Melly train for a while now. I've been telling you guys the first champion with vitiligo is possible. Ilia Topuria is no longer around, guys. We have Topuria at home, and his name is Melly Costa. Whatever you want to say, this dude, he's just got the it factor. Some people have what they call the X factor. There's some people that can just make it happen. You can't reasonably believe a way that it could happen because they don't even know how it's going to happen yet. They figured the shit out on the fly, and when it comes down to them, Melly Costa is somebody that I think is perfect for a category like this. And I'm genuinely happy that he gets an award with his name etched in it. I'm proud of him, seriously, because I've been rooting for him for a really long time, and it paid off this year. This was a big year. You're right, man. This was a good fucking year.
Yeah, definitely for people, changing their position for sure. So, I mean, that's people who gained the most stock this year. Do you want to move over to the people who lost the most stock?
The people who lost the most stock is evidently the next category that we are coming into. I do not have many on this list. It took me a moment. It took a while for me to think of who has really lost stock, because that's a really big thing. Losing stock. It's like that's excuse me, that is not just losing one fight. That's not just embarrassing losing one fight. Means the fandom is leaving you because there's no hope. There's no chance that we believe that you can win again because of what we've been seeing more recently. And now I'm going to be harsh to these two people. Obviously, what I just said is not going to be relevant about these other two, but who lost the most stock this year? I think the first person that I want to bring up is Leon Edwards. This is somebody who genuinely, you have no, even if you are the biggest Leon fan, I don't care if you believe in your heart that he's going to get it done. There's no way in your brain you can watch how he's fought recently and think he is ever going to reach the top of the division again. I mean, I know a knockout, whatever. Things happen. You get chinned eventually. You got submitted by Sean Brady for your first ever submission loss. The next fight, you get chinned by Carlos Praitas for your first knockout loss. That's it, dude. I mean, the hope is run dry, the well is running out because people are not going to be able to continue to believe this. I've even been skeptical about the performances that I've seen from this dude for a really long time. When it came to the Usman rematch, the third one or the trilogy, whatever the case may be, it wasn't really a convincing win. It was close. And Kamaru Usman, you obviously tell he fought differently. He did not do the same thing the first time. Then you get to Colby Covington, and who even cares? Dude, I mean, Leon, you're not acting like some dominant fucking champ, even at the point with you have Colby Covington in your fucking sights. And there's just, I don't know, dude. There was a point in time where people would say that Leon could beat Islam because the size would be too much. We are stupid. We are so stupid for thinking that. And this is the evidence right here, is because he is the 2025's one of the people who have lost the most stock. This is it. Jump ship. No more Leon Edwards fans. I don't want to see it. Seriously.
Yeah, no, I think a very valid inclusion on this list for sure. Again, this is how you define these things. Yeah, but Leon certainly fitting the bill after the losses that he's taken. Leon is really, again, I go back to the same thing I say about the hero's journey. Leon accomplished what he needed to accomplish, and he is very much on the other side of that now, following a more traditional path, I would say. You get it, you get to the top of the mountain. It took a long time for him to get there. Now he's on the other side. I think that the stock drop valid. I definitely agree there. All right, I'm going to cheat a little bit with my first entry here, but I think you're going to understand why. My first entry for the most stock dropped in the year is every Bellator fighter entering the UFC that's name is not Yaroslav Amosov. That's Patchy Mix, Patricio Pitbull, and Aaron Pico. Patchy Mix, 2 losses, one by decision, one by submission. Patricio Pitbull, 1 loss by decision, 1 win by decision, and Aaron Pico, 1 loss by knockout. This has been a terrible year for fighters coming in from outside the organization that again are not named Yaroslav Amosov and or Kayla Harrison, but she was last year. So I mean, really, this was the year where I definitively said I am not putting stock into anyone who is coming in as a champion from anywhere else. You know, you have some credentialed record. Oh man, you beat this guy, you did this thing, blah blah. Don't care. Do it in the big show, and maybe you got a chance there. That's why Yaroslav Amosov, that's why I was so glad that you included him earlier, because I was like, he is the one who bucked this trend. But other than that, terrible stock dropping for all of these former champions.
You know what's really funny is you were on the same page as me when it came to the lost stock thing, but I didn't necessarily pick all of Bellator, but I did lump a good sum of them together when it came to this next one. So, who lost the most stock this year? Notable choice: the Fighting Nerds. They are all cooked. I mean, Protest, like I said, he came back, but the other ones, they're done. I mean, Kaio obviously isn't done. You know, Rufy's obviously not done, but like the hype train that was the team of the Fighting Nerds, the unbreakable, you know, they can figure out anything. If they work together long enough, they get a full camp. Kaio, they all run different divisions. You know, Kaio can be Imavov, Rufy can be Ilya, you know, whatever you want to say. It's all done. We don't have to hear it anymore. Kaio lost, Hoofy got submitted, and John Silva got knocked unconscious. Also, Ian Gary beat Carlos Prates, but he's the only one active enough to actually make up for it. The other ones are still waiting and sulking, probably still crying over each other's losses. Like, that's the crazy part about it, is they were so feared because they could figure out anything. They have so many different dynamic fighters in different weight classes. The moment one of them lost, they're all in fucking shambles. And that should have been the clear indication that they're going to continue to lose. I mean, if you guys aren't ready for one of you guys to take a very common thing in mixed martial arts, if it brings you to the brink of tears, surely you're not fucking ready to lose yourself. Like, I mean, Jesus Christ. I mean, you gotta know, like, losing is a part of the sport. You know, like, let's get over it. Let's get back in there. You get submitted by BSD, you need to come back and fucking make some shit happen. You get knocked out by Diego fucking Lopez, mate. Quit the fucking internet jargon, get back in the gym, and you know, we shouldn't be hearing talks of people leaving the Fighting Nerds, like, you know, like, and that should prove my point even more. They lost so much stock that even the best Fighting Nerd, Mauricio Hoofy, the people that they all hang their hat on, he's apparently leaving. So what can you say, you know?
Yeah, no, this certainly was, you know, I mean, I could certainly see a lot of, you know, the rise and fall of the Fighting Nerds videos coming out at some point. You know what I mean? Like it writes itself, and yeah, this year was certainly that highest of the highs. I mean, you know, we talking about on this very show, you know, who's going to be the first one to fall, and then we saw pretty much the whole team have a collapse of some sort there. So yeah, I think it's a very valid entry the way that that you did it. I'm with it. Yeah, I mean, I think that there's still potential for several of them to bounce back. Yeah, I do. I mean, I don't think that it's a you know, a done nail in the coffin situation necessarily, but as far as stock dropping, yeah, as a collective, I agree completely.
100%.
All right, next up on my list, I think I'll go with this one as my next one here. Macy Chiasson, 2 losses, 2 decision losses, looking absolutely atrocious after being a woman who I had a decent amount of stock in at one point. Again, you know, it's a subjective list to an extent here. You know, she was one that I thought was going to be a breakthrough star. She looked really, really good in that, you know, with the elbow win over Myra Bueno Silva. You know, cut her open really nicely, got a good win off of that, and then just looked so bad in her last fights. Again, this is why it's like it's one thing to lose, it's another thing to look terrible in your loss. And for someone who I had a lot of stock in at one time, that's a dramatic stock loss to me.
Yeah, 100%. I actually really like that pick. I think the next one that you're going to hear from me, the chat is going to have to actually own up to it. We have to admit that this person lost a bunch of stock this year. And people may not want to admit it because of the performance that they had against a certain opponent. But at the end of the day, this was a champion. This was a champion who went into a fight against somebody who was undefeated and absolutely had zero redeeming moments in the entirety of the fight. Dricus du Plessis lost the most stock this year as a champion who people can hang their hat on as a professional. He is what a champion should be. He acts like one. He fights like one. He's willing to do whatever. And then I see videos of his fucking coach. All right, we not gonna let him wrestle us, mate. We gonna get him done. No, nope. Nope, you lost all your stock. You got wrestled for 5 rounds. You let him land almost 600 strikes or some shit on you. Like, don't even start. DDP lost the most stock, other than the person that we'll talk about at the top.
Yeah, no, I think it's an entirely valid one too, and also, again, context matters. Dricus, one of the slickest trash talkers in the game, a guy who really had a biting ability to get under people's skin. You have to be able to back that up in every facet. You can't talk that slick a game in your press conferences and go to the links that he would go to in conversational terms and in fight selling terms, and then go out there and get completely and utterly dominated, and then just pop up between each round looking for answers up there in the sky, and a team behind him as well. Context in that as well. Like you said, you mentioned his coach. I've compared his coach to the modern day Edwin Tarverdi, and I mean, a dude who is so delusional in how he's approaching fights and who the opponent is, thinking that one thing's going to happen and completely going the opposite direction. I've said several times at this point that Dricus needs to change camps because of that navigation. So all in all, I mean, all of those factors together, I think it's a very valid choice.
Yeah, I think that one, it hurts for me to say. Like, I know. I mean, Dricus is a hero. He was. He was literally on his way to being one of the best champions that we've ever seen. I really love when he fights. That's why, for me saying that his stock dropped the most, I mean, it hurts to say because he was made look amateur. Like, there was nothing that he was able to do. He didn't want to risk any maneuver that was going to put himself in a position that he could get submitted. And fair play to him, he got 5 rounds, but I mean, you got dominant. Like, when I say dominated, dude, Whaley versus Lemos, it was like 240 strikes to like 12. This was like 480 to 7. Like, it was terrible, dude. It was, and it just sucks because the whole story behind Hamzat is like, oh, can he even stay healthy? Is he even going to make it to the matchup? Is he even going to do this against? What if he gasses out in one? No, he did it for 5 rounds. He did everything he wanted to Dricus du Plessis for 5 rounds, and then won by decision. Nobody in their mind would have ever bet on it. Like, it happened though. It
Sure.
sucks.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, so then if you're at your end, then I got a couple of other ones. Some of these are more honorable mention territory, but I think they deserve at least a mention here. I have Renato Moicano on this list. 2 losses, 1 sub loss, 1 decision loss. I mean, granted, called up to the big show for various circumstances with what happened with Arman Sarukian, way outside of his scope of ability, sure, in that loss, but then in his fight thereafter, looking absolutely terrible. I mean, a dude who was barely able to throw a punch. This is a guy who looked so tremendously dominant against BSD, and then to come out and just be the exact opposite. Also a big talker on the microphone. I mean, it's again, if we're talking about, just stock over stock kind of thing, I think that Renato Moicano fits the bill to an extent. So I put him on the list.
Yeah, I definitely I like that one. Yeah, and go ahead, continue on though.
Okay, there's that. This is a very much an honorable mention at best, but I still think it's worth noting here because he's someone that I had so much stock in personally. Joel Alvarez. Granted, yes, he and still in the win column as a stock dropper. That's how you know that it's bad.
Yeah.
Joel Alvarez was annihilating competition, just walking through competition at the lower weight. He moves up a weight class and has a very odd fight with oh Jesus Christ,
Vicente.
Vicente Luque. Thank you. Yes, Vicente Luque. Odd situation there. Granted, it's a fight that he probably could have finished at one point, and things happened within the fight that made that not be the case with refereeing and weirdness. Either way, it was not the performance that you wanted against Vicente Luque, who you should, with what he was doing at a lower weight, he should have been able to walk through that fight, and he did not. I think that in and of itself was the stock drop. Again, just an honorable mention, but one to keep in mind, because if things keep going in that way in 2026, you'll know that we said it here first.
Absolutely. No, that one's a really good one. I can't believe yeah, I can't believe that performance. That's how bad of the stock he lost is because we don't even remember Yoel Alvarez anymore, like, that's crazy. He's not even the same. He's 170 and he's boring now, like, that's all you can say.
Yeah, I mean, talk about a guy who needs to go back down,
Oh.
where he was having all of the major successes that he was having.
Yeah, I
Um,
feel bad for saying, but Dana and them were right. They've been trying to hold him hostage at 55, and he's like, "No, I wanna go to 70," and they're like, "Please, no, you won't be good. No, go back."
Yeah, yeah, most definitely. So he's on the list. Another stock drop of the year on the list, Sean O'Malley. I know it was only the one, but one loss by submission to Marab. This was your chance after being thoroughly embarrassed in the previous performance as the champion. This was your get back, and you floundered that in such a spectacular way. Again, if we're talking about strictly on stock dropping terms, this was the guy that the organization surely wanted to be the next big thing.
He
You
got an
know,
instant rematch after one fucking title defense.
after and also a gifted defense in his first one against Cheeto off of a vanity fight to get a get back that he didn't even necessarily need to get back.
Mhm.
So I mean, this guy was getting everything handed to him. I always thought a charisma vacuum on the microphone. Never really was sold on him as a personality to begin with. He got by on his tattoos and his hair, and that's about it.
Being a
And
friend with the Nelk boys.
exactly, his youth as well, and his "I smoke weed" LOL. So, again, I think that as far as stock dropping, that because what I said in one of the Yama episodes, I said I think that sales of Sean O'Malley socks are probably plummeting, and that in and of itself, I think, should tell you about stock dropping. If this dude is being printed on socks, you know what they were trying to do. I think it fits the bill of a stock drop.
There you go. I like that one. No, that one's very good. Go ahead, continue
Okay,
on.
and then the last one that I have, and this is again an honorable mention, but definitely bears being on this list in some capacity because I don't know how else we would talk about it. Huge, if not the biggest stock drop, Isaac Dolgarian. Mr. Dolgarian dropping all of his stock so far that he has plummeted out of the organization and into an FBI investigation. This dude was, you got to remember too. I mean, like, aside, he will never be extracted from the circumstances that he got himself into with that. But he was a hot prospect before that. That's the real sad part of all of this. This guy was legitimately good. That's why he was such a big favorite going into that fight and every other fight he was in.
Like, I feel genuinely crazy because, like, I've watched that dude be competitive, skillful, competent, and now what I know, I'm like, "What do I know?" Like, I just saw a really good fighter throw everything away. Like,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
just
I mean, literally, I like that. That's the craziest thing. Again, like I always go back to and why I clipped it. The us finding out about the fix in real time on the watch along is exactly for what you just said. It's like it's not only how crazy it is that a fight is being fixed before your very eyes, but also watching someone so talented throw it all away.
it's like the same thing. It's like it's never like the people you suspect using EPOs or PEDs. It's always the ones who like are using it to barely get by kind of deal. It's like I just either
Yeah.
way. Yep.
Again, it's a little bit of a unique circumstance, but I think deserved inclusion there. So yeah.
Yeah, I like that one. That's a very good inclusion for the end of the year. It's definitely something we needed to speak about every time we talk about a yearly end of 2025. I mean, Bulgarian has gotta be everywhere. We need
Yeah,
wanted signs posted up.
yeah, for real, dude. Yeah, I mean, obviously one of the biggest stories of the year for sure. So that brings me to my winner. So if you want to go ahead with yours, we can do our thing here.
I think everybody knows who my winner of losing the most stock is this year. And I'm not gonna rant too long about it. I have 15 other streams where I've done the exact same thing. I've had the same conversation. But your winner, etched in stone on your mantle where this award is going to go, Mr. Tom Aspinall has lost the most stock of 2025. You know, it's unfortunate if again, I have my own opinions. Other people have their own opinions. I hope he comes back and I hope he's able to redeem himself. But as of 2025, he went from the champion to now Waldo has his belt at home just sitting on a mantle, I'm sure, because like you should have just sent it in the mail to him after he knocked out your boy when he said he doesn't eye poke people. I've never eye poked people in my 30 years of experience, and then eye pokes the first fucking time he gets in the cage and then fucking gets knocked out. It's just perfect. I know that has nothing to do with Tom, but it's all the context surrounding Tom because this is going to cloud his career now. He's never been somebody, Cody Brundage is another person that you guys always will be like, wow, there's something always weird about his fight. There's something going on. Tom Aspinall is going to start getting these type of things like with the Curtis Blades thing with his knee, and then you get now this. It's John Jones is already running away with those narratives, and I know nobody listens to him anymore. But the point is the narratives are out there. You can just put pieces together very easily and say, well, Tom Aspinall didn't want to fucking fight. He had a bloody nose, and his eye said he's hurt, and it wasn't even the right eye that got poked. You can have so many different quick theories. Tom Aspinall, my official losing the most stock of 2025.
I've made an entire Yama episode about this exact situation, and while I do not agree with the narrative, I do understand this pick entirely. I really do. You said it best. I mean, the reality almost does not matter in the broader context. You know what I mean? Like it really, like, because we just found out that Tom has had one surgery. Apparently, he's going to have another surgery. It's the perception, and whether you like it or not, these are the conversations that now, like you said, will surround Tom, at least until he goes out there and reclaims, really goes out there and has a dominant victory to be like, look, like almost an Alex Pereira, like, if Alex Pereira had not come back and looked so dominant against Magomed Ankalaev, then that fight, the first fight, would have been the defining fight of the next X amount of years for him, if not for the rest of his career, depending on how long he fights for. So, I do see where you're coming from with this pick, and I do see the validity to it. So I'm okay with it.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, and I hate to just, sometimes I would like to be able to ignore the facts, but a spade is a spade sometimes. When it comes to losing stock, I mean, it takes a very special thing to happen. You have to do something like Bulgarian. You have to literally screw yourself over for stock to drop, just like as bad as it does. But like Tom Aspinall, again, it's not necessarily his fault. It's not necessarily anything that I would say he could have done better. I mean, it is what it is, like you said. But the fact is, a lot of people jump ship, and a lot of people are skeptical if you're ever going to be Surreal Gone. So that more stock went other places than to Tom Aspinall, and more stock left Tom Aspinall than they went into Tom Aspinall. So you even have people from the UK who are like, yeah, it's a bad look. Like, it was not great for him to, he needs to come back and beat Surreal Gone now to redeem all that lost stock. But nobody's into it anymore. I would say that is my clear cut choice.
All right, I'm with it. I went with a little bit more of a nuanced one here. I don't know if the chat's going to really be feeling this, but I think that I have good reason for it. My most stock dropped this year is Roman Kopylov. Roman Kopylov came into this year with potentially a fight of the year candidate. We'll talk about that, of course, a little bit later on with Chris Curtis, to two losses, both by decision, where he looked absolutely like a different person. Again, this is how you define it. So, you can feel different ways about what you consider most stock to be had to be dropped, where I think that your pick makes more sense in that regard. Tom, of course, being a champion, had way more to lose in what happened than a Roman Kopylov would. But based on where these people are in their career and like what he stood to gain by continuing on with the trajectory that he was on, what he set from the beginning of the year, I think that Roman Kopylov dropped tremendous stock in those second two fights. Going from something that was like, man, this Roman Kopylov guy could be next up, to being an afterthought in anybody's conversation. To me, that's a stock drop.
I actually really like that. That's a sleeper pick, and that's not something that I think anybody else would think about. And in a good way. I think you really reached deep for that one. And yeah, I kind of respect the thought, because yeah, going into this year, Roman Kopylov was one of these people that I really was rooting for. Very dark horse kind of deal. His stand up is very good, and he's got like good fight instincts. But these last two fights, Paulo Costa whooping you for 3 rounds or whatever, not a good look, dude. Not a
Yeah.
good look.
I mean, Paulo Costa, the guy who's ran miles around the cage against Sean Strickland, and now pulled out of his most recent fight, as he does for many, many fights. This is not the guy that you want to be losing against, for sure.
Yeah, I really like that. And as you said, speaking of stock dropped, I just in the moment I had a thought of like who who in theory could have lost stock, but the situation didn't allow that. Obviously, we could talk about Waldo and Tom's friend. I mean, the situation, there's obviously things that are going on around it that you can't really predict. When I think of things like that, like I think of Dan Ige versus Sean Woodson. That very easily could have been a moment where Sean Woodson just lost everything. but he wasn't even out, and he was literally getting back up, shooting for a takedown. So the refs just stopped it, and it's like one of those moments I think to my mind. It's like he didn't lose stock, and he didn't really gain it, but he did lose, and it was by knockout. But at the end of the day, the stock is still there. Like we still believe that it could be something. So I think that was
Sure.
an interesting thing to think about for a second.
Yeah, I like that. I like that as a note. Absolutely.
But going into the next one,
Yeah.
we have, and this is another short one for me because I really, I try to be nice sometimes, guys, and clearly I'm not going to be for a couple of these people. But when it comes to this next category, we have the most overrated year for the fighter. And now I'll go ahead and I'll throw this out there because there are going to be some people who agree with me. And I'm not saying I agree, but I am just giving the general consensus of what a lot of people would assume. The most overrated year for a fighter. Some people will tell you it is Joshua Van. And I don't like to think that because the things that like I said, everything he accomplished up until Brandon Royval is all valid. I don't think him winning by a via arm break and getting the belt should take away from anything, but there are a lot of people who don't claim that he's the champ. He didn't beat Pantoja, he's not the real champ. I think an overrated year, not necessarily true, but ending as the champ, that's an overrated ending to it. I mean, you didn't have to actually fight for it. You just walked in. I mean, you did. You stepped into the cage and you were actually going to go to war with Pantoja. He just happened to fall and break his arm. Yeah, in my eyes, you did everything you needed to do. You are the champion. But I could see there's people out there who would say that's overrated. Like, come on, he's overrated. He's not the champ. Like that's the way that I'm thinking about it right now. So
Yeah, I can see the thought process. Of course, I do not agree with it, but I mean, if you're looking at all of the rest of everything else besides that one aspect of it, I think that cancels it out. But I can see it, and I think that's a fine inclusion. Um, I would say then I'll go with somebody who maybe doesn't fit the bill either, but I included Armin Sarukian. One win, one submission. A guy over a dude after the way that he navigated his career to make that happen against Dan Hooker, who was never going to be the guy. I think that is a little bit of an overrated for people to say, "Oh, Armin's back."
I I'm not disagreeing with the year itself, the fights that happened, but I think I would like to mention that if I'm not mistaken, Armin wasn't able to fight for the first portion of the year because he
And
was
why
still.
was that, Chase?
I'm not saying that it is not because of his own fault, but due to outside circumstances, he was unable to compete the first half of the year. So potentially he could have got a third fight in. I don't know, but I would say overrated year. I agree with, but I would say there's other circumstances that are leading to that. He probably could have got 3 wins in the year, whatever you want to say. But
Well,
that's a
I guess that the idea then is that if you're putting a lot of stock into that as a good year, then all of those reasons make it why it would be overrated.
yeah. I
Yeah.
hear you. I like
Mhm.
that one. And so this next person that I would say is is an overrated year. This is the only other notable choice, and this one again, I'm going to stir the pot one more time because you guys don't seem to understand that an overrated year is winning once, getting smoked in your other one, and then everybody forgetting that you got smoked in the other one. So the fact that you come out here and you get a good 3-round decision win against somebody who's good doesn't erase that you just lost 3 rounds to somebody who's not very good. You know what I mean? Like at the time, again, this person was on a 2-fight win streak. You are coming off of 2 knockouts in a row. You should be finishing that person. That is the inevitable stylistic matchup that they are setting up there. You finish the old vet, you get him out of there. No, the old vet actually whoops your ass and manhandles you for 3 rounds. Yet you come back 8 months later and you get a decision win over somebody who's old and not very good anymore. And now I'm supposed to think that you are some hot shot prospect. This is why he wasn't on my hottest prospects list because Peyton Talbot is one of the most overrated fighters for 2025. I mean, in the beginning of the year, you get whooped. We don't see a fight in the middle of the year where you have like that, where we can see like growth. You go straight to Henry Cejudo and yeah, you got to take down a Henry Cejudo. I know everybody loves to say you got to take down a Henry Cejudo. You got to take down Henry Cejudo. How about he defend a takedown from Hani Barcelos? How about he would have done that? How about he could have tried to do that? How about he actually do something on the feet that made Hani Barcelos think, oh, I can't just shove my face right into his fucking hips? Like it, this was only this year, guys. So it's just crazy to me that he could end up being somebody's he was even the bro. The UFC started making up shit to give him. Like I've never seen them do a most improved, like this is the fucking NBA or something like that. But Peyton Talbot getting most improved fighter, mate, he had one fight after a fight where he got dominated. How is he the most improved? He's improved off of one visual eye test. Okay, he does it 2, 3 times in a row where he does what he did not have before. Okay, he improved. Okay, he doesn't have it then, and then he doesn't have to use the same skill set against somebody else because he's more offensive against him. It's just crazy to me that people will glaze Peyton Talbot when I'm just being a realist. 1-1 on the year, a dominant loss, and then a semi-dominant win. You're still not on the balance scale here. You're still tipping upwards towards I'm not that good because the old man literally whooped me for 3 rounds. So
Yeah, I mean, again, I think that it depends on all what you're looking at, but I do think it fits the bill of if people are like glazing him as heavily as being like, oh, next up, this is such an amazing year, then yeah, that would fit the bill of being overrated for sure. Yeah, I think over like basically what you're saying, yeah, being 1-1, if you're like trying to crown the next king out of him, then yeah, I'd say that that's an overrating of Peyton Talbot. So sure, I'm with that assessment. I'm okay with that.
all right, on to you.
Next up on my list is Myron Santos. 3 wins, 2 decisions, 1 KO. Yes, you'd think that that is very impressive by itself. However, we know what we see when we see Myron Santos, and one of those wins was not deserved. I mean, the Francis Marshall win we know was that was very at best a petty theft.
Yeah, I actually think you're cooking with this one. That's a very good pick because, as we know, the Ultimate Fighters are not very good comparative to everybody else that gets a contract. These guys are probably the lowest of the low skill level that they start out as. There's a lot of growth and development that has to go into these tough guys before they're actually good. Sometimes they need a second stint. Sometimes they got to go somewhere else. Sometimes they just up and fucking leave. We literally had a guy the Zigomantis.
Yes.
He just quit MMA. Like he just went on tough and then he just went back to the military or something. Like it doesn't even make sense that Lithuania, that's where he's from. But the fact is like these tough guys, they need to be catered correctly. And Myron Santos, I feel like they're catering him correctly. He's just not looking good. He's not making himself look like the prospect that they want him to. He got a knockout in this last fight, but like I don't know. I'm still not sold there, and I was sold originally, so he
That's
unsold
yeah.
me, and I don't know.
That's exactly it. You're exactly on point with that. Is that he's undoing the goodwill that he already had. So it's like and again, if we're talking strictly overrated, that's what I'm talking about. Because it's like that the fight where he just got the knockout was not a great fight up until then. I mean, now, I'm not saying it was a fluke and I'm not saying it was a lucky shot or anything like that. What I'm saying is that what we have seen out of Myron Santos by all metrics, as far as the eye test goes, at least, is a guy who's cruising to have a downfall that's going to be pretty tremendous at some point. So maybe that doesn't happen. All I'm saying is that off of what I've seen this year, with one of those victories being a petty theft at best, I would say that this was if you're rating it highly, it would be an overrating.
Nice, I like that one. Well, I only had those two, and then I have my real winner here. So I will let you continue on your overrated year for
Okay.
fighters.
Again, if we're looking at years that are overrated, if you're rating them highly, I have to say, and I know that this might not go over well with some people, I'm putting Billy Elikana on this list. I'm a Son of Susie fan over here, okay? But one loss by submission, yeah, obviously coming in on short notice, it was impressive that he was able to do what he did. All good there, no problem with that. 2 wins, one by decision, one by submission. The submission more impressive, okay, but against a fellow prospect, a guy coming straight off of the Contender Series, and then the decision in one of the worst fights that we have ever seen in the history of MMA. I think if you're rating Billy Elikana his year highly, I think it's a little bit of an overrating.
I think it would be really funny if somebody was like, "Man, Billy Elikana had a really good year, guys," and then you're like, "Calm down, buddy. Hold on. He
I
didn't really have that great of a year." But that is really funny that there are people out there like that because I agree that is a very good that's a good sleeper pick. Billy Elikana he impressed me in his debut, against Bogdan Gushkov. That's a hard opponent, and he almost finished him. And then, the fight with Ebo, I, whatever you want to say, he took away the win. I don't know. Listen, and then the fact that we didn't bring up his submission in the submission of the year is actually pretty criminal, because that was one of the most brutal rear naked chokes that you could ever see, because you got the ref not looking in the area where his hands are. So the dude is tapping with his hands pinned behind him, and he just goes to sleep. And I still stand by this. That guy, I don't know if he will ever compete and have the same mindset, because again, this is his debut at the highest level of the sport. The ref is supposed to save you. He's going to protect me. I'm tapping for my dear life, and in my mind I'm dying. In my mind he's
And
killing me. He's going to kill me. Like,
and then waking up and seeing Elikana and the ref dapping each other up
exactly. Yeah.
was also really bad. Oh man, yeah, no, great submission on that part of it and all that. I'm not, again, strictly if we're going off of the category, you have to keep the category in mind. I don't dislike half of the people on here. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying if you were rating these years highly, it is an overrating, is what I'm trying to say out of these.
I
So
like that.
all right. So next up on the list, then, based on those criteria, is somebody who I've been very skeptical of, and I almost hesitate to put her on the list, but I'm putting it on, for a little female representation, because she's another one I think is due for a downfall. Jacqueline Cavalcante, 2 wins, 2 decisions. She has never impressed me once in her career, yet is this hot prospect that people are saying is, oh, she's next up. Look how great she is. I think that she is due for a downfall. And if you think that this year for her was great with 2 wins, I don't think so.
Yeah, there might be some people out in Portugal, maybe.
Yes,
Yeah, so there
Portugal.
might be some people out there who are thinking she's cream of the crop right now. But I definitely agree. She's kind of the same deal as Karini Silva. She's like
Mhm.
there, but like you don't really know what she does. Like she's just out and about in the division. And does she actually finish people that are good? Does she actually beat people? I've yet to see it, to be fair. Like I can't tell you a name that she's beat. And I know a lot of people. And but who has Jacqueline Cavalcante fought? And listen, if I look really stupid here and she fought some fucking Hall of Fame, whatever, but she's not been the person that's impressing me. There's plenty of other Portugal fighters. Mario Pinto, I love him.
Sure.
So
Yeah.
like I would,
Somebody who could have been on the prospects list if we really wanted to.
yeah. But either way,
But yeah, no. So again, and I'm not saying that like next year could be the year where this is not at all applicable. I'm just saying off of what I've seen right now, because I think she's still undefeated, if I'm not mistaken, too. But so I think it goes into that same category of like, if you think that this is like an amazing year with 2 wins, 2 decisions, then nah. All right, last one that I have before my winner is, and I think that you'll appreciate this entry, Azamat Mirzakhanov. Now, this is a guy I'm a fan of over here, but 2 wins,
overrated year.
two wins, 2 knockouts. But the one that got him into the spotlight, quote unquote, after being an inactive guy as well, was against Alexander Rakic, who should have already been out of the rankings. Rakic has never been great, and so I would say, yeah, it's like he still needs to prove more to make those 2 knockouts really make the difference, mean something.
I think he's somebody that I would say is maybe perfectly rated. Like, I think having a little bit of hype after you get 2 knockouts for being an undersized, quote unquote, midget of your division,
True.
like it's not like people are out here ranting and raving, say he's gonna come out here and get the belt, but like, he's decently rated. He's fine. Like when you said his name, I'm thinking like overrated. Like, no, maybe he leans a little underrated, but even then, I don't think so. I think he's fine where he's at. I do like Asmat Mirzakhanov, but I don't overly like him where I'm like, yeah, he's on the way up, but I don't dislike him enough, like
Well,
he's
then
just
fair enough. Then maybe I guess maybe the fact that he's undefeated also plays a little bit into that too.
it's a little, yeah, I can see that. As somebody who's undefeated, you would assume that they're going to be the best in the division, the best of the best. But obviously, he's just a guy who can punch hard,
and
So
come in here next year and then A, be active, and B, still keep knocking people out, then you make it onto a whole nother list at that point. So that brings me to my winner. So why don't you go ahead and crown yours?
I'm very happy about my choice, because it is not somebody who, you know, anybody would say had a great year, or, an underrated year, or even a great fighter. But I think this is somebody that we cannot let slide, right? Overrated year for a fighter. My winner, etched on the plaque, Joe Pyfer. That
Ah,
fucking guy, man. First off, he goes to Mexico, gets the shits, goes home, comes back, puts on a horrible performance against Kelvin Gastelum. He could have finished him. He dropped him like 4 different times. Like, I get Kelvin Gastelum is a little bit of a specimen for the division. I just saw him against somebody when he starched him on the fucking feet. He looked really good. But Joe Pyfer, you have the power to end people. You got to this point where you were so stagnant in the fight that all you were waiting was just to unload the right hand, and you neglected to set anything up. So the fight was boring, and you got a lot of knockdowns on it, but you didn't finish the fight. And finishing Kelvin Gastelum, again, this is the stylistic matchup. They wanted Joe Pyfer to finish Kelvin Gastelum because that means he's the only guy to finish Kelvin Gastelum who's a Hall of
right.
Fame fighter. You know, Joe Pyfer is now in the upper echelon, but the fact he just goes to boring decision with him after almost beating him a handful of times, that leads me to believe that this dude is so overrated in the grand scheme of what prospects are supposed to be. People believe that Joe Pyfer is very good, and he's fine, but overrated for 2025 is what I will list him being, and that's my winner.
I love that pick. I think that that is so spot on. Yeah, body bags with no body bags being filled when it came to that fight. And you're exactly right. I mean, we just were talking about Ateba Gautier and why I said that him versus Marvin Vittori would be such a perfect matchup would be exactly what you just listed out. If Ateba Gautier goes in there and knocks out Marvin Vittori, that's a statement. And
Mhm.
that's what you need to make when you are at the level. Cause like what you said, he's in that with Ateba specifically, he's in that middle ground right now where a statement like that springboards you into the higher that you would, not get unless you made a statement like that. Joe Pyfer had that same opportunity, was not able to achieve that. You get what you get. I think that, and just to think that people would say, oh man, but he did beat him. It's like, yeah, but Kelvin Gastelum gets beat. That's not the issue, is getting beat. You need to knock Kelvin Gastelum out. You need to make a statement in the fight. It was a very average fight overall.
Yeah, and then I obviously will not let it slide that he blatantly slandered the entirety of Mexico all because he doesn't know what food truck to get his food from. I mean, you really can't make this shit up. He blatantly said that everybody in Mexico can just go fuck off because he doesn't know how to pick his Mexican foods. You know, like ain't no other question about it. It's like, dude, if you can't handle the ground beef with hot sauce, do not eat it. Like, what are you talking about?
For
Like, you're
real.
supposed to be cutting. Why are you fucking being fat like Kelvin Gastelum? Like, either way.
Yeah, these are big facts. I mean, brother, the green sauce exists for a reason, bro. If you can't handle the red, you go with the green. I mean,
There you go.
rookie mistakes. So I'm with that. Okay, so my winner for overrated fighter with an overrated year is Alexandre Topuria. 2 wins,
Oh,
two
okay.
decisions. This Topuria brother is absolutely the most average at best fighter on the planet, coasting off of the name that was given to him at birth and his brother's success right now. And people would say, his brother would say, oh, he's the better brother. No, the fuck he is not. This dude having subpar decision wins with Colby thickness. And this is what I'm supposed to believe is the next up. We've been saying that this dude is prime for the downfall at some point. He is going to be exposed in a major way. I would say that in 2026 it's absolutely happening. So yeah, I would say that if anybody was rating the brother Topuria highly, that is a massive overrating.
I really like this pick because I agree. We've said it before, you know, people seemingly are loving to put stock in this dude that he's going to be the better brother, which absolutely makes no sense considering what I've seen Ilya do to 3 of the greatest that have stepped into the octagon. Now, the brother, on the other hand, the main flaw that I've said the entirety of the time that I see him fight, he gives his opponent too much time to figure out to win. I mean, 15 minutes. I mean, you've had 30 minutes of UFC fight time. 15 more, 15 more. One of these 15-minute increments, somebody's going to be able to make you work, you know, and they're either going to put you down or they're going to put you in grappling sequences where they're winning. You know, just because your name is Topuria doesn't mean you actually have the skill set that your brother does. We already know you don't have the power. We already know you don't have you have the look. You look like him when you strike, but you don't put on combinations like Ilya does. You don't back people up to the cage and then actually use the cage backside to actually inflict good damage. You know, there's just too many things that Alexandre Pantoja is going to leave open for somebody to fucking beat him with. And I think like you said, it's going to come a little quicker. And I really don't want to be the type of person that, puts stock into somebody that I really don't even know yet, only because he's the brother of somebody. I did that with fucking Mo Usman when I started this shit. Like, are you fucking kidding me right now? Like, I look like an idiot. Like,
Yeah, I mean you're hitting all of the points. So as I said, really I can't add anything else to that. That really sums it up perfectly. So if you were thinking that this was a stock raising year for Taporia, I got other things coming to you on
I
that one.
I really like that pick. I think that is absolutely a sleeper pick because not many people are going to think about it because he slides under the radar. But it is very good to note that that is an overrated year because he's got the name and the star power, and people seem to like him. But we need to keep it a buck. This
Absolutely.
guy is overrated. Yeah, I
Yeah.
love that one.
Yeah, for sure. And and again, like, because if you're only looking at the top of the sport, I mean, there's so much underneath. I mean, we go over every single fight in the UFC on this show. So I mean, like, this is really the deeper cut stuff that like is going to make a difference going forward.
Yeah,
So,
absolutely. And so with all that being said, those were our overrated fighters of the year. Now, obviously, on the back end, we get into our underrated fighters for this year. And I think this is where we I can see we're gaining the most stock, underrated, whatever we want to say. These can be a little similar. So we're going to get a little similar names, but I'm going to give you different reasons, I believe, of why I think that they are the underrated fighter for this year. So I would actually like for you to start this time. Thinker,
all
go ahead.
right. Well, you touched on the fight, but I will touch on the fighter. Pause. Hani Barcelos, 3 wins, all decisions, but a dude who, I mean, if the age is something that is going to constantly be talked about, you cannot deny that this dude was going out here and in 2025 doing the goddamn thing, getting wins over the hot prospect in Peyton Talbot, getting wins over Ricky Simone. I mean, these are noteworthy wins, and I think that it deserves to get the praise that it's getting from me. So Hani Barcelos getting the first slot here for me as an underrated fighter this year.
I really like that. I did not add him to my list, but I will truly give him the props that he deserves right now. I know I've ragged on Hani Barcelos as somebody that should have been a target for Peyton Talbot to finish, but he didn't, and he has definitely won since that fight. He's actually he's competed more times than Peyton Talbot as well. Interesting to know. So I would say underrated year for a fighter. That is a very good pick. That is downright better than a couple that I have on my list. But we've done some talking about a few, so I'll give you one and two really quick, just because we've talked about them already. But my underrated year for a fighter, I obviously have Bruno Fajeda, and then I have Meli Costa. These were my underrated year for fighters, not necessarily my the gain the most stock, because these are still your underling guys. These aren't the top layer guys. These are still your prelim guys or fight night main card. Where people aren't really looking for them. That's where they end up being as two guys like that. So I really like those being on the underrated fighter of the year, but I'll package them together because we already talked about it. So back to
Sure.
you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I like those as picks, though. I think again, it's wherever you end up putting them on the list is wise. I think
Yeah.
that it's the acknowledgement. I think that we're
Yes.
given to him for sure. Next up on my list is Sam Patterson. 2 wins, 2 knockouts for Sam Patterson. Again, a guy you want to talk about underrated year. I mean, the dude. This is a guy who not only was counted out in both of those fights, but a guy who still to this day probably 9 out of 10 MMA fans could not pick out of a lineup. You know what I mean? He is just a guy who's under the radar, but he is a representative of English MMA, some of the most rabid fans on this planet who deserve good fighters to represent their country. And for some reason, Sam Patterson not getting that nod from his own people, I think it's deserved.
I actually really love this pick as well. Damn, you were doing really good. The only thing that I will say, obviously, two finishes, two fights, love to see it. With how long ago it feels I've seen Sam Patterson, he could have got in a third one. He could have got in a third one, dude.
I
Damn,
will agree with
3.
that. I would
Yeah,
definitely agree with that. Yeah, we could have gotten a third fight, a little bit more activity. That's going to be, well, that's maybe not for everybody on here, but
no, that's what I would 3 fights in a year. I get it. I'm
mhm.
not asking everybody to be superhuman, but I mean, if you walk in and get two knockout finishes,
Because it could
come
have really,
on,
like, he could have bumped the stock up even that more tremendously if he'd gotten a
right?
third, even if it was a decision win, a third with two knockouts and a decision, and you're all wins. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, that, no, I agree. I think that that's maybe the only thing that could have been a little bit more of a feather in the cap.
But I really like that pick actually because I remember, shout out Mank in the Discord. He was telling me Sam Patterson is good. He can beat Danny Barlow, and this was before we had skepticism on Danny Barlow, but we weren't actually sure if we could pinpoint that he wasn't going to be that good. He was not. He got finished in the first round by a tall, slender twink of an Englishman. So it is what it is. But that is a very, very good pick. Of course, my next one, we've talked about him a little bit already, but I think it goes back to who gained the most stock. I think underrated year for a fighter, Chris Duncan, our Scotsman. He definitely put on a year to remember. I mean, he's somebody that I genuinely like when I think of like uh, a hard nosed, like go after it kind of fighter. I mean, Chris Duncan, like he's as the way that he portrays himself and presents himself, he's a very blue collar kind of guy, and he fights exactly like that too. It's not You don't feel like he's putting on some sort of image, outside of the cage. Like that's truly who he is, and you feel like that's what he brings in the cage with him. He talks about his mom and the day that she passed and the day that he started his pro career. He's linked to the sport. He feels like he understands that, and he's here for some entertaining shit. Like he knows that entertainment is the name of the game. If you guys want me to fight Terrence McKinney, call him up. Tell him where to meet me, and we will fucking handle it. And you know what he did? Handled that shit. So shout out Chris Duncan.
Yeah, I love this pick. I mean, Chris Duncan. You want to talk about what goes into the makings of a warrior fighter, like an actual fighter's fighter. Chris Duncan has those foundational elements. All of what you just said. He is so game. He is so skilled. He is a dude who is going to fight until the last second of the fight, from the opening of the thing up until the last moment that you'll allow him to swing, and he will not go down until you absolutely positively make him go down. And until, for now, we have not seen that happen. I mean, like, this dude has been really successful in his endeavors, and willing to walk face first into the fire. I think that he's making his way onto like my favorite current fighters list, fight over fight.
Yeah, when I think of Chris Duncan and I think of like parallels in the sport and I think of other people that I've liked and what I've liked about them and where I see the correlation, Chris Duncan reminds me of like a Diego Sanchez. Like, and I've really liked Diego Sanchez when he was coming up. Like, just a guy who really just had a little bit of everything and just didn't give a fuck. Like he got in the cage and he was really ready to go to war. And like you genuinely could see it in the performances. Obviously, Diego Sanchez got older and he did not look very good, but Chris Duncan, I think, shares a lot of this like, you know, you have a caged animal, you get him in the cage and then you can unleash it. And I think Chris Duncan has a great he's good, man. He's just very good. I love this one for a underrated year.
I love it too. I think that's great. All right, next up on my list is Modestas Bukauskas. Three
Oh,
wins, two TKOs, one split decision. Yeah, a little bit of an asterisk there with the split decision, but you cannot deny that as far as underrated, if because I mean, I guarantee you that no one's rating him very highly.
a
Three wins in the year.
cicada knockout.
Again, I mean, okay, if you want, maybe an honorable mention then,
Yeah.
if you want to go for it. But I think again, three wins in the year, no losses. So
Okay, fair. By that accord, I can see why it can be on the list. I don't say that I would be like, man, Modestus was killing this year, but the stats don't lie. The facts are the facts. 3 wins, whatever.
then
Nice. I like
one
it.
of the other ones that I have on the list is going to be in the exact same boat for you. I would be sure.
Okay.
So,
Um,
yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah. No. Go. Do
Go
you
ahead.
have
Okay.
your more?
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Okay. So the next one that I would throw on the list, of course, I have an underrated year. This one is a little where it gets skeptical because I'm talking about a champion. How does a champion have an underrated year? They're the best. They've been competing. If they keep their belt, that's perfectly rated. It's not like they've done anything overly exciting. I think Valentina Shevchenko is somebody who had an underrated year. Came in here against Manon. All we did was hear that Manon was so much bigger than her. She's a weight bully. She's gonna bitch her around. And you know what she did? She did the opposite. She actually bitched Manon around, dropped her in the second round or whatever, whooped her for the other rounds. Doesn't matter. And then on top of that, defending the belt against Weili Zhang is absolutely insane to top the cake. I think Valentina having an underrated year is an understatement because of how dominant she looked in both of her performances. I mean, they were decisions, sure, but they were the two most dominant decisions probably of this year. So,
Yeah, I mean, I'd say it's a little bit tough because she is like the goat, you know. I
mhm,
mean, so it's
right.
like you kind of do expect that to an extent, but yeah, I can kind of see it. I know what you're saying. That it's like if you already were thinking that she's just the goat and that's it, then you're probably underestimating the fact that she did those things as handily as she did. I mean, yeah. So I'm with that. I think that's an all right addition there.
Nice.
All right. Well, next one's probably going to make you upset, but I think it again fits the bill of underrated year. um, Alexander Hernandez, 3 wins, 1 decision, 2 knockouts. I mean, if you again, a guy who's probably not in the conversation for a lot of people, but if you're talking about a year, oh, he's just Alexander Hernandez. I mean, 2 knockouts, one being Chase Hooper. I mean, little Chase Hooper was having a pretty good year up until that point.
I thought you were talking about Fluffy. Okay, gotcha. That Alexander
Yes,
Hernandez.
Alexander Hernandez, not Anthony
Gotcha.
Hernandez.
Oh, you're right. You're right. That is a different name. No, you are completely right. Alexander Hernandez is somebody who's he's been on the come up for a really long time. People have always been waiting for the moment where it all clicks together. I just lost thinker,
Oh,
everybody.
hello, I'm back.
All
Hi,
right.
guys.
Good deal. So what I was saying is I don't even remember. Who did you even say? What was the person you're talking about?
Uh, Alexander Hernandez.
That's right. This is a guy that everybody's been waiting to make the turnaround. When is the time that he has the skills, he has the size, he has the mindset? When are all the things going to click into play that make him the fighter that we've all been expecting? And I think he's hit this little run in 2025 that the hope is there. Like there's the hope that we once saw. Like there's the pieces finally coming together, and I agree with this. This is a very good pick. I think not somebody again that would jump off the top of my head as somebody is like underrated year. But when you speak underrated, this is under the radar. Like that is as under the radar as it gets with Alexander Hernandez because nobody wants to remember that Chase Hooper was supposed to fucking walk through him. Everybody. We had a lot of hope in Chase Hooper, and like I said, I had been saying his striking did not look good. And what happened? Alexander Hernandez drops him and ends it. So that's a great pick. I love that one.
All right, cool. Well, I'm glad that you're with that one. Did you have more?
Yes, I
Okay.
have a couple more. So the next one we talked about her earlier. She was listen. I think you might even had her, and we had her in the hottest prospect, of course. So underrated fight year, Fatima Klein, guys. I mean, you can't really argue it. I mean, she's doing the damn thing. I mean, to end the year with a decision win over Angela Hill. I mean, after getting 2 finishes earlier on, and then going up against a bona fide gatekeeper in a sense, I would when it comes to women, yeah, the finishing aspect is a little different. If it was anybody else in the males division, I'd be like, this is a fight that you got to finish. Like you got to finish her. That's solidifying it. But Angela Hill is pretty tough, and Fatima Klein, she did all she could. She did a lot in that fight. Like, I mean, she threw the kitchen sink at her. I'll give you that. So it was to end the year. Like if she would have started the year with that, okay, yeah, you need to finish her. Like you're ready to go, jump off get going. But ending the year, good cap it off with a good decision against a very good veteran. I think that's perfect. Very underrated year for Fatima. If she's not overrated by this time, I think we're doing something wrong because this is champ material. Like,
Absolutely. Yeah, I was gonna that was gonna be my note is like if you are underrating her, then that is your own freaking problem,
yeah,
because I mean, Jesus, you should get with the program already with her.
yep.
So I'm with that. I will also go with a lady for my next one. Jamie Lynn Horth. Two wins, 1 decision, 1 very nice knockout recently. And so, I mean, I really put her on that list because I personally was underrating her. I think her striking has been good for all of her fights. I don't think that I was properly rating her, but now I certainly am. So I would say that if she's flying under the radar for you as a big woman in the division too, I think that she deserves a little bit of a nod here.
I really like that shout because if anybody knows out there, I'm a big Jamie Lynn Horth fan. I've been rooting for her for a little bit. I think she's got what it takes to be very, very talented. And to make the list of an underrated year, I definitely respect that. I definitely respect that. Now, the last person that I'm going to throw out here is an underrated year. Before we get to the winner, of course, this one this is a personal fan favorite of mine, and this is a dude who had never seen judges before his most recent fight. He walked into the UFC and got a hard matchup against somebody who's never been finished and finished him in the first round. Then the next fight, he goes to a 3-round war where he arguably gets robbed. And I think that is just as a 2-0 start in the UFC in 2025. Jose Delgado is gotta be on this fucking list because this guy, for an underrated year, I know it's only 2 fights, one by knockout, one loss by decision, but you have to understand how good Nathaniel Wood is for your second fight in the promotion. You've never seen the decision, and you're going up against a dude who is a bona fide decision merchant. Like, this is the stylistic matchup. They got to see if he's up to the test. Can he make it more than one round? He did. And not only did he do that, he made it so close, if not won the other 2 rounds, dropped him in the first round, got dropped in the second round, get back up, whatever the case may be. There was a back and forth to this matchup. I'm not upset at the decision because it doesn't matter. This is the fact. An underrated year for a performance like Jose Delgado put on against Nathaniel Wood is probably all I would need to say it because it's the same thing with Amasov against Neil Magny. These are hard fights to just get first and second one. Like, I don't care how much experience you have. And Jose Delgado doesn't have that much experience to, like, Amasov has 30 fucking bouts. It's different. Jose Delgado gets Nathaniel Wood on his second bout and goes to war with him. I don't care about the knockout against Hydra Emil. That was very impressive, very good. I knew it was coming. But this matchup right here against Nathaniel Wood showed us everything we needed to know about Jose Delgado going forward. He's a dog. He's going to ride it to the end. He's not going to give up on himself. The skills will carry through the rounds. And I mean, this dude is just fucking good, man. And I think it is wrong for me not to put him on the underrated list, if not also the hottest prospects list. But I didn't double up on it. So
True. No, I love it. I think it's a great pick. Yeah, I mean, for all the reasons that you just laid out, really, he proved a lot against a tough guy. Nathaniel Wood, a guy who, one of those dudes that like somehow finds the victory a lot of times. It feels like, and I mean, it did. I would. He won that fight, sure, but I think that all of what you were saying about Delgado's performance really does ring true. And another guy that like it's only going to take a couple of adjustments for him to start really coming into his own. And I would suspect that in 2026, we're going to see a big year for him. So I think that's a really good pick.
listen, I know, and this is getting a little off topic, but speaking of 2026 being a big year for him, I know Jose Delgado is, he's American, he represents the American flag. There is a big market for this guy to go and co-main event one of the 4 Mexican events that are going on. I don't care if it's in Texas. I don't care if it's in Guadalajara. I don't care where it is at. Jose Delgado needs to be on this Mexican card because he is truly what I feel when I think of the Mexican fighter spirit. I see it in this guy. I see it right here, right now. This is the guy that the Mexican fans need to know that, David Martinez gets his opportunity to go co-main event on this debut or with a second fight in the organization. Jose Delgado, I know he's a pay-per-view guy. He's a PLE talent. He needs to be in Mexico, and I need the Mexican fans to see him because they will love him. I'm telling you.
I'm with it. I think it's a good pick. All right. Well, my underrated year for a fighter goes to Edmund Shabazian. 3 wins, 2 knockouts, 1 decision. This dude, he's a guy who is, again, under the radar only because he's had a mixed bag. And I mean, if you really think about Edmund Shabazian's career, going back to how young he was coming in, he's coming into his own finally now, I think, in a real way after being forged in the fire of competition at UFC level for as long as he has been here. This is a dude who basically grew up in the UFC. We were just talking about Chase Hooper, also kind of in that same camp, but Chase Hooper not having the same year that Edmund Shabazian did. Two knockouts this year, both very clean knockouts. This guy it was impressive to me. I mean, again, maybe not somebody whose stock rose tremendously off of all of the victories, but 3 wins in the year, not a loss on there. I think that this guy fits the bill for me.
I really like the way that you've done the underrated fighter because it is statistics based. It is 3 wins, 3 knockouts, whatever it is for Shabazian. That's awesome. That is a very underrated year for people that nobody's talking about Shabazian. Nobody gives a shit.
Underrated.
Exactly. When I picked my underrated fighter, when I break it down with the science, I guess I don't necessarily love the way that I would give the context to it. But for my underrated fighter of the year, I wouldn't say I love this, but I'm truthful. Spade is a spade. For my underrated fighter of the year, I have to go with Ayman Zahabi. I think this makes total sense. I mean, I don't necessarily think he beat Jose Aldo. I think it was one third round that kind of stole the entire show, and we've seen that happen before. I think that is what happened in that one, but I will also not discredit that he beat Cheeto Vera so bad that Cheeto Vera thought that he was winning. I don't know. It wasn't really a bad fight, but he won the performance. He put on two performances that I thought, like, man, Ivan Zahabi's pretty fucking good. Like he actually is like he will go for it. He's not like your soy Canadian that everybody also talks about. He's actually good, and I think it is rightful that I give him his flowers. Ayman Zahabi is my underrated fighter, underrated year for a fighter on 2025.
I'm with it, man. I think that that's a great pick for that exact category too. Just another guy that gets thrown into a conversation where it's like, oh well, blah blah blah. There's always something to caveat the successes that he's had, and also, I talked about it a little bit earlier, but the lack of activity early on in his career, I think, really set him back. But now that he is being more active, you're seeing the dividends that's paying for him. So I think that that's a very good pick for yours.
Yeah, I really like that one. The underrated fighter of the year. I know we didn't get them all, but I'm very happy that the ones that I needed to make sure they know I'm rooting for them. Like when they watch the show and they come along and Jose Delgado realizes that he needs to be on the Mexican card. I mean, this is big. I'm telling you, I will be advocating it until the day I die. But
I like it.
either way, moving into the two most important topics of tonight. I know we've been going for a while, but there's
Oh
still
yeah,
much more to go, everybody. We have two more of the
strap
most
in.
we have the most important topics coming up, and we're first going to start with the fight of the year, okay? Now this one very subjective. What do you want to see out of your fight? What is your fight of the year? What do you envision in your mind when you say, I want to see the greatest fight of all time? What are you seeing? And I want to tell you what I'm seeing right here. I'm seeing Thinker tell me his favorite fight of the year first.
Well, I mean, I'll start with an honorable mention
Okay.
because we already talked about it just a little bit. But Roman Kopylov versus Chris Curtis, starting the year off with a really solid, competitive fight between those two guys. Of course, it was early in the year. A lot more happened throughout the course of the year. But again, honorable mention for it because it was a good, hard fought fight between those two game guys at the time. And of course, before Roman Kopylov's stock would drop tremendously for me. So I think that it deserves at least an honorable mention to start the ball rolling here.
No, I definitely like that. My honorable mention, I guess, well, my first notable choice of, we definitely just talked about it a little bit ago, so I'm not going to bore you with the details again, but Jose Delgado and Nathaniel Wood. I think this was not necessarily the greatest fight of the year, but when you think of a list of the fights that you could tally up and see which ones are the best, this definitely has a place amongst the better ones. I mean, it was a true back and forth. You had one person who was winning, the other person comes back, and then you have a close matchup to end in a suspenseful judge's decision. I mean, it's what you could ask for out of martial arts that goes past the one person knocking the other guy out in the first round. This is actually mixed martial arts that they showcased, and they did 3 rounds of it at a level that Jose Delgado we didn't even know he had until he literally showed us in that fight, and I think it was just absolutely amazing.
I like it. That's a fine addition to me. Next up on my list is Fares Zayam versus Mike Davis. Now, this was a fight that what are you rolling your eyes at me right now?
That fight of the year. Oh,
Again, it's on the list to me. I mean, Fares I am getting out of the calf slicer. I mean, like this is lesser fighters would have had every ligament in their leg snapped in multiple places. Mike Davis pulling out, this performance that I mean, or trying to anyway. I mean, like this was
with the
a
paint fumes, dude.
again, paint fumes involved here. This is you can never forget that. I would say that this was a high level spirited competition between these two guys in Zayam, who I think is a very hot prospect, and Mike Davis, who is somebody who I've always been a fan of. I think that sometimes kind of flounders here and there, but overall very solid pick as well. So I'm with this fight.
I don't dislike it because obviously your opinion and it means something to me. I listen to you, and this was a fight that obviously Mike Davis with the paint fumes. Yeah.
I
So,
also should caveat I have a lot on this list, so this is
oh, okay,
but so go ahead.
okay. Either way, very good fight. I love to hear it. I love to hear the option. So I'm glad that you have a lot because there should be a decent amount that we have. This next one, Nobody's really talked about this since it happened, and I don't know what the I mean, obviously, there was a retirement that happened after this fight, so maybe people just don't wanna actually face facts that this person is no longer in this promotion, and I think this fight that nobody talks about as being one of the better fights of the year is pretty criminal because this is 2 of the greatest lightweights that have ever stepped foot in the cage. You have Max Holloway versus Dustin Poirier. This is an absolute banger to retire on. And yeah, some people out there, they will admit that the last 10 seconds, Dustin didn't want to stand with Max Holloway. That's fine. The other 24 minutes and 50 seconds, he did very, very good. It was a very good competitive fight. He did better than Justin. He knocked him down. He got knocked down. Whatever you want to say, this was a very good retirement fight. Fight of the year. I mean, if politics were involved and Dustin Poirier was actually somebody who could, be the political champ that they wanted, and they'd actually give him the belt instead of, hang him around the interim and hang around all the time. I think, then he could get a fight of the year nomination for this. But I think it just lays within the honorable mentions, I think.
Sure. Yeah. And I mean, I guess, you can kind of put some of these in that same category too. Next up for me was Rob Font versus Gene Masumoto. Yeah, I mean, this was another one that was Masumoto, a dude who probably could be on the prospect list too. I think he's a little bit past that at this point. He's had enough fights in the organization that, same with Zayam. It would be like if I did include him, it would be as like a caveated one. But this was a really good fight overall. This is Rob Font, really still showing that he has what it takes to hang with the young bucks, and Matsumoto barely skating by, getting the doing what he needed to do. I mean, this was a tough fight on both sides here. I mean, Matsumoto's a prospect that I do have a lot of faith in improving over time, and I think that Rob Font was the exact right challenge for him.
I don't dislike that one. That one is that's a sleeper pick. I'll definitely tell you about that. I can't remember much that happened in it, but if you're telling me it was fight of the year potential, I might have to go back and rewatch it. But the one that I will cling to next, and obviously when you get this guy from Poland, every fight that he walks into is potential fight of the year because he is one of the scariest opponents that is matched up against anybody. He will walk you down, you will mangle his face, and he will continue walking forward. The fight that I'm talking about is Chris Duncan versus Mateusz Rebecki, right? Whatever,
Mateus, yeah.
whatever the fuck his name is. Yes, this fight right here, absolute fireworks. You have two dudes who are throwing shots at each other's faces that were intended to, split their faces open. And that is exactly what happened. You have Rebecki getting caught with elbows and instantly bleeding. You have Chris Duncan's eyes both blackened from being jabbed up. It was absolutely just insanity to watch and find out just how far the dog goes in Chris Duncan. Because you've seen Rebecki, that guy will never fucking quit. Like that guy is an animal. But to see Chris Duncan, you see the immovable object versus the unstoppable force. You saw that in this fight, and Chris Duncan truly, once again, before even the Terrence McKinney stuff, he showed you he is the guy for the call up, and I think this fight right here is absolutely crazy that it should be mentioned more when it comes to all-time great fights. Like, yeah, it doesn't have the grappling, doesn't have the wrestling. They're two. You have a grappler versus a striker, and then they both decide to strike, and then the submission guy wins. But that's what's great about it is like Chris Duncan can make shit happen, man.
Yeah, no, it's on my list as well. So yeah, I absolutely agree, 10,000%. This was really the fight where Chris Duncan showed that deeper spirit to me.
Mm.
I mean, like, you always knew he was good, you always knew he was talented, but this is where he had to like really show that he is about his game and will walk through the flames. And he definitely did that against Ron Bechke, who's just so. I mean, like, I've never seen a guy who is more willing to go to war. I mean, like, it's in his nature that no matter what, he is going to try his hardest until he can't anymore. And that's exactly what you got out of this fight. So I love it. I think it's absolutely warranted on this list.
Hell yeah, I love that one.
All right. Well, next on my list, I mean, I know a lot of people have it as their overall winner, but I think that you got to put it in the conversation, and where you let it land is up to you. But Brendan Royval versus Joshua Van has to be on the list.
I think that is one of the best fights of the year. The UFC selected it as their winner for the UFC Fight of the Year. It is a very good fight. It is absolutely phenomenal to watch Josh Van walk in on short notice, take on the number one contender, and absolutely dog walk him up until the bell. Not even just do that, but drop him in the third round and almost finish him. And this is somebody again who, up until this point, you don't make Brandon Royval look like that. You don't make him look like the bitch. He bitches everybody else out. So the fact Josh Van at 24 years old, 23 at the time probably, walks in, takes him out, and is the clear, like I said this before, at 24 years old, Josh Van is the rightful number one contender. He walked in and beat the number one guy on short notice. He didn't even need a camp. He knew what he had to do and he did it and walked in. And then at the end of the night, he walks in and faces off with the champ. That's how history was made. And we know what happens after that. This fight right here only just solidified Josh Van being the best in the division that is not named Pantoja. And I think that is absolutely perfect context to know that fight of the year meant something right here. There was something on the line, and I love it.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I mean the context indeed. As you said, Royval, up until that point, possibly the hardest test. Again, aside from Pantoja, the hardest test in that division, and a dude who, I mean, was a potential fight of the year before as well. So I mean, this is a guy who, he comes in and does the damn thing. Like, I mean, granted, we know now what we know now after the cop fight. Of course, things are a little bit different, but at that time, this was a guy that you don't have great performances against. You barely get by against him, and have a couple of close rounds, and then it becomes debatable. And
Yeah.
Josh Van didn't let that be debatable. So I mean, there were moments on both sides for sure. And Royval was as tough as he had been, but Joshua Van in rare form in that fight. So
I think you are cooking. This is absolutely on my list. Royval and Josh Van are definitely on the list. And there's so much more to be said about the performance, but we have to move on because I think
sure.
there's one more that is being overlooked because it happened earlier on in the year, and it happened against the similar same opponent as Josh Van here. Brandon Royval versus Tatsuro Taira is one of my notable choices for fight of the year. This is a 5 rounder. What? You making a face?
Was that not last year?
I think it was this year. I think it was earlier this year. If I'm wrong about this, I'm going to talk about
I
it
thought
again
that
because
was
it's
last
for the
year.
second year in a row that it got it, dude. Brandon Royval and Tatsuro Taira. I still can't get it out of my mind how close of a matchup this was for 5 individual rounds. It was back and forth between Royval, Royval, and then at the end, it literally came down to one finishing sequence where Royval was able to get the takedown and actually secure the round. And what an amazing performance. And when I think of Josh Van and Royval, I still, and even if it was last year, the only thing that I can think about is Tyra really did it for 5 rounds with Royval. And I know Josh Van did it for 3, and it was more convincing of a win, but Tyra and Royval might be one of my favorite fights of all time. If it's the second year in a row I got to bring this up, I'm glad to. This is one of my favorite fights of all time. I'm serious.
Fair enough. Well, aside from it possibly being the wrong year, I do agree with every other part of that.
Yeah, hell
So,
yeah.
all right. Well, that was mine. So you go. What's your next one?
The last one before the winner, of course. The winner, we'll talk about it. So the last one before the winner, of course, this happened more recently. This is our native Polish fella and our Turkish fella. We have Ibo Aslan versus Iwo Bernechki. And Bernechki, whatever it is. Listen, I could talk about this guy for eternity. This guy walked in. I've said it before, it's not often you get the rare species of guy who is undefeated, walks into the UFC and willing to lose the zero. He was willing. He was God willing, and Godspeed let him fucking finish Evo. And this was it was balls to the wall. This was a when they think of like a bar fight, like this is what this was. This was two dudes who were just slinging at each other. And in my opinion, this was the chin up versus tucked chin, and the tucked chin eventually won at the end with a great, well placed hook. And Ibo Aslan went down, and our Polish fellow Ivo was able to go ahead and get the victory on his debut in front of so many people that got to watch on the last pay per view event. I think it is very good. Potentially could end up on the hottest prospects list because of something like this. But as of right now, fight of the year got to go to him, even though it was only 2 minutes.
Yeah, no, I agree. It's on my list as well. This was definitely the feel good fight of the year to me. As I said when we were breaking it down on the episode when it happened, this was reminiscent to me of old school MMA. This is two dudes who went in there with a definitive purpose to swing hands at each other and let the chips fall as they may. And it certainly was a sight to behold. It was, I mean, commentary sitting there laughing at how, laughing in a good way, like, oh my God, I can't believe I'm watching this kind of a fight. We're almost it's one of those weird things in this sport that like the more that it gets technical and as the technique evolves and it becomes so much more of a craft, you almost lose a little bit of this like balls to the wall, just let it all hang out kind of atmosphere that this fight created. So I think it absolutely belongs on the best of list. Yeah, 10,000% it does.
And just to close it out, Thinker Knows All. This happened on October 12th of 2024. What am I doing, guys? How is this fight so good that I haven't forgot about it? If you haven't seen it before, go rewatch it because they deserve a plaque, another one. I'm telling you.
Tyra and Rival you're talking
And
about.
yes,
Yeah.
absolutely. Yes. No,
Yeah.
absolutely. But either way, so I love it. I love the options that we have going here. Now
So
we have our winners, correct?
well, no, I got I got a
Oh,
couple
okay, good.
other little honorable mentions at the very least, and I don't know if you ended up putting one of these on at least, but let me at least I'm just going to run through a couple of
They're
these
this
just to have.
year, right? Okay,
Yes, they are all this year.
good deal.
So one that at least deserves a little bit of a mention, I think we talked about it recently, was Muhammad Yahya versus Stephen Wynn, just only because of the most knockdowns in history for Wynn. I mean it's at least an accomplishment, a little bit of an asterisk, but honorable mention there.
I mean, the other
Um,
dude got up 8 times. Is that not a accomplishment itself, you know?
it's not about how many times you get knocked down, it's about how many times you get back up, right? So there's that one. Also, Elvis Brenner versus Esteban Ribovics, fantastic fight, fantastic performance for Ribovics, but Elvis Brenner, tough dude, so good fight there.
I think it was Wheelchair brought up Ribovics in the chat, and I sat here and said to myself, I fucking forgot this dude is an animal. Like the fight with him and Nazrat, I'm pretty sure is probably going to end up on your little list here. Like that was a banger too. But continue on. Go ahead.
Yeah, Nasrat Haqparast versus Esteban Ribovics.
Either way, continue on.
Definitely there. And then the other biggest one that I wanted to mention, I don't know, hopefully I'm not stealing your thunder with this one, but Adrian Luna Martinetti versus Mark Vologdin on the Contender Series has to get the mention there as well. So
I told myself I had to give it an honorable mention, notable mention, the Contender Series versus Martinetti versus Volagdin. But guys, there's no fucking chance this is not getting the fight of the year. Like, I mean, I don't care if it wasn't in the UFC, dude. They might even have to rematch in the UFC. Like, that's
sure.
how. Like, when my dad, like, I watched it with my dad, and after I showed him that fight, he was like, "That should be their first fight in the organization. They need to do that again." And I'm like, I don't know if it's gonna happen like that, but honestly, who would not want to see it again? I mean, we rarely see prospect v prospect to just run it back, Like I think Talita Alencar and Stephanie Luciano did because they got a draw in the Contender Series, but we need this fight again. Like these dudes clearly they know what is it. I love the fact that this fight happened, and at the end of it, like they're both just amazed at each other. Like, man, you really took an ass whooping. Like, high fiving and shit. It's like, dude, your face has got a hole in it. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. But
Yeah.
this fight, absolutely a masterclass. Martinetti, the next time I see him, as soon as he steps foot in the UFC, I'm telling you, he's going to already be on the hottest prospects list. This dude is fucking good.
Yeah, and I mean, the one. So yeah, I mean, this it's very rare that you get a fight where both competitors get a contract. It's even rarer when both competitors get a contract and a bonus. So I mean, well deserved on this one. This was a ridiculously amazing fight.
And what's also key to note, they both got bonuses, they both got contracts, they both got trips to the hospital as well. Only one of them may or may not have needed the hospital, but yeah,
Sure.
yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I mean, and then that brings me to my winner. So I mean, if was that yours? Did I
That
sorry
was
if I
my winner. No, you were
okay.
fine. I think it was perfect. That has to be the answer. I mean, I'm waiting to see what you got because if it's not better than Martinetti and Volagdin, dude, I'm calling BS.
And you might be able to have a case for it, but it's the fight of the year, at least inside of the UFC for me. And this is why it hurts so bad with what happened with this guy later on. But my fight of the year for 2025 is Nazim Sadikov versus Nicholas Mata. If you go back and watch this fight, it was a absolute banger. I mean, this was a technical fight on both sides where the striking was tremendous. I mean, two extremely accurate strikers here going at it with each other and landing on each other tremendously. And Nazim Sadikov only ends up winning this fight by sheer determination alone because Nicholas Mata was doing such good work beforehand. So game, getting the win in a fight like this for Nazim Sadikov to have the insanely tremendously off night that he had against Fares Ziam was like it was almost paradigm shifting to me based on this fight specifically and what we have seen from him before. Nazim Sadikov up until the Fares Ziam fight was one of my, like, I even said it on the watch along for that event for the where I was like, Sadikov is like this under the radar guy that like not like people are sleeping on, but he is such a beast. It's because of performances in fights like this. Nicholas Mata deserves all the credit for being the other half of that. This was the fight of the year to me. And again, I also acknowledge the Martinetti and Vologden fight. Obviously, that's it's there. Evo and Evo certainly deserving as well. But as far as like if you take all of the action and the skill with it, put those together, that's the Sadikov and Mata fight to me.
I think you're actually cooking because at some point during the list, I remember thinking about that and I was going to do an honorable mention, but I was like, we'll just move on. I'm sure it's on his list. And I'm glad it was because that was a banger for sure. And it's unfortunate to see that, one performance could take you away from the rewards from other categories. One loss against Fares Zaim, now you're not the underrated fighter of the year. Now you're not getting the hottest prospect of the year. But potentially you were going to get that because you got that nasty head kick against the Bonfim bro, and then you came out and you had that massive war with Nicholas Mota. That's potential to like build a case here, but then you got completely. I mean, listen, you got completely derailed by Fares Zaim. I mean, you did nothing. Like
Dog
that's
walked. Yeah, it was pathetic. I mean,
exactly.
yeah, it hurts my feelings to say that. I mean, but I want to believe that it was an off night, and I'm hoping that he comes back. But that's why I didn't put him on the stock drop list, is because he certainly, that want to talk about a single fight dropping stock tremendously. That certainly fits the bill. But I mean, with a fight like this, I want to believe that there's more to be had because this was an amazing fight.
100%. Yeah, I definitely agree with you. And Hydra, shout out you. For me, if you want to take out contender series and don't make them applicable, Evo and Ebo was my fight of the year, but I gotta give it to contender series just because those guys tried to kill each other for
And
real.
and look, I mean, the other thing is that like listed out all of them between the two of us, listed out all of these amazing fights. So I mean, like this is not exactly an easy thing to
True.
crown. I mean, these are some great performances that we're getting here. We're in a very lucky time for that. So, good deal all around for all of the people that were nominated for this. The
Yeah.
winners are who they are.
Absolutely. And so this is rounding out to the final portion of the show. I don't necessarily know if we'll have much to say because we've already talked about the entire context of what they've done for the entire year. Most of these people are repeat customers, so to speak. So I will jump us right into the fighter of the year. The first one that I have to mention, of course, I have to go ahead and shout out everybody that has ever known the name Joshua Van. Myanmar stand-up fighter of the year has to be the newly claimed champ. He fought 4 times in 1 year, got 2 finishes, finished the champ by technicality, whatever you want to say. Josh Van has made himself a valued person in the organization. And I've told you guys this was coming. When I started watching the sport, you can never be too sure who's going to be champ, especially when they're so young in their career. But there was something about Josh Van. I saw Josh Van and I said, that guy right there, I'm not saying he's going to be the champ, but he will be able to earn the opportunities to get that possibility. Now, could I have told you that he was going to break the champion's arm in 1 round? No. But he stepped up to the opportunity. He was ready to fight the champion. And whatever happened in the cage, happened in the cage. He is now the champ. He is now the fighter of the year. Obviously, there's some other choices, but this would not be a bad one. And I think very, very The context fits. I mean, you can't deny it, honestly. I mean, he's literally the fucking champ, guys, you know?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think it's completely 100% valid. Absolutely. Based on everything that we've already talked about with him and all that you know, the validity is 100% there. I'll go with the other obvious choice for a lot of people, Marab Dwalishvili. 3 wins, 2 decisions, 1 sub, 1 loss by decision. This really, I think, again, context with it makes makes the conversation. The loss kind of taints it in a bad way, I would think, for a lot of people. But you cannot deny that in the time that he was on top, he was. I always remember the posting the clip because it did very well for us. So obviously, that it was a sentiment that was agreed upon, at least to an extent, by a lot of people. It was a clip from the show where I was saying, we're in the conversation now where Marab is transcending the division. So it's becoming, is he the GOAT of MMA? And obviously, that now is a little bit of a different context. These things always change as time goes on, but you cannot deny in the period of time in the window that he had that there is a case to be made for Marab being the fighter of the year.
I definitely will agree. Marab, he put on the performances that would lend you, he just lost, at the last, pivotal point in the year. If the card would have happened in January, we would still be saying he's the fighter of the year in
Oh yeah,
2025. So
easily.
that is key to make. You just push one date out, and what he has done before, it should not be voided.
And
Marab.
also think about this fact too. That was by Marab's choice. That was by Marab's choice to fight that much. Marab did not have to take these fights back to back like he did. He did not have to come back essentially not on short notice. Of course, they were full camps, but you know what I'm saying. I mean, to have the activity level that he had in 1 year as well. That's why I always list out the amount of these fights: 3 wins, 1 loss. That's 4 fights in the year when some people are fighting once at best.
Yeah.
So keep that in context as well.
Yeah, a very active champ, very effective champ. It worked until it didn't, and we will find out in a trilogy. I mean, that's unfortunately what we're going to have to see happen here. Fighter of the year for 2025, I would not be mad if it was Marab. But
Sure.
the next person on my list, I mean, when you break it down, again, it's harder to. I said this person earlier, so I'm not going to run through the reasons why too much. But fighter of the year, Valentina Shevchenko. When it comes to what she did, a lot of people, again, they said Manon was going to be too much for her. She disposed of her quickly. Wei Li is a champion of another division. There is a rightful assumption to believe that she is very good at what she does. If she makes the weight and she's able to compete with somebody in a different weight class, why should there be question? Well, Valentina left no questions unanswered. I mean, she's done with it. She beat Wei Li. Valentina is on to new and different obstacles. She's probably going to face Amanda Nunes or something at this point. Like, who knows? But as of right now, Valentina Shevchenko made 2025 look very easy for her. And she did it with the elegance of the champ that she always has. She has 8 rubies on her belt. Like, she deserves some praise. 2025 can be Shevchenko's year.
Yeah, it's like she's almost transcended of any of this. You know what I mean? I think that speaks in and of itself of why she's absolutely applicable to it. It's like if you are that high above the rest of your sport, then I mean, any year could really be your year. But this year specifically, having beaten, a competitor like Manon and then another champion who was dominant in her own right, I think you're making a very valid case. So for sure, it makes
Yeah,
sense.
absolutely.
All right. Well, then I got a dark horse here, probably an honorable mention, but I wanted to at least have a couple of different potential options for people. Benoit Saint Denis. It goes from a loss in 2024 to 3 wins in the year, all by finish. 1 TKO, 2 submissions. Now you can talk about the level of competition there. And again, I don't think that he's anybody's actual pick for it, but I did want to throw him into the mix because coming off of a loss and then having a streak of wins for the year.
Finishes. Three
Yeah,
three finishes, dude. Like,
exactly.
that's
So, like I said, he might not be who's going to win for people, but I would think that it at least deserves a mention.
I really like that pick because the pick that I'm going to throw out, a lot of people have said, and I do agree with it when I tell you the things that I'm going to say, but I think it's us wanting this person to be the fighter of the year because we love him so much. So a lot of people have said that Yuri Prohashka should be fighter of the year. Now, when you look at it, 2 KOs, 2 wins, sure, 2 performance bonuses. Okay, that actually sounds a little better. These people that we're talking about right now, hey, not one of them got no fucking performance bonus. So Yuri coming out here, the excitement factor. He is a man of the people. He is the UFC's entertainment. Fighter of the year is maybe the most entertaining fighter that we've seen, and Yuri, every time he steps in there, I mean, we're guaranteed fire. So I really don't dislike it when you break down performance bonuses. They do matter. They do. As a fan, I know that those 2 times he put on a fucking banger, and he wouldn't have got no money for it if it wasn't a banger. So
Well, and much like Marab, he's a guy that you want to like. You know what I mean? It's like there's got to be something to be said for the just the personal feelings about some of these guys too. It's like Yuri he's got a good heart. He's a good dude. He's a true fighter. He's a guy who goes out there and puts it all on the line every fight that he's in. It makes perfect sense why people would gravitate towards that pick, especially with the wins being on top of it as they are.
yeah, absolutely. And I think, you can't go wrong with some of these options for fighter of the year. Obviously, a lot of things are subjective, some things are objective, but objectively all of these that we've named are fighters of the year in their own right. So I think is there any more that you would like to add?
No, really, it's the list was for fighter of the year this year. I think it was pretty clear choices.
Yeah, so going into my fighter of the year, the official real answer is the way that I have it down. I mean, it's Marab. I mean, for the second year in a row, I think we've decided that it's Marab. Maybe I think I said Kayla Harrison for the political aspect last year, but Marab, I think we've said for the last 2 years is our fighter of the year. If I could be wrong.
Sure. Yeah. I'd have to go back and check last year. I'm going to a different direction. I'm picking Joshua Van, brother. I mean, look, so, okay, think about it in these terms, right? We just went over the circumstances, right? The loss to Piotr Jan for Marab, you can factor that how you want to factor it. The victory for Joshua Van getting the belt, you can factor that how you want to factor it. All I'm seeing though is that purely again with the analytics here, 4 wins for Joshua Van, 2 by TKO, KO, and 2 by decision, eh, and a championship belt to boot after not being ranked. It's this guy's year to me. I mean, look, I love Marab. I'm a huge fan. I think Marab is very entertaining. I think he makes a boring fight style entertaining, which is something in and of itself that is deserving of massive amounts of praise. Joshua, this is his year, bro. I mean, like, I'm not taking it any other way. Joshua Van is the fighter of the year to me.
I'm really happy to hear you say that because, deep down, a lot of people may not want to admit it, but Josh Van is the champion and he did do everything that he needed to do to be successful in that fight. And what ended up happening is he was successful. And I know people won't love it, but fighter of the year, I think, is perfectly valid for Joshua Van to get his award. It, it's just how it goes, man. This is the fight game. Anything is possible, and when they say anything, they truly mean your favorite fighter could go out there and fall on his arm and give up the belt, in 26 seconds. So it's absolutely insane to think about. But Josh Van being your fighter of the year, I'm happy. I'm honored, really. Like this is a great honor for me. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate that aspect of it, and yeah, and I think it's warranted. So there you go. We do also have for the first year ever here. I think that I'd be remiss if I did not do this, and this is for a very important person to I think to both of us. But we have a good friend. His name is Rawand. Rawand is a valued member of the Discord, valued member of the chat, and one of the most entertaining people that I can think of. I'm a got massive amounts of love for Rawand and the country of Kurdistan by extension.
Absolutely.
So Rawand is very fond of the term fraud check. He's constantly using this term often, a term that I don't apply very often. But Rawand specifically asked your boy if you could go and make a fraud check of the year list. And so I would like to go and just list off my Rawand. This is the first annual Rawand Award for fraud check of the year.
Do
Uh,
it.
so okay, the runners up and then the actual champ of this thing. First, and again, I'm not applying this in the broader sense, but this year, Dricus du Plessis has to have it. I
Hmm.
mean, he completely dominated by Hamzat. We talked it through. Second up, for very similar reasons, Jack Della Maddalena, a person I was always very skeptical of. You know, the record I think does not reflect what I saw from him a lot of the times. Him getting the win over Bilal, sure, great. You know, Bilal choosing to strike way more than he would have. You know, things could have possibly been different. Whatever, it is what it is. But then to get absolutely dominated in a very similar fashion to Dricus, I think he also gets a place on there. Third up on the list, Ignacio Bahamondes, only because Ignacio was a guy who we had a lot of. He should have been on the stock drop list for an instant stock drop, and that's very similar circumstances there. Definitely in that range. Not that I don't think he can bounce back, but what you thought of him, like that's how I'm looking at this list is like what you thought of him being instantly changed.
Yeah.
And so he's on there. Sadly, even though I literally have him in fight of the year, Nazim Sadikov is on my
Yes.
list. Sadly, and for that exact reason, as we said, the flipped of the switch gets flipped instantly after getting trounced by Fares Zayam and then elbowed into oblivion to cap that thing off. It was such a dagger through my heart. So he's on there. Bryce Mitchell also on the list again for the same reason that he was on the submission, the wrong end of the submission of the year, getting outdone in your own backyard in
Mhm.
wrestling by a dude who was never known for that. Got to be on there. And honorable mention outside of MMA, but Andrew Tate is on that list, a person who presented himself in one way and got defeated by an actor,
Yes.
essentially. So
Nice.
again, outside of MMA, but that's just for Rwand. But my Rwand Award Fraud Check of the Year winner this year is Mauricio Hufi,
Nice.
dude who was, we had been saying, and specifically for the reason that you and I on this very show had been saying, yeah, this dude is very flashy. This dude has all of the spin moves and the sweeps, and he looks like a Mortal Kombat character, and yada yada. I said from the jump with that style that someone was going to be able to figure it out, and he was going to get taken back down to earth in the most emphatic of ways, and we saw that this year. So Mauricio Hufi, sadly, you are the unfortunate winner of the Rwanda Award for Fraud Check of the Year.
I think that is perfectly valid. I do not mind the fraud checklist. I cannot wait for us to have a second annual one of them. I will be more prepared next time. This is going to be very, very good going forward. Shout out Rwand one more time. I hope your studies are going good, man. I hope you guys are out there living it up in Kurdistan, and you make sure that you don't forget that we are out here representing.
Always showing love. That is absolutely true. And yes, yeah, I made the unfortunate misstep of not informing you that there was a Fraud Check of the Year list this year. So that's my
No,
mistake.
he told me, guys. I just forgot. It's cool. It's cool. I just forgot.
I apologize. But yeah, so I mean, look, man, we've been on for 4.5 hours giving you guys the best and worst of the year, our stock raises, stock droppings, everything that went into this year. And it's all because of the support of the greatest chat. Always the winners, no matter what year it is. So thank you guys for that.
No, absolutely. Somehow without live fights, we talk longer than if there was live fights. That's the craziest part about all of this is like we somehow figure out how to fill a runtime. So I love it. I'm all here for it. I somehow had all the energy to keep going tonight. So this was great. This was such a good stream. I'm glad we got to finally do this.
Absolutely, man. Hey, it's the 2025 year end spectacular for a reason. So appreciate all of you absolute real ones for hanging out with us for this. Let us know your thoughts on everything that we've talked about in the comments if you're watching on VOD or if you're listening to the audio only version of this stream. We appreciate the support, and of course, more to come in the following year. We've got plenty more on the docket, and we will be back here with last week's fights for your Mondays, as we always are. So, again, I did it on the Friday show, but Chase, I want to one more time thank you, my friend, for being the best co-host a guy could ask for. I appreciate everything that you bring to the table on this show, and it makes it a lot of fun for me. So thank you.
No, absolutely. I love getting on here and you listen to me for about 2.5 hours. I listen to you for about 2.5 hours. So it's a really good trade-off. I'm really excited that we've been able to keep this going and it's a really good vibe. I appreciate that we were able to get together and make this happen because now it's an official thing. Like you guys don't understand like where this started. I'm telling you, I say this all the time. We got on call and we were just to talk fights. I didn't even know what to expect. And then Thinker had all of this planned out that he wanted a show and he needed a co-host, and I was willing to be somebody that was ready to get up and go to fucking, we're going to talk about fights every fucking Monday. And that's what we have done. And back to what Thinker has said at the beginning, you guys have been supportive ever since that. And you guys are just the real reason that we continue going. I mean, if we did this for 0 people, we'd probably still be doing it, but we'd hate ourselves for it. You guys make it actually fun to talk about because you guys make me seem like I know what I'm talking about sometimes. And it's awesome, And shout out you guys. You got to experience the entirety of Josh Van's Fighter of the Year run with us. And that is something you can't take away from me.
That's legitimately true, really. I mean, for all of you guys, and we don't need to keep harping on it, but we talk about every single fight in the UFC on this show. So if you guys are here, then you're seeing the evolution of this sport in real time throughout it, and you're hanging out with us to do to interpret all of it. So we really appreciate the opportunity for that. It's been a great run so far, and we're going to continue that run going into the new year with even more on deck for you. So until next time, everybody, thanks again for being here for the 2025 year-end spectacular. We hope you appreciated and enjoyed it, and we will see you in the next one. So have a great rest of your night, a great rest of your week, a great new year, and as always, fight on.